1, 2, check chuffy. Doody doody doo doo doo. Just get this thing set up. Doody doody doo. One chuffy. My channel. Hi, you with Scott. I'm super chuff at midnight. Always midnight. Let's copy that. Let's get that into the Discord where we have find super chuffer. Paste that. And I'll tweet it as well. Tweet it, tweet it, tweet it, tweet it. No one wants to read it, tweet it. I'd like a little picture to go with that actually as well. Let's check my chat. No one in the chat yet. Ooh. Ooh. Get myself a cheeky screenshot to go with this. This one will do. What will this one do? That one, and we'll have that one. There you go. Ooh. The Peter Faulding interview. React. Stream live. I won't even make any comment. Just post that. I should have put Q&A. Oh, it doesn't matter now. In fact, it does matter. Big ups in chat. I want to delete this. Delete. I want to put... Oh, I'm going to have to copy and paste it again. Twitch. My channel. Copy and paste that. Super Chuffer Ganjikidd. Paste that. Big ups Gandalf. Big ups Rambamming. First time chatter. Big ups Lisa. Big ups Sierra J. And I'm putting in some pictures. And I want Peter Faulding picture first. Hang on. I'm not quite with it brain-wise right now. I had a picture of Peter Faulding to put in there. And then this picture of that chuffer. And then what I wanted to change about what I said just a minute ago, I said, ooh, Peter Faulding, and it's Q&A, not an interview. Q and A, but not proper Q&A, but Q&A. Live react on Twitch now. Highlight live. What have I pressed there? Fucking hell. And I wanted to hashtag it with Nickety Bully as well. Nickety Bullies. Post that. Okie doke. There's a few of you here. Look, Julie, Ed, Sarah J, Blind in the Blind. How you doing? How you all doing? Yeah, so should start in about 10 minutes. We've got some relaxing music. I haven't got my headphones on yet. I'm going to put those on in a minute. Got my nice background. The cat's still not going in the bed. It's Christmas here, look. The cat's still not going in the bed, so I'll put the wig in the bed. The lights aren't being very effective up there, but I'll put some green tinsel now to add to that. Still, the lights are a bit ineffective, aren't they? Oh, I'm talking of lights. There you go. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Wow, look, Childlike Empress gifting the tier subs. Thank you very much. 5 gifted tier subs. Thank you very much for that, Childlike Empress. Thank you. Thank you very much. Gandalf Gibbs, what about live Peter Faulding react? Yeah, we're doing that. Oh, you mean why didn't I type hashtag live Peter, hashtag Peter Faulding, hashtag react? Got it, yeah. I don't think many people are searching on Twitter for Peter Faulding. and I don't think many people search the hashtag live. It's just Nicola Bully gets, like, amongst my peers, Nicola Bully and my Nicola Bully posts get seen, reacted to, and talked about. So I just did the Nicola Bully one, really. This is about me giving you a live reaction and taste of my live feelings. It's not really about me trying to get numbers and stuff. I felt it was logical to come on live and do this, but I also felt like I might be better off just watching it quietly and then making up my own thoughts and putting them in a video and not being reactive. But it is what it is. We're here now. So I considered doing it on YouTube as well, and I felt like it might have, again, I'm going to be honest, like, I don't want to get a copyright strike from these idiots trying to screw me over. So, but also, like, a little bit, it's their big day. They are getting eggy already. You know, if I make a big scene about live streaming at the same time and reacting live and don't watch them, watch me and all that, it gets pathetic. So if Luke gets 100 million views from this, I don't care. It doesn't hurt me. It doesn't matter to me. There's a million people out there on YouTube getting millions of views for all sorts of things. It doesn't hurt me in any way. So there's no, like, oh, I wish he wasn't doing well. It's not that. There's no jealousy. Like, I don't mind what Luke does with his life. The things I don't like are the political anti-woke stuff that Luke spits out and that Peter spits out. I don't like that, going on about the anti-woke. And I don't like, obviously, Peter's lies and Luke's lies. So, like, as much as they're like, oh, we didn't lie, haven't said a lie, we know that they both said lies. Yeah, we've seen them and heard them. Still hoping that Andy and Slinky Socks might dig out that clip where Luke was literally saying that he spoke to Armchair Detective. We'll see if they're in chat later. I might ask them directly about that, because I'd like that clip to be made available publicly, because people have been asking, well, hang on, you know, well, hang on. But might have it here somewhere. Might not, because I put loads of stuff on here. Might not. Thought I had a clip of, anyway, like the Twitter post where someone was like, oh, can you prove it? Oh, there it is. Look, correction, you said you spoke to him on the phone, Luke. Luke says he never spoke to Alan. This person, Catherine, said they heard it. Julie says they heard it. Nick said, what's all this? Can't see where Luke said he spoke with him on the phone, though. Not saying I disbelieve you, but please point me in the right direction. So I'd quite like it. Oh, that post was deleted by the author. That's weird. I'd quite like it if we could get that clip out there, because can you tell us where Luke said he'd spoken with him, please, Scott, as I can't see or find it, because Luke deleted it. So it'd really help to have that public, but I didn't record it at the time, so, you know, is what it is. Quick point of business before we start as well. I suppose I might as well just say this, like, there's been a little bit of a, like, on the Discord behind the scenes, some people are a bit worried because some people have gone somewhere else to a different Discord. And basically, look, we're in the world, people are in groups, group psychology, we could do whole big episodes on it, but I'm not going to fight any sort of, like, I don't care, like, people want to use a different Discord, want to use their own Discord. I think basically we ruled that certain levels of sexual conversation were inappropriate at certain times on certain pages, and it caused possibly a bit of a, I mean, I might be getting this wrong, and maybe people have got other problems, but, you know, I think the fundamental problem came down to that. People maybe not talking with each other much, but it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. It doesn't make, you know, it's not a big deal. Yes, Red Fan, he said he was talking to him directly. And I remember at the time I thought, well, this is weird. I think you're lying to me here, Luke. I think you're lying to me, Luke, that you've talked to him. I think you're embellishing the truth. I think you might have had an email and you've turned it into, oh, no, I spoke to him, to make it sound more authoritative. And I thought at the time, I thought, that sounds weird. I thought that's a lie. So I think the lie is that he spoke to him. And the truth is that he didn't. But now it's all like, you know, it's all... Yeah, I actually asked him, and he said he'd spoken to him, you're right. But I don't have the clip, so we need the clip, because I didn't want, no one's, you know, it's no good picture it didn't happen. It's what I'm saying about Peter. You know, tell me the truth, show me the evidence. He corrected himself in the next sentence, did he? But you can't, I mean, if he's saying both things, I don't know what to believe. We'd need to see the clip. That's the key to it, but we'll have to see if Andy, you know, has got that, and we'll publish it. Yeah. It's not a big deal, really. It's not a big deal. Like, I know about these sort of people anyway, so...
I'm coming on here today because I am kind of at the end of my tether with the likes of Sam Smith.
And that brings me to Sam Smith, who I find a very disturbing person. I mean, he's both disturbing. I mean,
somebody that promotes pornographic performances and is acting in a way that is basically
battery 40%,
sexualizing children, confusing children, and kind of gaslighting them into this is the way it is, and this is how performances should go. I've had enough of it, and I absolutely find it disgusting. And at the same time, masculinity is almost being frowned upon these days. Where's masculinity gone? Where's femininity gone?
It's not this toxic rubbish that you're talking.
Nothing wrong with femininity, and there's nothing wrong with masculinity. But I tell you what the main...
No one ever said there was.
Mainstream media seem to be doing these days. They seem to be taking someone like Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, who are...
Big up's Childlike Empress. He's right about Sam Smith. No, he's not. No, he's not. Okay? Sam Smith is a vocal performer, and if you're worried about what Sam Smith is doing, then you should have worried about what Boy George was doing, or Madonna was doing, or Elton John was doing, or... Like, he's not the first person to dress up in elaborate stage costume. Have you not just been living through Lady Gaga? It's commonplace for stage performers that do music to dress up in overtly sexualised garb and sing overtly sexualised songs. Welcome to 2023 and the music scene. Sam Smith is doing nothing wrong, not really. And it's this attitude against it that's wrong. If you don't like Sam Smith, don't watch him. He's just a singer. Like, he's not actually out there indoctrinating children, whereas these people are directly influencing young people. That's their aim. Is to directly influence young people. This week, Andrew Tate said that he wouldn't buy the new Grand Theft Auto game because he doesn't like a game where you can shoot policemen. And that's Elon Musk's opinion from last week and the week before. And he's just parroting it to maybe get some airtime while people are talking about Grand Theft Auto's new trailer. They're media whores who seek to influence young people for their own benefit. And Sam Smith sings songs and explores his own sexuality, which is fine. I totally disagree that... I mean, you don't have to like the Grammy performance, but it's a performance. Like, it's an online stage performance. Sorry, it's an on-stage performance of a sexualised nature. Like, I don't like... Me personally, I'm a bit of a pearl-clutching prude myself when it comes to certain stuff. I don't like all the hyper-sexualised stuff that the young kids have got to see and do and dance along with. But then, you know, you can't complain about Sam Smith on that level and not complain about Beyonce or the Spice Girls or any other fucker that gyrated and pumped their hips over the last however many years. Britney Spears was a schoolgirl. Oops, you hit me. Ooh, you hit me, baby. Like, come on. Like, you can't be angry about this and be like, yeah, but I enjoyed watching Britney Spears and wanking off to her in Maxim magazine. This is just misogyny. It's just misogyny. It's homophobia and misogyny. And the idea is, what it comes from is the evangelical right wing. Evangelical right wing gay, let's put homosexual. Homosexuals are teaching kids to be gay or something like that. Teachers who mention sexuality are grooming kids. Anti-LGBT message. American groups established a global website that share ideas restricting gay and trans rights. This is LGBT grooming conspiracy theory, this is called. I'm calling it out for what it is. And if you don't know, you don't know. But if you do and you learn this, like, fine. It's a far-right conspiracy theory pushed by a growing number of mainstream conservatives that falsely accuse LGBT communities of child grooming and enabling paedophilia, gaining prominence in the early 2020s, particularly in the wake of Don't Say Gay bills. This is all American politics, but Luke's filtering it into his own mind through Andrew Tate, which is Andrew Tate's looking at the big right-wing American politics and saying, how can I use this myself online? The theory purports that LGBT community people are systematically using sex education and campaigns for LGBTQ rights to normalise paedophilia and indoctrinate children. Transgender people in particular have received targeted attacks. We can't have those gays teaching our kids to be gays. They're grooming the kids. So it's a big thing. It's a big thing. Yeah, it's not like, you know, this is like a big political thing. And it's the reason it goes on and where it comes from is in America, the evangelical Christian movement has a lot of money. The church, people think the Jews are rich and run the world. In America, the right-wing church, the evangelical Americans have fucking loads of money. Like, they've got loads of money and they want people to not have abortions and gay people can't have rights and stuff like that. And so that's their opinion and they're putting that out there with their money into the mainstream, funneling it through social media. And so then you get idiots like this saying things like this, which is out and out homophobia. He is preaching the LGBT grooming conspiracy theory. So I don't agree with this. In fact, it makes me angry.
Inspiring a generation who are teaching men to go out and to work hard and to go to the gym and to be top level, to be the best version of themselves they can be. I
mean, the truth is that Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate are latent homosexuals more likely than not. That they themselves have got problems with their own homosexuality. They're desperate to be all sexy and buff and oiled and shaven and a big cigar and I'm the biggest man and I'm going to be a big man. And then they've got loads of women in a Romanian home and they've made them do sex work on the internet instead of treating them nicely. They're not good men, they're misogynists and they're most likely scared of their own sexuality.
Andrew Tate said...
Anyway, should we go and watch the fucking thing? It should be live now, shouldn't it? It's not live now, they're late, of course. I was going to put that on as a bit at the start. Big up, Sandy. We were just having a little chat. Do you have that clip, Andy, of people have been asking here on my Twitter of Luke lying? Because I remember you said you recorded stuff, and I don't know if you recorded that exact stream, but I said, correction, you said you spoke to me on the phone, Luke. People on this Twitter thread have said, I can't see where Luke said he spoke to him on the phone. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but please show me. And I think, agree, I should show people. So if you've got that clip anywhere and you recorded that episode, I'd love to have it if you do. Please, thank you. Whether you send it to me or publish it somewhere and I can show people just to prove that I'm not lying and being a deceiver. I'm telling it as it is. Luke said he spoke to Alan on the phone and now he's saying that he didn't speak to him at all. So... he's saying that this person will never have permission to use my stuff. He called me a friend on his channel. I have never spoke to the guy. Oh, you missed that one. Oh, fucking hell. Well, there's a lot of people that know it happened, and that's a shame. Yeah, that's a shame. Because that was the main thing that he was doing, was telling the lies, wasn't it? But yeah. Something else I'm actually surprised about as well, I'll say it out and out, is the amount of people that cross over. There's not so many of them, but the amount of people that cross over in our streams and don't seem to necessarily agree with me. I want to shout out Silver Moon Warrior, who was in our chat the other day and was saying, oh, don't be cross at me. I'm not cross at you. They've made her a mod, and I think that's a political move. She didn't ask to be a mod, but he gave her the spanner so that now she's in their group more, and she feels it more, so it's going to be harder for her to extricate herself from that group dynamic. And those sort of group dynamics, I was just saying earlier, big ups to everyone in chat, Slinky Socks and Andy. I don't engage with that sort of crap. I went through sociology and psychology school, so I know about group dynamics. Group's gone group. Oh, there's the adverts. We're getting the adverts. Group's gone group. So, group's gone group.
Joining us tonight
is what it is. So, people want to do their own thing, they can do their own thing. Here we go. We're not in profile.
Can everybody see and hear okay?
Peter's got his scary lights on.
Yes, if you can hear.
Peter's got his scary bright lights on. Big shot of the ceiling. We're not in widescreen, so not top quality media.
Hey Luke, hey Peter. Yes. Hi everyone. Hi Luke and Peter. Hello everybody. Right.
Scarily downlit.
Okay,
Sorry, scarily uplit.
Firstly, welcome to what is going to be a quite a long evening. Thank you for Mr. Peter Faulding for being here, and this is going to be an important night for Peter. So, firstly, I just want to introduce tonight's video, tonight's very important live video, which will last a bit of a long time, but it is very important,
video,
as we are all aware.
Why didn't you put it on beforehand?
First thing I just want to say is that the reason we're here today is that some people out there have been confused about things that Peter's said and has done during the search for Nicola Bulley, compared with what was said to me in a recent interview, which is on my channel. If you've not seen the interview yet, I suggest you go and watch that first.
Luke seems really nervous.
We'll come back to this later on. Now, it's Peter that wanted to do this live Q&A. It was actually Peter's idea, so respect for that. And we're going to clear up some confusion on a few things. Now, there's 50 questions here today, and that's quite a lot of questions, as you're all aware. And these questions were all picked by the public the other night in one of my live videos. That is viewable on my channel. Anyone can go and check that. These are not my questions. These are your questions. So,
yeah.
Moving on.
God, Peter looks like a horror movie.
Yeah, what I would like to say is please look at the description in this video. There's a few things said in there. Just please read that.
Should I resize them?
But
so
I'm just going to quickly,
screen?
briefly go over what's in there now anyway. Yeah, basically the description is just laying out kind of what will and what won't be tolerated in this kind of chat. We're here to get some information, to clear up a few things. We're not here to insult. We're not here to accuse. We're not here to swear. Negativity and that kind of rude, not very nice behaviour won't be tolerated here. So the 50 questions are at the ready. Like I said, they've been chosen by yourselves. I will ask, I will sit back, and I will let Peter answer those questions. Please do not super chat any questions, as they won't be read out. And I don't want you to waste any money by asking.
Peter Faulding's looking frustrated because he's listening to Luke talk and he thinks I could do this better. Luke's not making a great job of being the host and he's getting frustrated with it, I think.
Gratitude and any offers of support, though again, I can't promise.
I think he's thinking, look at the camera, stop reading your notes.
I'll mostly be focusing on speaking with Peter on what is going to be a very busy and important live this evening. Please refrain from swearing, from insulting, from accusations, from speaking about the family, police bashing, or any rude behaviour, as it will not be tolerated and you will be removed from this. That is for the very, very, very few. The majority, I know it'll be a really good, interesting time, and, you know, people are going to take a lot from this. I've got my heater on. I'm not freezing to death. I've got a light. I've got my coffee. Pete, have you got your drink? Have you got your coffee?
Yeah, got mine, Luke. Tea.
Right. So what I'm going to just do is I'm just going to basically ask you, Peter, is there anything that you would like to say before we begin this live?
I'd just like to say to everybody...
Oh, please not sound problems.
And thank you for sort of hearing my side of the story.
We've heard your side of the story
tonight is
a million times.
Absolute truth, and I would stand up and swear in any court on this.
Hand on heart.
And most of the work that we've done on the Nicola Bully case was witnessed by... most conversations were witnessed by my team, and all actions were.
Who puts on a suit to sit at home and talk on a thing?
They're very incredible ex-military and police people. So, and I've also had a lot of backing from current serving police officers and ex-police officers to do this. So I've got a lot of support, and I must say I have the greatest respect for the police. I work with.
Showing you the tea is like, yeah, I've got a warm cup of tea just like you. We're all the same, isn't it? Nice warm cup of tea. And I've got the backing from the police is basically saying, yeah, no, they all agree with me. It's only the minority. It's language to help. It's like people who do this, like try and convince you that everyone, oh no, everyone else agrees with me. You're the only, you know, everyone agrees with me.
Well said. So the 50 questions that I've got now, obviously 50 questions is a lot. Please bear with Peter on the answers because we're not here for the questions.
Just get on with it, Luke.
Quick 1 second job. This is very, very important. So this will be long. And also, you know, we're all humans. There will be calls of nature throughout this, I'm sure. So at the 25th question, we are going to just stop for a couple of moments. You can stare at this lovely background while I go for a call of nature. I'm sure Peter will need to go for a call of nature as well.
Why don't you take it in turns so one of you can run the show while you're not there?
At question 25. Now, we've got 1,078 people in here today. So if everyone can hit the like and show some gratitude.
That is a lot of people watching this.
Peter Faulding,
fair play.
For choosing to come on here live and doing this, that'll be very appreciated. I can personally say for myself that my experience with
Peter's
working
not
with
getting the
Peter,
likes. Your
he's a
channel is
very,
getting the
very
likes.
honest and genuine guy.
You're
And if
not-
I thought otherwise, I would not be sat here.
You're not an honest and
now
genuine guy, though, Luke.
conducting this live. So at the end of all the questions, there will be a lot answered throughout the questions, but once we've done the questions, Peter is then going to take us through the whole search from himself and SGI.
Should do that
from
first.
start to finish in meticulous detail. Is that correct, Peter?
Because it might cover the questions.
That's correct, Luke. And what I do want to say, I do not know the questions. I've got no notes written down. I've got a couple of bits I want to read out to you later. But I've got no notes. I've got no screen in front of me. This is all. I've got a very photographic memory. I can remember everything, so I don't need to. I'm not making anything up. This is as it happened tonight. So
very photographic now. Now Peter's got a photographic memory. He can remember
Peter,
everything.
Thank you for the super
bit like Alan.
tips. They're very, very appreciated. This has been you know,
I don't know who LV is.
a couple of weeks in the making now, and you know, it's a big night. So, Peter, I'm going to go straight into the questions, okay? I'm going to ask the question, I'm going to sit back, and I'm going to be a bystander.
Do it then.
Everybody else that's in this chat.
Sure.
You're not a bystander.
Right, and again, just to reiterate for anyone that's popped on, these questions have come from yourselves, have come from the public. These are not my questions, and they are all viewable. I'll say that again, viewable in a live that we conducted the other evening.
Oh, please go on now.
So, the first question, is it usual or unusual for a target to be found in a fetal position in the water?
The answer is it's usual.
So I just want to clarify the fetal position. It's quite common, in fact.
Yeah, most people who drown end up in this. You don't have to ask Peter that. You could look it on the internet.
Victims each year across the southeast.
I know the answer to this.
The majority of them are laying on one side. When I say fetal position, people take that the wrong way, where they actually like a baby in mum's womb. When I say fetal position, we call it in the trade as laying on the side with the legs slightly bent, and that's it. Laying.
This
on
is a
the
waste of
side
everyone's time.
Sort of curled up, but not too curled up, and it's very common for us to find them in that area. Or often they can be face down with their knuckles dragging along the ground. It all depends, and it also depends on what state of decomposition they're in.
Right. Next question then.
Bodies as well. After, there's no exact science on this, but they stay on the bottom. They always go to the bottom. When a person drowns, they never float. And that's since I've been doing this since 1999. We've never had a floating body. They only float after they decompose, and that could start decomposing. It could be 7 days, it could be 15, it could be 20. We had one in Thames Valley that came up after 3 months. So there's no exact science on this anywhere.
The thing is, there might not be exact science, but there are sciences. And if you'd been forensically trained, you might have learned some of it. But Peter hasn't officially done all that same forensic training. He's just got on-the-ground experience. I mean, he may have done some investigation and looking into it, but he hasn't got like the criminology degrees and the, the qualifications that others do.
Technical term used in.
Yes, it is what we use in the team. That's correct.
Okay, there's a lot of people that I think I started with that question because there was a lot of people that were asked, they were wondering about that. So I think that might have cleared it up for a lot of people. Thank you for that.
But you could have found that out by Googling it.
To question 2, just quickly for any super chats that come in, I do see them. I do appreciate them. I do appreciate the gratitude and the tips. I just, at this moment in time,
£70 from
won't be able to read them,
Maxine there.
Nonetheless, they are very appreciated.
I bet they are.
Okay. Question 2. Do you agree or disagree that a body could pass over the weir after 23 days?
Over the weir in 23 days.
After 23 days.
Well, the body. Let's clarify what would have happened.
Oh God!
When somebody drowns, and this is the bit we need to start.
She would have filled up with gas. She would have floated over the weir. Yeah, the tidal river would have taken her back and forth. Like, do we have to?
We never get called these days to search the sea. We used to get called to missing divers many years ago. There's no budgets these days, so most of our bodies are either in lakes, canals, or rivers. Now, if a body is in flood water, and when I say flood water, I mean after heavy winter rain, the banks are risen and the water's throwing it down really hard. That's even too dangerous to put a diver into in them circumstances, and the
In
chance of
those
finding the body is
circumstances.
extremely difficult.
In those circumstances.
Like the River Wire, where Nicola would have gone in, that
Yeah, relax. You know what's annoying me though is that it's the quality. It's not what he's saying. It's the quality of what they're doing that's annoying me. It's like I find it laborious. I would sit if I was watching this in my normal life. I'd put it on 1.5 speed. I'd skip through things. I haven't got time in my life to go over and over boring stuff, so it annoys me just on a personal level. And I'm a bit like, you know, I'm going to be a little bit eggy about this, aren't I? Because there's a little bit of personal stuff been thrown at me. So maybe you're right to relax. Thanks for the tip. You know,
that point. It stayed there. It's a very, very slow-moving river, and I want to sort of say to you, the top part
you're right
of the
as
river
well.
where Nicola
Peter
went,
is going to drag on. He does like the sound of his own voice, blinding the blind, and that's making me like, ugh, as well. Is that I feel like if you'd have planned this, you'd have known how the 50 questions were. You'd have thought 50 questions, 2 minutes an answer. That's going to be like 2 hours. Yeah. So plan the questions. Bullet point them out, answer them as quick as possible. Cut Peter off when you can, Luke, because you need to get through these questions. But this is going to fucking go on. Yeah, it could be an all-nighter. I don't think they're going to have the patience and the staying power for it. I think they're going to say, oh, well, you know, we're going to have to just end this early and do another one. Because I think, you know, Luke would rather do 3 of these rather than 1, wouldn't he?
would not have gone over the weir. Impossible. Unless she was swimming or unless she was floating and swimming. So if after, and we'll come on to this later once I found the target, the body would rise.
So we're going to come on to this later, so don't do it now.
With decomposition gases. So you bloat from the inside, you blow up like a bloated seal, and then slowly you float.
And obviously don't worry about the family watching this. They're not going to feel bad about you talking about it like this.
Yeah. But on the 19th, there was a spring tide, and that's what the police correctly say in the report, is a huge tide. So there was thousands of gallons of water coming over that weir, literally over the top of the weir. And then that's where Nicola would have been picked up by that really heavy tide. And even they've said that in the report, although it didn't say where she was. Then she would have been carried down over the weir.
The report's bollocks,
and then
isn't it?
She would have ended up in her final resting place. Now,
I think it's a bit hard to lean on the report and say the police said this in the report, so it's right. But I'm also going to say the police were wrong in their report about me.
Bottom, the boat kept grounding out as the tide went out. There was absolutely nothing at all on the riverbed in the lower section of the river. I want to make that very, very, very clear.
Of course, you were there a week late.
Nothing at all on the bottom. And I've got a crystal clear image of that part of the river. So possible when someone floats and goes down, or lifted by a huge incoming surge of water and then carried away.
Thank you, Peter.
It raises more questions than it
Moving on.
answers.
Do you feel that the case should be reopened, considering your findings?
Look, I see this all the time. I mean, look, all these inquiries about inquiries. I mean, if you think about the College of Police and Inquiry, this should never have happened. This should never have happened if the job was done properly.
Right, that's not the question.
Properly from day one. And if Nicola had been found, she should have.
How do you know the search wasn't done properly? You weren't there.
Days. That was the hot zone. That's where she was. I'm not saying a day, but maybe 1 or 2 days. Although if we'd put our sonar in, she would have been found very quickly.
The police put their sonar in.
Public inquiries and all this cost the taxpayer.
And you put yours in and didn't find
millions of pounds. This police and College of Police inquiry would have cost an absolute fortune. It's very easy to say reopen the case. There are parts of it need to be looked into, probably behind closed doors, and looked into what's happened here. But a huge inquiry would just take money away from the NHS,
Are you stupid?
away from other vital services.
Are you stupid? We've had the inquiry. It's already cost the money. We're asking if the case should be reopened so they could reinvestigate it. It's not that we want another inquiry. An inquiry shouldn't be done behind closed doors. They should be public.
And also certain people need to be held to account on other issues.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. Another question which
So he
has been
didn't
asked
answer
by
the
a lot of
question.
people. Will you be releasing the sonar images?
Right. Certainly not. There's never been my intention. Sonar images, what I gave to the police, they won't be released.
That I gave.
Public domain, because they are extremely upsetting, and I wouldn't want the daughters to go through that when they're older.
Lovely man.
we may get to the stage
You
in
wouldn't
the
want them to know the
future
truth.
where we may, because if it continues to go the way it is, where people say they deny the images, we may have to go to a closed media conference where it's closed, where they can't be published, but they can be shown to make the point. But
The media conference.
never released to the public. No, that would be totally the wrong thing to do.
Fair enough.
I think that's fair enough.
Well, it's not, but it's what you're going to do.
Moving on. I'm just gonna. Once you've done your answer, I'll just go straight to the next one. Do you know why the search dogs didn't find her?
We're familiar with questions, Luke, and how they work.
I was actually with a good friend of mine, Mandy, last week. I used to work with a lot on missing people. Now, she had a dog called Carly. There's lots of dogs, again, with search and rescue organisations who are trained. It's not my area of speciality, but I've worked with dogs for many, many years, i.e. on the Tobin case and things like that. They are trained to sniff like pork, and that's what they train on, bits of pork and things like that. Bodies gas off after they start to decompose, as we said, and there's no exact science when they say. And Mandy confirmed to me that when a body initially goes in the water, a cadaver dog won't pick up scent straight away because there's nothing actually gassing off. The body's not decomposing, so the water's acting as a shield.
But there's no exact science.
Very difficult
there are quite
to pick up.
well-studied sciences on this.
Once the body starts to decompose and you get gas bubbles coming to the surface, then, excuse me, that I've just had a cup of tea. That stage that's when the cadaver dogs can start to pick up scent. I said that's not my area of expertise, but that's actually come from a dog handler. I've worked with blood dogs
from his friend.
Over the years. We can smell blood, dogs that can smell money, dogs that can detect firearms, and they are absolutely brilliant. And the handlers are as well. But after 1 day or 2 days, I would be very surprised and that's from other dog handlers, if it would actually pick up a scent at that early stage.
Okay, next.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on. Again, another question which has been asked by a lot of people. Will you be releasing the pictures of the man in black?
No, I mean, there's been a lot of speculation about this man in black. This man in black, I noticed, look, we're suspicious. We work on these jobs.
I've got a better question.
Suspicious about things
do you own the pictures?
This individual came up to my team, as members of the public do, and on day one was asking lots of questions about the sonar.
Day 8.
That was on Monday the 6th. On Tuesday the 7th,
day 8.
when we were searching the area around the bench and down the river, he appeared again, and he was standing there on his phone, and he was looking. He just happened to be dressed in black. My team noticed him. I didn't, because I was on the sonar.
You said you did.
The same guy.
You said you pointed him out to the photographer.
Nelson from the Sun newspaper. I've known for years. He's the photographer.
There we go, the Sun man.
I said, Dave, could you just take a shot of this guy?
I've known him for years.
And take a couple of snips.
Telling him what to do.
It may or may not be nothing, but I can't go into it. And then what I done, I sent that to the research advisor. Then
what I did.
Now, that man,
you sent it
totally
to, hang on. So Dave's give you the pictures.
What you could do is you could release an image of a man in black, and the guy is absolutely, he could be an undercover police officer, or he could be anybody.
Yeah, so then you rule him out.
Be doing that,
if the police want to rule him out, they release the pictures. Like they've released the pictures of the woman walking the dog.
Probably looked into it, I would have thought, and I'm not doubting that. So, but the thing is, I never actually heard back.
Now he could be undercover police.
Disappointed with
more conjecture.
You hand an image over, and you would expect somebody potentially come and take a statement from me. What would normally happen? Nobody ever did. I never even heard. So that's why I mentioned it. Things like this must be done. You can't just hand an image over on a WhatsApp message and then hear nothing back. Nothing.
On a WhatsApp message now.
That was my concern about
handed it over
a lot of things about this case.
On a WhatsApp message.
You at least wanted that to be maybe looked into at the time.
But how can
or just a reply message? I've actually passed it. Thank you, Peter. I've passed it on to the inquiry.
He wanted acknowledgement.
And we're dealing with it. That's all I need. I don't need to know anything else. And I would probably never know. But, I handle a lot of confidential information all the time, and I always get briefed by, the SIO.
He's angry because he wasn't in the loop.
And with very complex information, and it never goes out to the public.
Brilliant.
Okay, thank you very much.
So that cleared that up.
So, moving on to the next question. Are you worried about the comeback of things that you have said publicly throughout this case?
I think I was always going to take a beating, wasn't I? Really. I mean, let me make it clear. And this is what I want to talk about. Day one.
You could have gone in the Founder.
Day one, and I flew up there, as you're probably aware. I landed in Emmersfield.
Flew up there.
And then I was
landed at Emmersfield.
One of my team, and he drove me. The lads have been setting the sonar boat up that morning, and he said to me, "There's media everywhere, Pete. Just be aware of that." And I got to the caravan where I went inside and briefed my team.
Yeah,
and they
we've got this on video, haven't we?
Photographs, and then as I got out the caravan,
you did a media huddle.
Officers, and I just had to walk down to the river to our boat that was set up. And now, I want to say that the media were very, very respectful to me.
They organised a huddle for you.
They didn't hound me. They were very respectful.
See, they didn't hound him.
Do you mind? Could we have a chat later or whatever? Now,
they didn't do that. We've got the live.
He
comes out, he puts on his gloves, he goes straight up and talks to them. It's recorded.
A few months ago, the lady who got...
They didn't say, "Excuse me, Peter, do you mind if..."
...killed by the dogs in Caterham by the dangerous dogs when she was walking.
Big ups. They're going to be what they're doing in chat. I'm not watching their chat.
To go and recover her body, and I had to locate the evidence that was all scattered around. Very high profile job. The media everywhere, but there was a cordon. Surrey police put a big cordon up with a tape, very polite.
And you're telling me your friend
from a distance.
My friend
phone was going.
Don't care about this other case. You're telling me your friend, the Sun photographer that you're friends with and known for years, that you didn't speak to him and arrange this media thing, and that your images of you in the media, in the Daily Mail, and the drone footage of you searching all that, you didn't have any involvement in, and you didn't say to them, "Huddle up, I'm about to come out the caravan, or do a quick media conference." None of that. No.
A few bottles of water. They're just doing a job. You've got to realise this. They are just reporting to the public. But they were following us down the bank to the river. I had drones flying over my head. And at not one
I've got a mate coming
stage,
round, so I might have to just duck out for a minute.
And then I came out the river at the end of the day. And
I got his friend a present. I got his son a present for Christmas.
I was surrounded in media, literally covered.
Give us a minute.
And I spoke. I know a lot of them, like Martin Brunt from Sky. I've over the years they've covered things that I've worked on, like the Gareth Williams case. So they're known. April Jones and Tobin. They're known, and they know me. And I don't want to be rude and arrogant, but no one's told me to stop. Now, if not one stage, one officer said to me, "Peter, quick phone call, can you please stop talking to the media?" Now, as if with my reputation, I'm not going to say, "Oh, and just carry on talking," am I? I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah. So nobody told me not to speak to the media. They just let me loose. And for 3 days, no one said a word. And they said in the report that I was signed an NDA. I didn't sign an NDA. I signed a piece of paper that was highlighting we were responsible for our own health and safety. We were responsible for our own risk assessments and our equipment. Now, I run a multi-million-pound company, and I can assure you, so we're going since 95, I do know what an NDA looks like. This was a one sheet. I quickly scribbled in it and agreed it. Now, and also, at the College of Policing, they could not provide a copy of that said NDA to me anywhere. It doesn't exist. So I've never given confidential information. I've never given away sensitive any information to anybody, and I never would. And I just need to clarify this, that I was just going up there to do a job, and I should have been just said, "Quick phone call, Peter, stop talking to the media." Great. That was it. But nobody did.
Yeah, and that would have been quite an easy thing to do, to be fair.
Well, it would have been even a quick WhatsApp would have been fine, and it would have happened. I mean, this was all witnessed by my team. I mean, my team couldn't believe it. I mean, highly experienced guys, and they've never seen nothing like it. They were everywhere, all over us, but they weren't. They waited till we finished our search, to be fair, but they were running down the riverbanks again, just doing their job, which is fair comment, But no one was controlling them, and there was no press. There was no press officer on site from Lancashire Police to brief the media. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah, well said. Fair enough. Right, moving on. So, if you were in charge of this search yourself from the beginning, what would you have done differently, Pete?
Right. Okay. The first thing you did, I would have gone 100 metres upriver from the bench. I would have started the sonar bench. Well, we would have probably gone up to the caravan park, to be fair, because you never know where Nicola actually went in, although her phone was at the bench. and we would have run the sonar. I mean, we can cover about 10 miles of river a day with our sonar to find a body. Very, very rapid. I'm not talking about River Thames width. I'm talking about a normal canal, normal river.
Yes.
We would have started 100 metres upstream, gone down past the bench, and basically she would have been found, because that's the area. I mean, she's not gone anywhere. The sonar we have is the best in the world. It's 1800 kilohertz. Now, I spoke to the manufacturers of our equipment a few weeks ago, Marine Sonic, and Terry confirmed to me that no UK police forces will spend £53,000 on their equipment. No police force has got our equipment. And although it said in the report they have the same equipment, they do not. I pioneered the use of side scan sonar in the UK in 1999 when I went over to the US, and I brought it back. I worked with Mark Harrison, MBE, the National Search Advisor, and he used to. We done 3 years of extensive trials, and then Mark used to started bringing me on, and murders, missing people all around the country. I've got so much experience, and I could find a lady's handbag on the bottom of the river with it. I can see footprints on the bottom of the river with it.
Yeah,
and I know that no one else has got the equipment in forensic search in the UK the same quality as ours.
Yeah, but
know
Pete,
that for a fact.
Like you said, it's not about the gear, it's about the people operating it, and you don't have the same training and experience and criminology background, and like just being brought in to search rivers is not the same as being an investigative criminologist. I've
already been answered in mine and Peter's interview before. If you haven't seen it, please go and check it out. It's on
God,
my
Luke,
channel.
they will watch your videos, don't worry.
Like this needs reiterating because some people are a little bit confused by this. Now, some people are saying if you located this target, why didn't you just go in and dive it yourself?
Right.
Can you let people know
Of
why
course.
that is?
A softball question. The police, it's common for the police to take over.
Right.
No.
We're working on a police operation, and it's their operation.
The question really should be, why didn't you put a stick in or reach in or do anything to ascertain whether it is a body instead of just driving off?
Yeah, but
you're supposed to be able to see down into the water. It's crystal clear.
In the truck. So we're in our, I'm in a waterproof suit and going down, keeping warm. We're sonaring. My job, and it was very clear, and we agreed this with the police, that if anything was found, then we would advise the police, and then they would, they potentially would dive it. And I did say to them, we need to put a diver in, but they refused to let us because they were like 3 hours away. But
the police weren't there.
Let us dive,
or the divers weren't there.
So normally we would be the diving team, but they had their own, the Northwest.
But they'd already been and dived it.
Who are, they're police divers, and that's their job. We let them. Obviously, that was their job.
Never forget, they've done a week of this before Peter arrived.
So just reiterate to everybody that's in here: if you were able to dive that target, would you have dived that target on that day you found the target?
We should have dived it straight away because a target could be floating, it could be moving. But considering how long Nicola had been in the river, she may be slightly buoyant, slightly neutrally buoyant off the ground, and she could start to move. So that was really important to put a diver in quickly. Absolutely.
Right, thank you for that. I think that's clarified that, because I have heard that a lot of times.
I just say we can't just jump in the water, firstly without dive kit, it's too deep anyway, but we can't just jump over the side of a boat, or
How deep was it?
Use a hook, because the thing is we do so many searches. I mean, you work, fire and rescue normally get there before us. We'll arrive.
They have been there before you.
They're going in with their pole cameras.
They have been in.
Firefighters say to me, Pete, this is too deep for us. We can't reach the bottom, and we're only looking. It's like looking at an eyeball in the bottom of the river. You're looking at a very narrow area, and the visibility was very poor as well. So cameras.
Well, it was a thermal camera.
Water and poor visibility.
Peter, it was a thermal camera as well.
We're normally diving in black water, so not a lot of use. So that's where it needs a diver.
Would you have got in trouble for diving if you went against their instruction?
I would never do that. I mean, you can't go against police instruction. I mean, would just be suicide. I mean, you just
suicide.
You wouldn't do it in respect.
Suicide.
You don't break the rules. I mean, if you're briefed on a thing, say you don't do that, then we don't do it. But you had
to argue your way into doing your job.
Greatest respect for them. At the end of the day,
they didn't want you there in the first place. You didn't just listen.
Go off on a tangent and run our own operation.
Yes, you did.
I regret, like I said, probably talking to the media, but I had no little choice because everyone was.
Wait, I'd say I want to pause it a lot. I'm
with-
going to quickly pause it there, though. He literally said, we've been showing it in our last episode, that he decided after the police had him out of the river, he would go on his own low-key operation, and he was looking for burial sites. He literally stated in a press interview that he was doing his own low-key operation.
every afternoon, every morning. But no, I
So
certainly
that's
wouldn't
wrong.
break the rules.
Don't break the rules.
Yeah, well, most people did and do understand that logic, but I wanted to clear that up as well.
None of us understand why he didn't just
I
poke
think
something
you
in the
cleared
river and
that
just
up
check
quite
about a
well
bit.
there, Peter.
Yeah.
Moving on. How much water does a drowning victim not... Sorry, I'll just rephrase that. How much water does a drowning victim take on typically?
A question better for a forensic expert than someone like Peter Faulding.
To be honest with you, Luke, we recover. That is not my area of expertise.
See?
And I don't want to go into that because that is definitely not my area of expertise. But all I can say is the victims, when we talk to witnesses of most sort of 17-year-olds, because I say we average...
Oh my
The
God.
average age we recover is sort of 17, 16,
No, it's teenagers.
17-year-olds.
I didn't know that.
And they flail around in the water, they get exhausted. And once they take a gasp of breath, it's horrible to talk about.
So why are we talking about
Then they
it?
go rapidly to the bottom.
Okay, I just want to say quickly, thank you to the mods. You're doing a really good job. If everyone hits like, show some support in the chat. Again, yeah, the mods are doing a really, really good job. And the chat is largely very, very positive. So, moving
Well, not because everyone's
on.
banned if they're not.
Right, now this is another question a lot of people have asked. And it is, why were you digging in the woods
It is freshwater,
if you
yeah.
knew Nicola was in the river?
It becomes more brackish as you go down the river because it's tidal.
This is a great one. This made me chuckle, actually. The report made me chuckle on this one, and my team as well. Right, I wasn't digging in the woods. I've got some photos that I want to show you, which is quite interesting. So on the 8th, Wednesday the 8th of February 2023, I went for a walk with one of the family friends around, and that was when I threw the stick in the river. Now, what people need to realise is I get involved in specialist land search, and I've been for years, finding buried human remains. I have done training with the Forensic Science Service. I'm qualified. I work with top forensic archaeologists like Dr. Carl Harrison, Lucy Syburn.
There's training with the service and then there's being fully qualified.
I would find either using ground radar or through my naked eye looking at
Because
visual search.
knowing a bit about one aspect doesn't teach you about all aspects, and it's the complete picture that you need.
McCourt, and I was asking what had been done to the friends.
So look,
and
I've
we
got
were
it
just
here.
walking along, and I walked into a wood. I'll show you the photo. I want you to see this because I'm not misleading anyone. This is a tree stump.
Oh my God, he's got it on he's printed it out, look.
Hang on, let me try this. See that tree stump?
Yeah,
Got
I
it?
think we can
Can't
all
we
see
show it
that,
on the
yeah?
screen? like a
give us a
image.
thumbs up if you can see it okay. So, at the bottom of the tree stump, there's some odd bits of,
Right.
I'd say,
You would know if you were a forensic expert that when the wind blows, it gathers things in the patterns of the wind blowing, and that's the ideal spot for something like that to gather. It's not human stuff that's been put there. It's the gathering of straw through the wind blowing in a sort of pattern.
front is in a very odd place to me.
You don't understand.
So to my training, my eye, this is what I find. I find things. So that there, can you see it? It's very, it doesn't look right.
Because the wind blows and it like goes in a circle and then it gathers up there.
Tree stump.
It might
Yeah,
not, I might be
It does
wrong.
look weird, to be fair.
It's
I don't
weird.
think-
So other people probably wouldn't notice it, but I notice things like that. So that's what I'm looking now. So what I did, I was actually this was witnessed by a family friend.
Nicola Buddy,
So
search expert,
I then got
hunts for burial
colleague,
sites.
and I brought my colleague was not far away. There was no police officers nearby.
This is Peter
And
Faulding
I
in
said,
this.
Lee, can you just get me a stick? And I didn't have my trowel with me, which I normally have. I said, something's not right here. So I scraped away the top. I photographed it as well. I did the right thing.
Peter
I had
Faulding.
gloves on. And I actually photographed this area. And then...
And I'll give you a quick pause because this is just bizarre. It says here in this article that he quoted Peter Faulding Specialist Group International has launched his own low-key search and spoken to Nicola's family about deposition sites, referring to a place where someone's been buried. He was looking around at other deposition sites. So, this is an article about it here saying that he's launched his own low-key thing. People have seen him digging in places, and like he's now playing it down like he wasn't doing that. Nicola Buddy, search expert, hunts for burial sites as cops make worst mistake. Like, he's saying this is not right. Maybe the media just misreported it in that article that he did with them.
I started scraping away, which I would do on any job. And this is where I work with the archaeologist. Now, let me make it clear. A forensic archaeologist will excavate, a body. Their job is to dig up the evidence, and they would then do that if something is found. But what we're going to do is ring a forensic archaeologist in straight away to look at a bit of debris here. So that's what I do.
So you just got involved.
And this is where people said, you know, you're not trained in that. I do a lot of this. So then what I done, I scraped away. Okay.
What I did.
Not with a gigantic shovel.
Pete, just pull that back slightly. Leave it there. Come forward a bit. Right, leave it there. We can all see that. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Very professional.
So what I done, I scraped that bit away with a sharp stick, okay? And I was outlining. So this ground had been disturbed. It had been dug, previously, and I was removing loose soil to outline the actual thing. And those who look at my, you know, SGI Facebook or my Peter Faulding Facebook, the author one, you'll see it. And that me working on a garden, working on a body I found under a path. Okay, now. So that's what I do. So that's it. That's the hole. Now, I was in the report. They said I dug a hole with a spade. No, I didn't. That's what I did.
Okay, I haven't seen that bit of the COP report yet.
A police officer walked over and he said,
"What's this?
Get away from there." And I said, sorry, really aggressively towards me. And I mean really aggressive.
Ooh.
Get away, leave it alone. I said, well, I'm sorry, but I found disturbed ground. It's not your job. Now, what I want to make it clear, so
he's actually having a row with the police now.
This area is not a crime scene. In fact, none of the area was taken.
And listen, earlier,
so it's public land. I can.
Earlier, he said he'd do whatever the police said.
I want to make that very clear.
Hang on, I'm pausing it again. He said, "I'll do whatever. If the police tell me not to do it, I won't do it. I'm going to do the exact rules of what the police say." Sorry, I couldn't have touched her in the river if I thought it was her. I couldn't even put a camera in. The police told me not to do it. I came right away. Here, no, this is public ground. I'm not in the river now. You can fuck off, policeman.
And that's what I've spoken to police officers about in the last few weeks. You know, they've already agreed. If you haven't got a crime scene log, so when you go in, so when there's a crime scene, it's taped off. And there's an officer.
So now he's making sure that he's legally within his rights to have done what he's done. He's made sure he's talked to probably a lawyer about this, the crime scene stuff.
See pictures of me online, fully gloved up. Then I sign the officer will sign me in, Peter Faulding, SGI. And then I can go into.
I've verified that. I've seen the officer with the clipboard
no go. You can't
on the
go
videos
in unless you're meant to be there. Okay.
Yeah.
Now.
So they were doing that around the river area, the clipboard stuff.
I was actually breaking no rules. I was just found something that needed further investigation, and that's all I did. Again, I scraped that hole out.
So you passed it straight onto the police
with a shovel, and then
I mean, I'd have dug it out.
I said that this needs looking at. Fill it back in. Now, normally,
fill it back in.
Fill it back in. You would say, right, thanks for that, Peter. We'll get it taped off. Or if there's another reason, in the police, they talk about technical things, which I'm not going to go into, but they would just brief me on it. And they would say, there's a reason, so just walk away and leave it.
Yeah, good shout out in chat there. R.I.P. Nicola, Jessica. Okay. So this is nothing to do with Nikki now.
And then they accused me of telling the family
this is about him and his...
I found a body deposition site.
No, you said that yourself in the.
That to anybody.
No.
Even if we're searching a river and I feel. Get
to fuck. We've got it on Peter Faulding. We did in our last episode. Watch my video. The last episode, Peter Faulding, the Mumsnet Files. There's a bit of him on video. I can't find it right off the clip of my head now, but he's on video saying I talk to the family about deposition sites. We have to be real about this. We can't do all the woke stuff. We have to be real about this. Like, because we're going to have to follow on with the interview and keep up with this now. I'm not going to show it you now, but it's in my last video, and I'll edit that later. Like, unbelievable. He literally said the opposite here now.
Good target. I'll explain to that a bit later. But
so you lying then or now?
I said to them
again
because no, they weren't doing anything about it. Normally, the officer
we have to look at all the options. We have to look at deposition sites.
Make notes of it. He would get on the radio or the phone. So Peter's found something, or brief me to other reasons to say, please walk away from this area. There's a reason. And I would have gone, okay, I'm with you now. The police who are watching this will understand what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to go into it in public. So that's what I did. And then I walked off then. And then at the end of the day, he walked, and that was getting dark now. And then he come up to me and just said, you know, has everything been all right for you here? We treated you all okay? I said, well, yeah, I suppose so. And I sort of, I knew we weren't wanted anyway.
Yeah,
and that
from day
was the
one.
last conversation.
From your
I
day
had.
one,
That's
day
the last time I heard from Lancashire, to be honest with you. But I want to make it clear, the report is very misleading. I would not dig up to disturb a potential crime scene. And it wasn't a crime scene. So I want to clarify that.
It was a potential crime scene. You thought it was. That's why you were digging there.
When I went to College of Policing Review in London, this whole conversation was recorded in front of 2 police officers, and I had an very senior officer with me as a witness on my side. I just wanted to take a witness with me. And he saw everything. Everything's recorded, and exactly what I've told you is exactly the same.
Apparently.
And so that is a totally misleading statement to bash me in the report. I would never tell the family that there's a body deposition site.
Yeah, but you didn't
I thought it may or could have been, because at this time I'd already been told that Nicola,
what about him saying it in the media?
The river was nothing.
He said the opposite.
I'd already been told it was nothing. So now I'm potentially looking for I didn't think she was in the river. So I'm now looking for a deposition site. And as you will recall from
you are looking for a deposition site.
I was going to go back the following week to start searching the land.
You did go and...
It needed, you know, wherever she was, you've got to, because I noticed that a lot of the area hadn't been beaten down. Normally you'd have strimmers out, you would strim all the undergrowth back, and you would cut everything back and do a search for evidence.
Excuse me, Peter, but this one says reportedly, but I've got the video clip on the other. I'm going to find it in just a second. He's now launched his own low-key search and reportedly spoken to Nicola's family about deposition sites. It literally says it here, reportedly spoken to Nicola's family about deposition sites. Reportedly, in a report where they've got your own quotes. And, like, there's a video of you saying it. Like, what the fuck?
But that hadn't been done around there. So that's why. And also they said that the area had already been searched. Well, if it's searched, this area wouldn't have been camouflaged up. But what I don't like is the blame focusing on me, totally misleading the public in the report, which is totally wrong. And that's why I'm here today. I want to correct a few truths.
That's why you're here. Nothing to do with Nicola.
I'm telling you exactly as it is, which was witnessed by another member of
Trust me, I've got a witness.
Given a statement to a very senior person in case this ever in the future we get called to some sort of inquiry.
I just want to say that the comments in the chat are very, very positive and in your favour. There's a lot of support.
Of course they are. You won't let anyone else say anything else.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone, 99% of people
woke on a lot of things now. We've just got to say it as it is. And I've said to him, we could be looking for a body. We could be looking for a deposition site here. She could have been kidnapped. She could have been being held at a will. I was with Paul, the partner, and he's pleading with them to actually search in the surrounding buildings. The surrounding area, like I said, should have been beaten down, searched every nook and cranny, every drain, not just focus on the river. It's crazy that we're just saying she's in the river.
So, like,
I may be wrong. She may end up at sea. But for all my experience, this would be the first where I'm actually wrong.
So we've got that bit where he said he's looking for deposition sites. He's spoken to Paul. Paul wants them to search elsewhere. It's not directly him saying Paul wants them to search deposition sites because I said deposition sites to Paul. But in this interview here, this article, it says he's launched his low-key search, spoken to the family about deposition sites. Okay, I haven't got him saying I said to Paul there were deposition sites, and now he's saying he didn't say that. But it kind of feels like he did, and on public national television, it kind of feels like he did. So get to fuck.
That are here are very much in your favour and very interesting.
Why don't you ask the right questions, Luke? See, this is what exasperates me, is it's not supposed to be suck off Peter hour. It's supposed to be ask him the right questions, follow up on them and get to the truth. And Luke's not interested in that. He's interested in furthering his own media career by glomming onto Peter and everyone suck off St. Peter. You know what I feel about it. I've had enough of it already and we've got to listen to hours of it. This is Peter's own media hour.
Suicides, unfortunately, very sad. And the ladies all put makeup on and they drank.
There we go.
Spirit, and they took tablets. It's pretty horrendous, really. And I wasn't the diver on them. I was on the them ones there. We didn't
those
have
ones
sonar, them three, because we knew exactly where they were.
There's something about somebody who can't speak correct grammar. the speech what I done, you know, it's a joke. And to take them as like, you know, all-seeing eye expert, Oracle, greatest one, lovely man, like, didn't you even learn to talk?
Clear. It's just the thing we use to say they're laying on their side with their legs.
Yeah, big up to Red Fan, agreed. It's his subs questions, but him as the interviewer has the obligation to research the person he's interviewing and the topic, so that when something like that gets said, he can say, oh, sorry, Peter, I understand where you're coming from, but we have got video clips of you saying the exact opposite, and in this article by Joe, you said this, this, and this. So what do you stand by with the media doing you wrong there? Because in Great Britain News, you said different, and then Peter can then explain it, because now we've got another question that hasn't been, like, that's the job of the interviewer, and if you don't want to do that, and you want to softball him, fair enough, but admit that you're just doing a Peter Faulding advert instead, I suppose.
I'm going to speculate about that. I mean, I don't think we'll ever know, and I don't want to think about that. I will never know, probably never know what's happened to Nicola. She was, you know,
I don't want to speculate.
She could have fallen. Nobody knows.
No,
and I don't
speculating.
want to start any speculation on that. I think the business here is why wasn't she found earlier?
No, we've got that video called
absolutely,
Peter Faulding,
absolutely.
I Don't Want to Speculate, made by Matthew McNicholas, haven't we? So we've all seen that in my last broadcast on Super Chopper.
Sorry, just one moment. Slight technical issue now being recovered. Did you understand why you weren't allowed to retrieve your target at the time? Did you understand?
See, that question goes with the other question about the target and the diving, and they should be put in different categories,
I did,
so you can do the interview properly and follow through a line.
They had their own dive unit there, so they wouldn't want to use us at that stage. They would want to use their own dive unit, which is fair comment.
Okay.
Which was fair. I mean, they had their own underwater search unit, so they got their own divers. So why would they use another dive team when it's like if they were on our ground, it would be probably us who dived. So that was not a bad decision, by the way. That was their decision. It was their force dive team. The Northwest Underwater Search Unit covers North Wales, Greater Manchester, Cheshire, and I think it's Lancashire. So they cover like 4 areas.
And you do, interestingly,
4 counties, yeah.
Peter effectively does that job for a different county, doesn't he? So they look at him as a private contractor who does their job, coming in on their patch to do their job as a private contractor, doing it for free, but they don't want to lose their job to people like Peter. They think they should do their job and people like Peter should not, like, maybe. So there's politics.
Break at 25.
I mean, many people think the police should do the police's job and private contractors shouldn't.
Where you made your target discovery on the 7th of February.
Yeah, we asked that earlier, but now we get to ask it now.
On our sonar boat, the towfish was down about 2 meters, so it was probably 2.5, 3 meters deep. Because we didn't have a depth sound.
You said
it's an inshore boat.
You just said the firemen tell you if it's too deep.
A lot of wiring. We don't need it because normally what we do, we find a target, and I can drop a plumb weight over the side on a bit of string and fill the bottom. Don't
Technology.
need it, you know, or we throw a diver in. I just throw a diver down, we'll plumb it and say it's brought me 6 meters. Or just lower what we do normally is lower the towfish down, and the towfish cable is marked every meter. So when it goes down, we can count how many meters it's gone down, and we know how deep it is. On this one, it was more, there's a target there, handed it straight to the police. We'd done a couple of more scans, gave it to the police and got out their way because we did not. And the other thing, what we would normally do, we would normally drop a marker over the side. Now, that's what I want to make clear about this. So, right, if you imagine me sitting on the boat, you saw the pictures of me on the boat. I've got a computer, ruggedized laptop in like a housing, keeps it dry and keeps the sun off. Okay. Now, the GPS signal is being picked up from that computer. Now, GPS can give a fluctuation of up to 5 meters. Then the towfish itself, what's retrieving the signal from the thing, is a couple of meters back on the boat. So 1.5, probably 1 to 2 meters.
Yes, it's
back.
not exact.
So
you put a marker in. I get it.
6.5 meters radius. So that target could have been anywhere between 6.5, 7 meters around that bit. It's not a pinpoint.
Okay.
And any diver knows that who works on sonar, you know. So when we do a search, we'll
and so do the police divers.
12 meters either side of that thing, but we'll put a grid in and do it, and then we find the target. Now, they didn't put a jack stay in, what we call a jack stay search, where you put a jack stay and you swim the line, you go across, and you come backwards, forwards, because it's a systematic search.
How do you know what they did?
So it's not.
You decided to fuck off down the river.
I would drop a line with a weight, and it would fly to the bottom. and it would mark roughly the area where the diver's set up. On this case, the reason we didn't do it is because the marker would have given away to the media
fucking hell,
that we actually found a target. And there is nowhere in any media where I said we found a target. As you know, there's nothing. So they never knew. What we then
so you never even did the marker
river to take the focus.
It's a shame that, because whilst it might have proved it to the media, it would have proved it to everyone else as well. But you didn't do this thing that you do every time you find one because there was media around. Got it.
Just doing a bit of diving, and I never mentioned to it. You see, so that's protocol.
Just in case people don't know what you've mentioned, towfish a few times. Can you just
Oh, please don't. It's the thing they drag around for the sonar.
It's a big missile about 3 foot long, like a missile. It looks like a rocket hanging under an aeroplane, and it's got bright yellow.
Google it.
And what's
it's on
the
a
job
cable.
of that?
It's on a cable, and
Please. He's going to talk. He loves talking about this.
Back to the computer, so it sends sound waves across the image seabed, and them same sound waves bounce off, and it comes back in, and it's processed by the computer, which ultimately gives me the image.
Got it.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thanks.
I think you've kind of already answered this, but it is a question that I said I would ask. Do you think that the media were a problem in this case?
Well, no, because they're massively helping.
I don't think the media were a problem. I think the lack of police information being given to the media was the problem. As I said,
I don't want to speculate.
There was no comms officer down there. There always is a press officer on a major job. And I mean, if you look back a few months ago, there was the case where sadly the little baby was gone missing with the parents that was eventually found in Brighton.
So this is in line with Andrew Snowden and what he was saying in the COP report, which is basically that they're not handling the media properly. We need to handle the media. Maybe there should be a separate department to handle the media. Have you thought about giving us some money so that we can employ people to handle the media? You know, there's a bit of that going on, isn't there? So
now again, after the Leveson inquiry, as Martin Brunt said in his recent book, I read it's more about now what's happened.
Luke doesn't know what the Leveson inquiry is. To be honest, nor do I. No, I do. I do. It's the phone hacking in the News of the World and all that stuff, you know.
Dealing with a vulnerable person, we don't want you to report on that, but just be careful how you report. And they wouldn't report on it, you see. But now it's very fractured. So there's a big issue, and the media were going mad up there because they weren't getting any updates. All they are doing is their job. I know some people, some media outlets might skew the truth a bit, you know.
You think GB News
to sell the papers or whatever?
Yeah.
But you just need the public are waiting for the facts, and if you'd have a daily press statement, just someone there every day,
like you did,
then it would have been a lot easier. And that's the other thing I'll get onto.
You were helping them.
I was accused in the report as wanting to do, and this is comical. I mean, myself and
but you didn't have to do it.
Senior officer laughed at this, and this was all taped. They said I was waiting to do a photo opportunity with the chief. I mean, I certainly don't.
Don't know about that.
I don't need the publicity.
No, you're not selling your book.
There, and I couldn't get away from it, unfortunately.
Oh, come off it.
And
sorry, everyone. No comment.
Mad, okay.
Back in the van.
On the Thursday, Paul Ansell, the Nicola's partner, I was talking to him and the family in the back of the caravan. We all witnessed by all these with the family liaison officer, and he was saying to me, "When are you going to search the sheds in the village? Why are you not searching the outbuildings?" And he was crying his eyes out. And they said, "Well, we can't just search the sheds without a warrant." And I said, "Well, of course you can. You just go and ask. You know, you don't need a warrant to search someone's shed. You just knock on the door. Would you mind, sir?" And we've done it loads of times, working with the police on the Sarah Benford case. Yeah, but not a problem. You can just open the. I'm going to ask them, and then freely open the door if they got nothing to hide. If they hide it, you go and get a warrant. So
what?
That was
you think it's normal police procedure?
And I said to the sergeant, "You need to get your senior officers down here. Paul wants to do a press statement, and he wants to talk to get the facts out because you're not updating anybody. Can you come back to me as soon as possible and let me know?" I waited, and then he went on leave. Never heard back. So that was again beating me up in the report. I mean, what we've got to consider here, excuse me, I just got an itchy eye. This report was meant to be looking into Lancashire's policing of this job.
Yeah.
This wasn't about Peter Faulding. But
it is now.
Report, they've come out gleaming and I've been stabbed and stabbed and stabbed. It's quite comical, and I'm glad I'm here tonight, actually being able to tell the truth, because everything has been taped when we spoke to the college police. Everything's been witnessed, and that is a total lie. It's a totally misleading statement, because those who know me well enough, they know I'm an honest guy. I don't lie. I don't mislead people. And if you go on my social media, you'll see there's no selfies of me. I'm not a self-publicist.
It's all your animals.
Oh, it's all my animals. I live on a farm, so I've got all these beautiful animals. I've got my dogs laying down here by the fire now. But, that's me. I'm not a selfie person. I'm not exactly George Clooney, so I think that's not fair. And that's not fair to beat somebody up who's a partner, who's worked with the police and done so much good work since 1999 and many years before that in other work, and then just to try and discredit you. It's totally unfair.
Yeah, totally. I just want to say to anyone that's come in recently, because I think
courtesy of the Daily Mail, that picture
have come in since we started. There's a lot of questions being asked. The 50 questions that are being asked today were asked by the public about 3 or 4 days ago on a live video. They have all been
not self-publicized.
They've been noted down. So if people are asking questions now, they're not being answered.
Ridiculous.
The opportunity was there a few days ago. Otherwise, this would be pure carnage. So please understand that if you are asking a question here, moderators will explain that to you. Moderator's doing a great job, by the way. Fantastic job. So keep up the good work. It's very appreciated. Right, moving on to 17. Do you believe that Nicola went in the water beyond the bench?
I don't want to speculate.
Right. So where I found the target, I believe she went in between the bench and the target, but I can't confirm that she went in at that particular point by the bench. No one will know. There's no evidence to suggest, she could have been running away from somebody. She could have been struggling.
I said that the other day.
No. And
I literally said that it sounds like she was running away from someone like him. It's weird he's throwing that in there.
Scene anyway. So there's no evidence.
Like she jumped in the river to escape, and then they couldn't find her.
I mean, that's why you always tape an area
From what he was, oh god, don't.
I don't want to speculate on that. But where she was found here, a bit further down, which we're going to later,
but
it could have been any part of that river, that first 75 metres.
But you specifically said you found a 75 metres.
Right,
you said you found a 75 metres from the entry point, and when you were talking about the target in the interview. So that's why people have got this question, because you said it was an entry point.
Then you can get the undergrowth, the grass can lay flat, and where there's evidence, and shrubbery. We call it ground sign in the terrain, where sticks could get broken, and green stick shows like a fracture. It
Native
shows
American
sticks been snapped off.
tracker now with his ear to the ground
and grab things, but we've got none of that in the winter, unfortunately.
You have got that in the winter.
Thank you for that, Peter. Number 18 of 50. Do you believe that Nicola was in the river the whole time?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes. But we'll come on to the bit about how she got to where she was later on. But
when we speculate.
Yes, I do believe she was in the river all the time.
What Peter means about, we'll come on to that later on, is after the 50 questions.
Yeah, we know.
Peter's going to do a start to finish, very in depth, taking us from the start to the end of the whole search from Peter and from SGI, meticulously, methodically, and very informatively. So even after all these questions, stick around, because you're going to get a full, very in-depth.
It's not a spot anymore. I scratched it, picked it. It's a scab.
Narrative of the search from Peter. So stick around for that. Okay, just let me go on to the next one.
18.
Thank you, everybody in the chat again.
Please just read the question.
Okay, 19.
19.
Okay. Again, a question that's been asked a few times. Now, do you regret talking to the media as much as you did, in hindsight?
You're doing it now, though.
Yeah, I mean, I just
Luke is just really low budget media,
left, right, and centre by people. But and again, talking to police officers lately, talking about this, and of course I do. I mean, I didn't want to be there talking to the media. That's why my team know that I don't do that.
Shut up! You were doing it before.
I was literally surrounded.
The case started. You weren't.
People, because I know a lot of these reporters over the years.
You know them.
And if I didn't have wanted to have been there, then they make. They need a story, so they'll start to. And I always advise people. We worked on other jobs, so I've said. You need to get the story out here right to the media. Give all they're after is, and any media watching this tonight who listen to this in the future will go, yeah, we just want a couple of pictures. We want a couple of pictures of a boat.
But you weren't there for a photo op.
How's your sonar work? What does it do? And they want to fill the gap. And then the public, which
but then you turned up,
want to read,
and there were loads
of the facts. They just want the facts, and let's get that right. They want the facts, and if we get that right, then the media will then go off to their van and they'll have a cup of tea, they'll download the information, and they'll come back for the 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock news or whatever it may be. That's all they want. They're just doing their job. Otherwise, they will then start guessing things. And if you give them the facts about sonar, give them how it works, give them about a couple of pictures, off they go. They won't bother you anymore.
So why did you do so many fucking interviews daily about Speculate? This is such a load of BS. We all know how many fucking interviews he did constantly.
I think that's very honest of you, so I think a lot of people appreciate that answer. So thanks for being so honest.
Such BS.
20, and then we can get to a lot of break time because the call of nature will definitely be due. We'll have to take it in turns, Pete.
Yeah, Arthur, you can go first. I'll have to ad-lib, yeah.
Okay. Do you know if any of the search dogs went near to the target area?
I don't, Luke. I'll be honest. When we were there, there was no search activity going on whatsoever.
You were there 8 days late.
So we arrived on the 6th, and one of the reporters came up and he said, "Blimey, it's all suddenly got busy since you were here. We've seen hardly anyone here." So I think by that stage they just
the reporters were there 3 days late.
Will float up somewhere. I saw a couple of search officers, with search officer on their back, but they weren't actually searching. And most of the police officers on site were local beat officers wearing body armour. You can always tell a search officer they're not wearing body armour. They just got search officer on the back, and they were just walking down the bank chatting because they're more to keep a visual presence really for the police. So. I know
to police the area,
and we're out in their boats working further away. I know they were, but round where we were, there was no search activity, and I saw no cadaver dogs when we were there.
That's very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed.
Well, it's not because
moving on to 20
context is everything.
25 before we get to the half-time whistle.
This is the problem they had with him, right?
19...
I'm pausing that again. This is the problem they had with him, is that they said, basically, we've been searching here for a week now. On the reports that she was missing, we came down the day, we had the firemen in. It wasn't like we left it 3 days and started searching. The media sort of turned up after about day 3 when it started to get more. And then by the time Peter turns up, they've moved on in their search to other areas from that particular part of the river. And Peter then wants them to all focus on that part of the river, and they've got to go back down and monitor him and deal with it. And the media are back down now because Peter's all his friends are in the media and they're all in a huddle waiting for him to hold court. It's just such a load of bollocks the way he said it.
9th of February, when Nicola was found, would she have been in the same position? And I think what that means is in the position that you saw her in the target. Would you know that?
No, I wouldn't know. I can't answer that. I mean, a body can can go into rigor mortis. It can remain stiff. It loosens up again, and it's
just say no. Move on.
I can't answer that. I honestly don't know where. I don't know the exact position. If I'm being totally honest here, I've lost touch by this time. I don't know where. All I know is she was found.
I didn't ever consider getting Peter Faulding on to do an interview on my channel, but if I'd have known this would all kick off like this and you get 1 million views for this stuff, I didn't know it was that easy. I wouldn't have had to do all the thoughtful, investigative, trying to get correct answers, and just have him on and talk shit for an hour.
That was kind of going to be the answer, but again, giving the opportunity for people to ask these questions.
Peter's scaring me.
I'll throw it your way.
Sure.
Can we get some more likes in the chat?
Can we get some more likes?
Gratitude to Peter Faulding for coming on here.
Money, you mean? Super chats, maybe.
and doing this live for us. So let's hit that like.
Peter doesn't care about how many likes you get, Luke.
And we'll move on to question 22.
Don't pretend it's for Peter.
Will you be sending the sonar images for third-party analysis?
No.
Yeah,
I'll be doing,
I'm going out to the US with the sonar images. Now, I alone can see that it's a body I don't need to go near. I've also given it to my other sonar operator, which I've got one very good one who I trained over the years at work, and he's agreed that it's a body. We don't need anyone else, but we are doing that to get to two US experts to verify.
Well, we want independent experts.
Now, the thing is about the sonar data, I want to talk about this now while we're talking about it. A sonar image. Now, when the College of the Policing, so I sent. do you mind if I go into this? Because
take your paracetamols
really
now.
Me and
go into as much as you need to. We've got as long as it takes.
Take your ibuprofen. Take your headache medication now.
With the College of Policing in London at a hotel on the 5th of. Hang on, let me get this right. 5th September. I've got to keep
no childlike empress.
In my mind.
He's never shown the images. He showed them to Luke apparently.
And I attended in a hotel room with a witness, again a senior ex-officer as my witness, and all the questions were those sent to me beforehand, and there was nothing about my search at all in the questions. It was all about. Why did you speak to the media? Why did you disagree with the coroner's report? Why did you do this? And we thought, that's very strange. So what about the report? So I answered them all, but we also wrote this out. Now, bearing in mind, this has been recorded. They recorded it. So that's good. I was happy with that. I was also asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement 3 times within that meeting, so I could never speak. And I was also asked pre the meeting to sign an NDA, which I refused.
I thought you said you were not asked to sign an NDA. I thought you said NDAs didn't come up, but now they did come up.
I totally refused to sign an NDA because I know that I'd never be able to talk. As I was so passionate about this case because I've never seen anything like it.
And you want to write a book.
And I got to the end of the questions and it was getting to about, I think it was about 10 to 2, whatever time it started, I can't remember, but it was 10 minutes before the end of the meeting. And I said, I just need to, if you turn to page 7, I said, that's Nicola Bulley laying in the river. I said, what do you mean, Nicola Bulley? So I said, well, if you turn to that, there's a picture. Now, what I did, I gave them the first image that I found at 10:34 that morning, okay? So I commenced my search that morning. We'll come on to it again at 10:28.
Just a quick pause here. During the inquest, they've got these questions about, because the inquest, as Andrew Snowden specified, was about the loss of media control, interested in that specifically. They're doing their job as Andrew Snowden has requested. I don't agree with Andrew Snowden, but that's what he requested they do. And then he's throwing them a curveball at the end. Oh, by the way, there's a picture of Nicola Bulley. What do you think about that? And they're like, well, we're quite far on in this investigation in the College of Policing report. We're coming to you at this juncture after we've done all this other stuff with the police. Now, right towards the end, you're throwing us a curveball. Now, I don't know if they spoke to him first as like the primary, most important, or maybe spoke to him a bit later, but he's throwing this curveball. And the College of Policing report have now got to say, what do we do about this? And what they did, I think, is they checked whether it was verified by independent. I mean, I haven't got through the College of Policing report fully yet. Shame on me. But they checked with someone from another university. Like the police had their own opinions on it, and they decided no. And so didn't they already dive it and check it was sticks? And so they were able to say, okay, Peter's throwing us a curveball here, but we checked with all the stuff, and that's a no. So that's where that came in, and it's weird the way he's done it to them. He's like, right, if you're going to throw me under the bus about, it feels like. Right? It feels a bit like, imagine you're in this meeting. No, I won't sign an NDA. I'm not going to keep quiet, right? You're throwing me under the bus about all this media stuff. So I've answered all your questions. And now look, I've got a card as well. Who's got a card now? Now I've got a card. I found Nicola Bulley in the river card. So you better fucking question yourself about how you write this report about me in the media, because I've got a picture of Nicola Bulley in the river. So there we go. Let's see what happens next. It feels a bit like that sort of... it feels like Peter needed something to leverage himself because he realised his media perception was going to be tainted through this report. So he's doing it here in this thing, but he's also got this Nicola Bulley I saw in the river card now.
6 minutes later at 10:34.
Very, very, very handy for Peter Faulding. Very handy.
That was 6 minutes into my search in the area of the bench.
Yeah.
And just down from the bench. And then I talked them through it, and I said, you can't see the shadows here. I thought, we agreed that we weren't going to give them any more images at this stage because I just wanted to see how serious they were about.
Why didn't you just fucking hell? You said it's the police and you give them everything. You're not going to give them any more images at this stage. So what do you mean? Did you just tell the police they had a hit, or did you give them the images? Like, I need to, when he goes through it again, later on and everything, we'll get to this. But did he show the police the sonar images and give them a copy of them in that first day when he saw it, so they could then verify it and all that? Or did he just tell them there was a hit and it's in this area and show them maybe, but not give them the sonar? Do you know what I mean? Like, because now he's saying he's only shown them one image and he's got other images that he's not giving them. Like, why haven't they got all of the images from his entire search? What's that about? You would think that after the end of day searching, I would hand over my entire hard drive's worth of images and data to the police. Do with that what you will, the police. That's my search. There it is. Not, I'll go through it and show you a little bit here and a little bit there. Like, that's fucking weird.
Looking at this data. So then I said, I need to show you the data. She said, we haven't got time. We've only got the room for 2 hours, so you're going to have to wrap up now. I said, well,
because you've waited till the very end. It's so important, the truth of Nicola Bulley, that you've waited to the very end to sort of throw your card on the table and trump all their fucking media stuff with your finding. And now you haven't got time to talk about it and you're going to blame it on them. But you could have said at the very start, listen, I know you want to talk about all this media stuff and we will get to it. But first of all, would you like to see this picture of Nicola Bulley? Does it prioritise itself up the fucking ladder of what we're going to talk about? And if you really want to talk the media stuff, I can come back for a second interview because we've only got 2 hours and this is big. Like, what the fuck?
I really just need to show you this. Okay, so they came over, showed the image. Oh, that's good, isn't it? Yeah. So I said, you need to come back to me to actually look at this data properly, because without the computer, I need to go through a lot with you. Now,
without the computer, you can't tell what it is, he was going to say. You can't. I've got the computer that can do the sonar software. Haven't they just got sonar software? Why do they need your computer and your special software to prove what you're saying? Like, it's a bit weird that as well, isn't it? You'd think that doing a screen record of the video of you using the software would be good enough, because what you can see on the monitor and what they can see on the monitor will be the same, won't it?
Even me, I can look at a picture of a body on a sonar image and go, yeah, that's a body. But when you're doing an inquiry, you have to get all the evidence and you can't do it without looking. So we never heard back. And then I got a letter say an email that we're going to be publishing the report. I thought, hang on a minute, no one's even asked me for the data. And I know I'm going to get criticised anyway. So what about my...
You mean just the College of Policing report haven't asked you for the data? Because I'm sure the police during the investigation wanted your data and stuff. Like, maybe I'm being a bit naive there. I think he means just the College of Policing report people haven't asked for that data.
Target, what do you think about that? Yeah. So I then...
Oh, wait, I've got skip juice now, so I can speed him up a bit.
4 or 5 images. And the one of Nicola laying there very clearly. Now, I want to say, I showed a police officer, 3 police officers over the last 2-3 weeks. I said, what does that look like? And
which
said,
police officers?
It looks like a person with their legs bent and sort of laying on the side. I said, thank you.
Current serving police officers?
I showed a paramedic on Monday in Bristol. He said exactly the same. And today, I shared the image with my good friend Deborah Davis.
What are you showing a paramedic in Bristol and Deborah Davis? All these people can see it, but we can't. The family shouldn't have it out there in public. And you obviously trust all these. I assume you're showing them on your phone like this, like, and not sending it to them or anything, like, or letting them in on a call where they could screen record. Seems a bit weird, this.
Medium, Debbie from the Real Housewives of Cheshire.
And Debbie from Real Housewives of Cheshire.
Friend and trustworthy friend. So I sent it to her in confidence, and she.
You sent it to her. So now, if this picture ever leaks, Peter can neither confirm nor deny where the pictures come from. It might be this woman from Cheshire House. What are you fucking doing?
Crime.
Sorry, Peter. Just what?
I sent it to her in confidence, and she burst out crying.
Sorry, Peter. Just what? I'm not diving in.
Why are you doing this with you?
That is something that a lot of people.
Is he doing the Alan lips?
Me about, which I was going to get to. So yeah, please, could you go into that into more detail?
He's doing the Alan lips.
Sending that to Debbie today, please.
Yeah, I sent the image to my good friend Debbie Davis, who you know from the Real Housewives of Cheshire and Psychic Medium, very well known person.
Psychic Medium. What's happening now? What's happening now?
Friend of mine for years, and
No offence, Trisha, you know, with the tarot, who I like, but in general, I'm going to be saying Peter Faulding, in all his professionalism, has sent the photograph of Nicola Bulley lying on the riverbed that we can't see to psychic medium Real Housewives of Cheshire. You are fucking having a laugh.
To a house, and I trust Debbie totally. And
I'm
I
out.
sent her the image, and she was in tears on the phone. And I said, well, you know, just tell me what it looks like, you know. And she said, it looks like a person laying on the bottom. And she doesn't even see sonar. She doesn't understand sonar. And from that, and they're the images I sent to the police.
It's a bit big-headed, isn't it? She doesn't understand sonar. All it is a fucking image made on a computer from sound waves. Like, it's just an image made on a computer. Understand sonar. Of course I understand sonar. It's echo coming back, the sound waves, the pictures made, and there's different colours to represent the different, and then obviously I can understand a fucking picture. I can see where there's a bit of shadow. Like,
I did. If you imagine a crime scene out of Colombo or something like that, and then you
Colombo.
get a body laying on the floor, and they chalk around it, the shape.
Yeah.
So what I've done for the police, I actually chalked around it with a blue line, and you can clearly see the body laying on the bottom
That helps.
without doubt. And the beauty of this, I then sent a letter. Now, what I want you to do is read this letter out to you. If I can fire my laptop up, bear with me.
Oh
I've
my
got my
God.
tablet, and I normally have it connected to my laptop.
Do you want to do this now or after the questions, Peter?
I'd like to do it now.
Go for it.
Because I think it's quite important. I just need to open it. I
Control
normally
your
use it in
guest.
normal mode. Bear with
I
me.
just want to say, Peter, that these images that people already know this, the images that Debbie's seen, I've also seen, and especially when highlighted with the blue pen that you've highlighted, that looks like a female body lying on the riverbed.
Yeah.
That's what I want to say. I've already said this, and I'll just make
and
it
obviously
clear again.
you've clarified that with the metadata and all that sort of stuff to verify that this is exactly the actual site. Like, because when he starts drawing blue lines around it and taking screenshots, the metadata is not going to say, you know, recorded on sonar equipment on the day of Nicola Bulley investigation. But
Yeah. Hang on, I'm just trying to get my password in. Bear with me. I'm on a tablet rather than the. Excuse me a second, everybody.
All right. Excuse Peter with technology. He's cracking on a bit. He's cracking on a bit now.
I deliberately took the tablet. I'll get my wife to.
He's supposed to be quite good at
I
technology.
Messed it up on the, I disconnected my tablet from the actual computer. I
He's-
thought I was trying to be smart tonight, but it's actually.
he's supposed to be quite good at technology. He runs a fucking sonar boat.
I know you do. Yeah.
I'm doing all right tonight, though, for once.
I want to. It's all right. I'm in a bit of
Professionalism's gone in the bin. His best friend, Housewives of Cheshire's paranormalist psychic, has been shown the images, and she cried.
30 seconds to run to the toilet, right? Because I
Okay. Okay.
This is a good
Fine.
moment to do that, Paul.
You just enjoy looking at Peter, and I'll be
I've
back
got
in
no.
30
Don't do
seconds.
that.
Paul,
Pete, just hang on
Okay.
for
Peter, Paul, and Luke, they're all the fucking disciples of fucking death, aren't they?
Thank you.
that. Talk about that, Chris.
Fucking disciples of Jesus here, Peter, Paul, and Luke.
Those of you who've not seen Luke's previous documentary, he spent 3 days with me. We brought his daughter down, and he'd done a documentary. I've got lots of animals, so I've got alpacas, I've got.
I didn't know he
emus,
brought
I've
his
got
daughter
pig-
down.
They're all pets, by the way. We got 3 turkeys. I've got a turkey called Gerald, but he's not for Christmas. And he chases my mum around because my mum lives on the farm on a cottage around the corner. And he chases my mum around and my daughter. So yeah, we live with a lot of animals, and yeah, it's the Christmas tree is in just across from the house in another
Such
area.
a lovely man.
So it's,
Talk about Huntington Life Sciences for us, Peter. Talk about all the animals in Huntington Life Sciences.
this is really important for people to hear, because this is a letter I sent to the police pleading with them to look at the data, which is extremely important.
When did you send this?
To get back. And I got a copy of this. I'm not going to name the individual I sent it to, because I don't want hate mail and stuff like that. You know, not from yourselves, but there are trolls around who watch this in the future and then start on things. So
don't be silly. Listen, if it's to the College of Police, and there should have been an open letter.
There, and I'll read it out to you. Right,
Because it's going to be now.
So,
Hiya, Pete, I'm back.
Thank you, Carl. So I'm going to read this letter out. So,
What did you call me then?
no, nothing. So if you can imagine, I gave them the initial image of the sonar shadows of the body. Okay, and you can see 2 arms sort of sticking out.
This is
initially 2 arms, 2 legs.
Listen,
initially, until
pause. The worst thing about this is we're talking about Nicola Bulley here, and there is absolutely no regard. Like, we're laughing, we're joking, we're tittering, we're going for a wee, we're coming back. All right, cock. And yeah, she's lying on the river, and she's absolutely fucking stone dead, and she's like this, and she's in this pose, and like, you know, we're talking about photographs of Nicola Bulley who died, and you're too professional to show them in public because her children might be upset. But when they see this, they're going to feel like you didn't really have much compassion for their mother, because of the way you're sort of talking around the subject and not giving any sort of thought or care to describing and talking about her dead body on the riverbed. Oh, we've got too woke. Don't get too woke on me, of course. You know, don't get too woke on me. We've got to talk about these things, you know, as they are, haven't we? We've got to talk about these things as they are.
We're too woke on a lot of things now. We've just got to say it as it is.
So, like, I get it, but it feels a bit brutal in a way, doesn't it?
And then the police then dived the target and said it was nothing. They literally said it was nothing. And I had to go with that and I was baffled why it was nothing, and I thought it was wrong. So we'll come on to how I got later on. So then when I wasn't invited to the inquest, so I made a statement that she's categorically not in the river. I want to cover this bit off. That was on the police diver diving my target and said it was nothing. I wasn't happy, but it's not my operation, so I can't do anything. So then I went back that afternoon at 4:30 in the afternoon approximately, and it's all time date stamped, to re-sonar the area, which I did, and we got more images. So the target was there.
We got more images, and also you got more images of you with the boat. Like, there's like... I'll get this up in a separate window. We'll listen to him talk while I do it.
A sonar image cannot be generated by nothing. So if you look at a sonar image, if I stood with my back to the sun and I put my arms up, you'll see two arms sticking out. Or move my leg like that, you'll see a shadow cast on the ground. Exactly what it does with sonar. But with a sonar, you normally get the shape of the picture of the body, and then the sonar. The first picture was creating shadows alone with like two arms like that. Then the later one I went on, I scanned, and then I wanted to go back the following day to re-sonar the area, but the police would not allow us to do that. And we also wanted to search the weir, and we said it's already done in case the target was moving. So we totally refused at that. Left.
This is a media website that you... Whoops, that was the wrong one. I'm still here. This is a media website where there's all different media about the Nicola Bulley case, yeah? And you'll see that in the early stages, before Peter Faulding gets involved, the images of the search and stuff, like especially the drone footage, is this search drone footage, and it's like overhead. It's not particularly good cinematic footage. This drone footage, the search footage, it's not that good, the ones that the media are doing. But well, after Peter Faulding turns up on this day, where he turns up and does that press conference straight away, out of the caravan into the press, the images, look at the quality of the images now. That's a much, much better quality image of Peter Faulding searching the river. All the images of Peter Faulding searching the river, like this drone footage here is lovely. And this image here of Peter Faulding searching the river is great. And this is the image of him the day after, and the day he's about to go searching and actually find her, apparently. And then this is him talking to the media after he's found her. And the quality of the media goes up, you'll notice, because Peter and his friends in the media are there to do really good quality images of him doing the searching, because that's what he said the media wanted. They just want some videos, some good footage. You're not providing it with them. So if you just give them the good photos of us and the sonar, then they'll just go in their van and have a cup of tea. So it's interesting, isn't it, that before Peter turns up, the quality of the media surrounding the river and the search, they probably just sent down someone with a standard camera like they do to these press conferences, and a standard camera out in the wild isn't going to get you these drone shots and all this stuff. But Peter's friends and the media that he knows, especially because he's got a book coming out and that book's got a PR publicist team, like if you're publicising Peter's book and you're releasing it in February and he's going on this, you're going to send someone down with a lovely camera and a drone independently, like the media, to get these great images, aren't you? Like, and then if the police say to you, well, we don't really need you to search today, Peter, and like he's going to go in and get a few more images anyway. And when he says images, he means sonar images, doesn't he, of the bottom of the river? He doesn't mean images of himself searching, but that just happens as a byproduct, I suppose. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you need to be wise to what's going on, I think. And I think Peter's trying to just like tell it one way.
Leading up to the inquest, I thought that I would be invited to the inquest. I thought I would be. I want to clarify this. So then I was actually down in Cornwall at the time, and I started to go through the data, all the files, every single file, Monday, Tuesday, all the files, and every single file. So it records a clip, and I can go back over it and it can enhance it. And then I got for file 22.
Like, why weren't you doing this day by day as the thing? Like, why haven't you got people from your team doing this? Like, you would think that that's part of the job when you're searching the river with your sonar, is to go through that, not wait for months later to the inquest.
And I clicked on it, and then I magnified it slightly, and there it was. And I said to my wife, that's Nicola. And I was absolutely just blown away. And at that stage, I thought, right, I'm going to present this at the inquest, this evidence, to prove that she was in the river. And
But so what you're saying is you knew about the inquest, you knew that you were kind of getting thrown under the bus because you'd already had the questions in advance sort of thing, didn't you? You said that you were prepared for this media aspect of it. Like, you know, everyone knows what the whole inquest was about. It was going along. You probably got, you know, a bit of secret word here from so-and-so says, oh, I've been talking to the inquest. And I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this, but, you know, through the grapevine, maybe Peter's found out that he might be getting thrown under the bus, because he did say that 2 weeks before that he got thrown under the bus, he decided to do an interview with Luke to make sure he's got this all in order because he was going to get thrown under the bus. And so now you're going over your sonar images, pouring through them, trying to find something that can vindicate you so that you don't get thrown under the bus. And lucky for you, you find it.
I measured the target, and I can measure the back. There's a special software, and I can measure the length of the back.
Special software.
Just under a metre. I can measure the legs where they're bent, and I can measure the lower laugh. I can measure the arms. I can measure the shadow. I can measure the height of the top.
We just need someone else with this software to get a hold of Peter's images to just verify it for us, don't we? Just an independent someone else. I mean, Paul Ansell's got that CAD design background and all his CAD designer, and was doing all that stuff with the photoshopping all the CCTV, maybe, I don't know. Someone did something to that CCTV, didn't they? Because it was all cut. Anyway,
target off the ground, I can pinpoint where it is, and I can then magnify, and I can change color palettes to enhance and then use raw data. You've got to bear in mind, I've been doing this since 1999, so I'm sort of leading expert in this field. So I do know what I'm looking for, and I do know the difference between a log and a body.
I'm sort of leading expert in this field.
And or a handbag, and et cetera, et cetera. So that's where we were. So I then got back that.
Insofar as I've bought a sonar thing and driven around with it for a few years, like.
That is nothing. And then I wrote to them this letter because I was concerned that the report was going to be published, and they haven't even seen the data on the computer.
Big ups, Cat. Do you think he wanted to be the hero for his book and release, and the police wouldn't let him interfere? Well, his book's already written. This is all going to go in the sequel. He's going to end up doing a Nicola Bulley one, probably. I don't know. But I think that he's got problems with his own sense of self-importance in lots of ways. He's got this butting with the police, but it's deeper than that, because he runs a business where in the south of England, he's doing the job that the police are doing with their divers and have already done for a week. He's turning up on the scene a week later for free, of course, but I don't know if Peter Faulding wants that contract for that area as well. I don't know if this damages his contract with the other area or future areas. I don't know how much financial interest he's got in this, you know, and how it comes out. And well, I know there's quite a lot of financial interest in this and how it comes out. And then, you know, there's like, Peter works for the government to do work like the police, like the protester removal stuff it's difficult politically, and it's difficult health and safety, and it's difficult human rights. So they pay a third party contractor, Peter, to come and remove the protesters. So like, that's not ideal if you're looking for who's going to do the most honest thing by Nicola Bulley and the truth. And like, what you know you're seeing is something else, isn't it? Like, it's a bit more of a mercenary behaviour, and so I don't like that when it comes to policing, especially, and search and rescue like this. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you follow this line, and I'm not saying Peter's a murderer, but simply, if there's an economic incentive for him to fish people out of rivers, then eventually someone's going to say, well, if there's a lot of business in fishing people out of rivers, why don't we push some people in the river, and then we can fish them out and get the money? Like, the more murder, the more mayhem, the more profit for Peter, and that's not how policing and search and rescue and stuff should work. Like, that should be taken out of commercial enterprise, because otherwise it creates an economic incentive for bad things to happen, and it should be a public service. So I don't agree exactly with the way his business works. So I don't know.
Computer, which no one can tell. So firstly, who was the expert? So if you bear with me, everybody, I'm going to read this out. And this is the one I sent to the police on the 27th of October, 2023. Dear, I'm not going to name the name. I'm writing to you in advance of the imminent release of the report by the National College of Policing, NCP, into the conduct of Lancashire Police's handling of the Nicola Bulley case. I would like to raise a concern directly with you that important and credible evidence which I provided to the police at the scene and as part of the investigation has not been fully scrutinised or followed up. Specifically, this relates to sonar images and live sonar data of a target that I located.
Okay, unfair, because you didn't scrutinise it or follow it up until just now, apparently, when you sent this letter for the inquest. So how did you expect the police to do that scrutiny and following it up? It's your independent expert evidence.
On the 7th of February 2023 during my search, which I believe to be the body of Nicola Bulley on the bottom of the river. This was deemed negative by the Northwest Underwater Search Unit, which baffled me, as I'm never wrong with my sonar readings. Based on this negative finding, although still baffled, but with trust in the dive team, I made a public statement saying that I did not think she was in the river. The next day, I was refused an opportunity to rescan the same area, and a search of the Weir area was also refused. Several weeks later, with subsequent scrutiny of the images and data by myself, I now disagree that that target was negative and believe it was in fact positive. Without the opportunity to present my findings at the inquest, I presented the same evidence to your NCP team during the interview. The team were provided with images of the sonar shadows of the target and also saw briefly live data from our side scan sonar computer. But this had to be cut short as the interview room at the hotel had to be vacated for the next booking. However,
So you didn't actually give them the scan data?
based on the gravity of these revelations, I fully expected that further information would be requested from the NCP investigation team, such as measurements, location, latitude and longitude, and viewing of the actual live sonar data, with the opportunity for me to explain my findings further. No requests have been received. Subsequent to the interview, scroll down the page, subsequent to the interview, I submitted this evidence to the coroner by recorded delivery, also with no response. At no point have any police agencies ever requested to see the full evidence, which I'm 100% certain that is of Nicola laying on the bottom of the river.
So just fucking publish it publicly then. You can't whistle blow, but like to blow it gently so that the public don't hear it properly. Like you've got to just publish this now. Like where are your balls?
Approximately 75 metres from the bench, with GPS fluctuation of plus and minus 5 metres plus 1 metre of towfish layback. Therefore, this evidence cannot have been properly considered and will leave your report open to obvious criticism. With worldwide interest in this case, unprecedented public scrutiny, and trust in the police an already all-time low, reporting this finding accurately will be an opportunity to regain back some public confidence. Having worked with many police forces over the last 30 years, I have nothing but the highest regard for the police and the difficult tasks that they do. Underwater search, in particular, is extremely difficult and specialist work. However, I will not let my unblemished reputation be damaged any further by allowing this investigation to inaccurately report my involvement. These very important findings answer two of the key questions outstanding in this case. Where was Nicola, and why was she not found? The answers are now clear.
Luke's got his Calvin Klein on there. Look, getting it in the shot there. He's got his Calvin Klein on.
Most part, Nicola was in the non-tidal part of the river, approximately 75 metres downstream from the bench. She was not found initially by the Northwest Underwater Search Unit by divers or their sonar, and then missed again when they investigated my target. No targets were located during our search. In my vast experience, we have never recovered a body that has floated after drowning. Our data shows that a drowning victim sinks either straight away or drifts a short distance while struggling until they drown. There is no exact science for how long it takes for a body to decompose and then float to the surface. It can be days or weeks depending on a number of factors. But when they do surface, they move with the flow of the river. In this case, over the weir, and probably during the night into the tidal section of the river wire. At this point, I do not know what your conclusions are or what will be published in the report. However, for the avoidance of any doubt, I'm enclosing further sonar images that were gathered at 16:30 hours, 4:30 p.m. on Tuesday, the 7th of February, 2023. These images clearly show the body of Nicola laying in a fetal position on the riverbed. For ease, I've outlined the body in blue. Furthermore, the target measures 1.6.
Hang on, I need to just get that back.
In this case, over the weir, and probably during the night into the tidal section of the river wire. At this point, I do not know what your conclusions are or what will be published in the report. However, for the avoidance of any doubt, I'm enclosing further sonar images that were gathered at 16:30 hours, 4:30 p.m. on Tuesday, the 7th of February, 2020.
Tuesday the 7th. So it says further images, but images of the same. He didn't go back and scan it again and then shoot it. She's there. This is the same image, further images of the same image, of the same scan, of the same time. Like,
23.
But he said 4:30, so that's the afternoon, isn't it? So he said he found her when he went in straight away, and then this was the afternoon. So I'm saying this is further images. This is weird, because he said he wasn't allowed to scan there again. They told him, no, he's not allowed to go back and scan there. But he did also go back and scan there the same day. Like, I'm just trying to get it right in my head. And he's took second set of images of the same place. Is that right?
These images clearly show the body of Nicola laying in a fetal position on the riverbed. For ease, I've outlined the body in blue. Furthermore, the target...
Like, if he's gone back and scanned the same place a second time, deliberately gone straight back there and scanned it and got these second images, great, because that kind of makes him look more legit, that he thought there was something down there. But if he's just gone up and down that same bit of river again, the same, which is probably what he's done, because it's a short thing. He's probably done a same afternoon search of this, and then he's got a second set of images, and it happens to have the same thing on it. So it might be that. I mean, I don't know if he's trying to zero in on it or not. I'm going to have to get his timeline really clear about when he went in the water and scanned for these images. But we've got a new piece of data here, which is an afternoon scan. He's supplying it to these people.
6 metres in total length, the same height as Nicola. The best and clearest views can be seen via my sonar imaging data, which shows the live imaging. I have offered to show this several times, but even so, these attached images are clear enough, even for someone with no sonar competence or training to understand. These images and the resulting implications will be disturbing and upsetting for the family and friends.
Well, that's a bit of a problem, though, is that like you say, I think we need to see the video of your sonar scan now. The images are no good to me because you're saying that, oh, just any old person can just see this as a body, but you need specialist sonar technology and equipment and knowledge to actually see that it's a body, apparently. So you can't have both. It's like anyone can see this as a body, but not everyone can see this as a body. You need to have the special computer to show you this and this and this. Like, so what I think is that if you've got a picture that everyone thinks is a body, but might not be, because it's a branch that's casting a shadow funny or something like that, then that's going to be a problem, because maybe the ignorant public might say, oh, it's definitely a body, but it might definitely not be. You said you need to have this specialist knowledge. So I'm going to need to see the actual video and the specialist bit now.
Nicola.
He scanned after police left, sent them the images, but only checked the images in Cornwall. Just, it's contradictory. Yeah, I'm going to have to go over and really nail down what his timeline is of when he said he scanned and when he said he sent images and stuff, because I'm finding it a bit like ideas being juggled here a little bit. We got thrown a new ball there, which is I sent the second scan to these people when I sent the letter. So
it's important for not only the police to see them.
He keeps saying fetal position, but also says arms outstretched.
But for them to be sensitively shared with the family before your report is published, and I strongly implore you to do this. Consider this. I'm keen to work with you to ensure that the report is transparent and accurate.
Wait.
The police to see them, but for them to be sensitively shared with the family before your report is published, and I strongly images and the resulting implications will be disturbing and upsetting for the family and friends of Nicola. It is important for not only the police to see them, but for them to be sensitively shared with the family before your report is published, and I strongly implore you to do this.
You're sending them the pictures so they can share them with the family sensitively, but you're friends with Paul Ansell and Emma White and stayed at Emma White's house and saw this stuff on your computer and did or did not show it to Paul that evening, and think that you want to sensitively share them with the family, but you're going to leave it up to these other people, the police, who you don't trust. What's going on here?
Consider this. I'm keen to work with you to ensure that the report is transparent and accurate, rather than pitching partners against each other very publicly.
Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage.
And so I'm asking you take time to review the evidence.
Someone will say what is lost can never be saved.
That said, once the report is released, I will be making my own media statement with the information that I provided to you. I have enormous public support for myself and my team, led by many families of victims that I've helped over many years, and my decades of unblemished work speaks for itself. It is my hope that our positions will be unilateral. The truth will be told, and the public opinion, confidence and trust will begin to be restored. Yours sincerely.
The world is a vampire sent to drain. You coming in? So you can destroy you. Hold you up to the flame.
Peter Faulding. Now, that letter
Meow.
I sent.
Well said, mate.
Thank you. So I sent that letter. They then published the report. They said they went to an expert at Cranfield University, and he said, bear with me, he said, which is quite unbelievable,
this is
actually.
True.
Just before you read that, can I get a thumbs up in the chat for that letter that Peter just read, please?
Please stop asking for likes. Please stop begging for likes.
Quite a letter, that. Quite a letter.
No, I obviously spent. This has taken a lot of my life up this, and I can tell you now, I will not give up on this. I am determined, firstly, for this family, and I am not going to have my good name tarnished in this country. All the good work that we have done, unblemished.
For the family, I'm not having my name tarnished.
Career, and I've been stabbed and tried over the last few months. People trying to discredit me. It will not happen. You've picked on the wrong person, because I will take you to the.
What it is, right? Peter Faulding's in with GB News and people like that, and GB News and people like that are political, right? And Peter's political, and he knows that there's a basically like Luke represents this working class person who is disengaged with the political spectrum, thinks they feel disenfranchised, and that they don't want to vote for Boris Johnson anymore because he's just screwed them over. But they don't want to vote for Labour either, because they're just like the same but with a different name and stuff. So they ended up voting for like the Nigel Farage Brexit stuff ages ago. You can corral these people. They are now anti-agenda. They're like, it's like the Donald Trump effect. It's like the Donald Trump effect. Donald Trump being massively rich and politically influential and becoming a politician and saying, I'm going to be the person that, like, if you don't like politics, fuck politics, vote for Donald Trump. I'm the anti-political one. I'm not even politics. I'm like, drain the swamp, and I'm going to fuck these politicians. But actually, I'm going to be a politician. I'm already in the elites. So it feels like Peter's trying to hijack or funnel this like anti-establishment, anti-establishment idea that the police are the bad ones, and like he's going to ride that and say like, yeah, I'm not letting this go because I can create a big thing about it, and lots of people are going to get behind me and say I'm Saint Peter and the establishment are bad. And like it feels like again, like, you know, playing political cards here a bit. Obviously he's got his own reputation to worry about and his own finances to worry about, his book and the future books, but there's also this appeal here in some way to, like I said, I think it speaks of this understanding of the current political sphere, and that's what Andrew Tate does to people like Luke as well. So
eventually, okay, and the truth will come out. So I want to say this. So this is when the target went to the. This is a letter. This is the public report. It's all open. Right. Let me just go back 105. Here we go.
Loads of love in the chat, by the way.
Thank you, everybody. So this is the diver. The diver went in. So it said the dive team. This is the report, and you can see it online. The dive team was later contacted by the review team regarding this find, and also confirmed that a dive had taken place on the 7th of February following the sonar imagery presented by Mr. Faulding and SGI. The dive team worked from the GPS coordinates provided by them. Bearing in mind that's fluctuation as well. The dive team. By then, along with a marker that they placed on the bank. Now, that marker is just the centre, so it could be in anywhere 7 metres either side. This location was close to the bench where Nicola had left her phone, where you would expect to find her, and some distance from where she was found. The diver who undertook this dive was able to confirm that the dive took place at 13:21, and the find was found to be tree branches underwater. Now, originally, we were told it was nothing.
Yeah.
Now it's tree branches. Therefore, cleared as negative. It is relevant also to add that the same area had been previously searched by the Northwest Underwater Search Unit using sonar on the 28th and 31st, sonar equipment and dive methods. This had also proved negative. The diver stated, this is not mine, this is the underwater. I'm actually 100% sure that there was no body in that part of the water at any time. It's not very often I dive in such an unobstructed body of water with such...
So what they're saying is that they went in the week before you arrived and it was fucking clear. Unobstructed, clear, and we went to that area as well. Like there was no
flat bottom and with good visibility. Now in the report they said the diving conditions were very dim. It wasn't clear. It was quite murky when we were there, so it wasn't clear visibility.
Yeah, when you were there a week later.
The diver provided their own record of this dive to the review team. The coordinates of the images that they record exactly of those. Now, why? Firstly, did the dive?
Or are you saying their dive that went and cleared it said it was clear? Like, you're getting confusing.
Team not say we previously found this, and on our sonar we found it was to be nothing.
Yeah.
So they clearly didn't find anything on their sonar. Now, to supplement this and to provide an independent review, the review team contacted a leading government sonar specialist for their opinion. Now, what you've got to be, and this is what I want to make it very clear. Leading government sonar specialist, fine. I don't know of anybody personally, but
you're the leading specialist in this area, apparently, that works with the government, aren't you?
finds bodies, but there was one years ago, but they've done a bit.
But being a specialist in finding bodies is not being a specialist in sonar, Peter. Sonar and sonar imaging is used for many other applications. So you can be a specialist in sonar and not want a specialist in dead bodies.
So they've never even looked at my computer to actually see the data. So all they've had is a screenshot printed on a piece of paper.
But why didn't you supply them with the fucking data then?
So you can't tell. So he said that they said low...
Wait, didn't you supply the police with the data, and doesn't this expert get the information from the police to then review it? Are you confused about chain of information here? Like, how does he know that they've not... he said he sent the data to the police, no? Or did he just send screenshots to the police now? Whatever he sent to the police, this expert has been able to get from the police, I would imagine.
Confidence in the images that were of a human casualty. This was the first expert. Now, the first one was only a sonar shadow. If they'd seen the proper body, they would have gone, that's a body. Even a child could look at it. Mr. Faulding later contacted the review team on the 26th, is what the...
Even a child could look at it. It's a body. Don't show it to a child.
Letter I've just read to you, to provide additional expert and independent opinion, were assessed by a lecturer at Cranfield University. Now, I don't know any lecturers who look for bodies in water on sonar. The target cannot be positive. Now, bearing in mind, these people have not been named. They're faceless, and I don't know who they are.
You won't show your evidence.
The target cannot be positively identified as a human body based on the data presented. No, of course you can't, without actually seeing the proper stuff. In my opinion, this target would be classed as a low probability of confidence for human remains. I would recommend the target be inspected by divers. Well, it's a bit late for that.
Well, they did.
The review concluded that this find was sufficiently investigated.
You're confused, Peter. He didn't recommend that now you should go and dive it. It's a bit late for that. He would say, if I were on the scene, I would recommend that they should dive it. The recommendation would have been to dive it. And the recommendation was to dive it, and they did dive it. It's a bit late now.
Was not investigated.
I can't, please, Rain Gods, I can't watch his chat. That would make it worse for me, to be honest. To see people buying into this rubbish would make it worse for me.
Because they've not even seen the data. Now, when I go to the United States, I will show the data. I will bring that back. And I'm just letting everybody know, which you'll be pleased to know, that this file is going to be sent now to the Home Secretary in the new year and the Prime Minister.
Great news.
And I will not let this one go. Believe me, I will not let this one go. They will receive the whole file, and it will be copied into other senior people as well. So this will get looked at, and we will finally get the truth out there, what's going on here.
Yeah, but not for Nicola Bullien to open the investigation. We talked about that earlier. You know, and the truth here is that you want to make sure it goes to the Prime Minister for you and your reputation and your business and, you know, your further interests. It feels a little bit disingenuous to have said all this and not mention Nicola Bullien, the truth, and the campaign for the truth for Nicola Bullien justice, is it? Big ups, JJ Kane.
Okay, I want to make that very clear. So I'm working on that now, and I'm working with a former senior officer on this. I've got so much public support on this. We can't let this go.
You certainly have. I'm looking at the chat. You certainly have.
So they basically said, you know, it's nothing. I mean, but I want to clarify here. It's nothing.
I'll clarify something.
That's what they're saying.
I don't care if you've got 2,000, 5,000, 10,000 people in your chat. Like, you're not getting, like, this isn't a huge, we're a niche of a niche. We're the true crime niche on YouTube here. And then, you know, it's the Peter Faulding interview. It's not that there's a huge public outcry about Peter Faulding. If you go to your local supermarket and ask people, who's Nicola Bullien, who's Peter Faulding, most people don't really know or remember. Like, we're in a niche here.
But they haven't even looked at the computer. So if I said to Lancashire Police tomorrow, I want to meet you in a room, I want to have the media there, not for TV, by the way, not for TV projection, but witnessed by the media, witnessed by Lancashire Police, Crime Commissioner, Mr. Snowden, the head of the College of Policing. I can assure you they probably wouldn't turn up because it would be embarrassing. Because if I show the images, anybody can see that it is without doubt a body. Mm-hmm. Okay, so carry on, Luke. Sorry, I needed to get that in now. It's quite important, I think. So that's good.
I think the last thing that you need to do right now with what you just said is apologise. A lot of people needed that. A lot of people wanted to hear that, and it was a very eloquent letter, and well said.
It's made it even worse. Now we even more need to see the pictures of not just the bad pictures that anyone could get wrong, but the actual sonar. And you don't need your computer to do it, Peter. You can record on your screen. Just open up QuickTime, screen record, and then play the video, and then look at the, you know, pause, point out, say the things, get your microphone, your little headset. Like, you can just do it. You're good at computers. Just show the fucking video. It's got to the point now where if you're not doing that, like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Up on the video, I want to get this to 1,000.
It's so important for your reputation. It's so important for Nicola Bullien, the truth. It's so important for everyone. The only reason you can't do it is because the children might see it and be upset because there's a sort of sonar shadowy picture of their mum on the bottom of the river, which you've repeatedly described for hours now. So, like, I think it's all right if we just see the fucking sonar, isn't it?
Thumbs up.
Can I just use the bathroom a second, please? I'll be 2 minutes.
No, you're not allowed. You need to get a nappy on.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll just.
Weird joke.
Right, guys. So yeah, while Peter's not here, thank you everybody. Thank you to the moderators. You're all doing a really, really good job. Look at that Christmas tree. That is class.
It's brilliant. I love Peter's Christmas tree. Peter's Christmas tree is class. Look at it. It's fucking brilliant. Peter's Christmas tree goes right up to the fucking ceiling. That class. Obviously, it's a bit tall but we'll bend it over at the top. That'll work. And then look at that. Fucking class. That you don't see Christmas trees like that in your house, you scrubbers. You know, yeah, you get your classy Christmas tree. If you could send me a super chat.
I spent 2 or 3 days with Peter Faulding. You can see his family life, his animals. We went to Specialist Group International. I actually met the guys that searched for Nicola Bullien. I've seen some of the sonar equipment myself. They are legit elite professionals.
So you're not invested in this in any way. Not biased in any way.
Subscribe button. I have. Oh, he's back. Go and hit that subscribe button. I've got much more content.
That was quick.
And just before we continue,
Did you wash your hands?
I do have memberships on my channel, but what I give for my memberships is more than most channels will give. I'm not just going to give you a shout out. I'm not just going to do a priority reply. We have Member Mondays where I give a lot of time to do fun and games and quizzes and prizes and basically a good time away from the darker stuff, and it's just more fun and games. Go and check out the membership area. So thank you guys for that. Peter is back. No nappy needed. Here we go. Right. Question 23. I was
just saying to my wife, I was just saying, do you recognise this plant pot, Luke? It's the one you left down here when you came down.
Hey!
I know. It's the one you left me. There you go.
Mug twins!
I can't drink out of a square cup, though. It's a bit awkward.
Mug twins!
Peter stole my cup.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, you left it here. Go on.
Why did you bring a cup with you?
Right, okay. 23 or 50?
When you went to visit...
Right.
No, wait. The next question is, when you went to visit Peter's house, why did you take your own cup? Why did you take your own mug? When you went to Peter's... I can't countenance this. There's behaviours, and there's behaviours. At what point do you travel to Peter Faulding's house and did he come in your helicopter? Did he come in the helicopter? You said, oh, don't worry about the coffee. Bring that with you. Hey! Or did you think, I'm about to go and get in the car and I'm drinking my coffee out of my mug and I think I still want my coffee, so maybe I'll just take it with me? And then when I get to Peter's house, I'll say, could you mind if I bring this in and wash it and leave it in the dishwasher maybe by mistake? Like, at what point does your mug travel to Peter Faulding's house? Like, this is just not normal behaviour. That's not like, do you know what I mean? Like, listen, right? I used to employ a variety of different people, sort of. Like, I had a sole trader and I had rent a chair in my salon. So different people could rent a chair in my salon and I had like people working in my salon, yeah? And like, there are different kinds of people out there and it takes all sorts. But there are some things that, like, because I'm working with clients and because like their hair is really important and like, I've got to make sure these people are making good decisions, yeah? And if you said like, you know, if I found out that you somehow had taken your own coffee mug to somebody else's house in this situation and left it there, I would then question whether I should put the high-end clients in your book because you might put the wrong hair colour on by mistake or do something weird. Like, what the fuck is that about? I know it's a weird minor and I should just like, but I like, you know, we have a laugh, we talk about different things, it's like the lighter side of things too, but this has been fucking like outrageous. What is your mug doing in Peter Faulding's hands? Why and how did you take it to his house and leave it there? Please do a video and explain.
Let's get serious again. So,
and why are you so red? Why are you so red? And why does Peter Faulding keep touching his nose and his mouth like Alan does? I shouldn't say it because this might end up on Super Juffer, but like, you know, we know what Alan does. Like, what the fuck's going on here?
Do not retrieve a body on a previous case before.
No, he looks a bit red on the lips there, Peter, as well.
And like I said, look, this was Northwest Underwater Search Units area, so it would be quite normal for them to dive a target. That's fair comment. Whenever we work across the southeast, we sort of covered a huge area over the years. You know, we covered Essex, Kent, Surrey, Sussex, Thames Valley and Hampshire police dive areas for murders, for retrieving evidence from bodies, and I would say averaging 10 drowning victims a year. And in 2016 alone, we had 16 drownings, unfortunately, within 8 weeks in the hot summer. So we do this a lot, and we always recover because the police call us. You know, we work alongside the police, and then we recover the evidence and, you know, hand the evidence, handle the evidence, do everything for them. So we don't, because there is a lack of underwater search units in the UK. I think there's about 10 left now, so there's hardly any left in the UK now.
And there might be more of you if they don't get the funding because they're not doing the job right and you're better than them, maybe.
That should probably, do we need more of them?
That's a hugely political question there, Luke, isn't it? That hang on. Who should be conducting underwater searches? Should it be a public service or should it be a private company? That's a huge political thing there, isn't it, in a way?
Around the country, I think.
We need more resources at the end of the day. The police are lacking resources now. That's why crimes aren't getting solved, because there's less and less police officers. There's fewer
and fewer. Agree.
Strain on the. You know, I got many good friends in the police, and one was around for dinner 2 weeks ago. You know, they're quite senior people. You know, they're stretched. They're now having to investigate different types of crime, online crime where there was no online crime, child abuse, and this sort of stuff. And everything's sadly on the increase. So they're fighting a losing battle, really.
You brought up CA there. You know, brought up child stuff there. Interesting.
They haven't got the numbers that they used to have, and they're different departments having to handle more things, and that's from the horse's mouth.
Shame really.
It is, yeah.
Right, 24, 25. Sorry, well, 24 or 50, but then we'll have a little break. Number 24, was Nick on the sonar images, was Nicola lying towards the riverbank or away from the riverbank?
It was away. It was away from the riverbank. It was against sort of there's a sandbank, but facing outwards.
Like out into the river?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's cleared that up.
That sums that question not quite simply. Okay, 25. Do you know if Nicola's injuries were typical of a drowning victim?
No, I've got no. I can't comment on that. I mean, drowning victims normally.
He said, "I've got no idea." Nearly. Does that mean he's got no idea about Nicola's injuries or no idea about general? We're going to find out.
We don't have injuries. Normally, I've never had injuries on a drowning victim. Normally, we retrieve them. You get fluids out the nose and out the mouth, but they're not unless they've hit things underwater. You wouldn't expect to see injuries on a drowning victim. No, unless they've fallen from a great height, then you could have head injuries. But that's why these things are always sealed off as potential crime scenes. You know, you've got to look. You know, we had a chap once who put a rucksack full of bricks on his back and handcuffed, tied his hands together with tie wraps and jumped in the river. You know, you don't know if he was initially was he tied up and put in there, or eventually it was proved he'd done it himself. But it was one of these things, you know. So you never know, and that's why you have to be suspicious of everything until proven differently.
Okay, well that's 25 to 50.
I'm okay to carry on, Luke.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. So
you can make a cup of coffee. What do you want?
Ask the next question.
I can talk.
Well, just tell people a bit more about.
No, ask the next question and let him answer it while you go and make the coffee. Fucking hell.
Tell you what, I've mentioned about. Obviously, we both mentioned about that documentary that we made in July.
Yeah.
But there's also a kind of sub documentary that I made about SGI.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So give me 2 minutes. You talk about that documentary.
Okay.
It's viewable on my channel, and
okay, that's fine.
I'll be back in a jiffy, as they say.
Okay, so
Right.
boats as well. We got house in vehicles. We got magnetic.
I've been inside, and they're elite vehicles.
Yeah.
They are good.
Elite.
SGI was quite an experience going to see SGI actually.
Yeah.
Right, so we're just going to crack on, yeah?
Please do.
I can't believe you're drinking out of my mug.
No,
It's more it.
Plant pot. Go on, Luke.
It is pretty funny actually. Right, 26. Okay, how would you have taken Nicola? Let me rephrase that. How would you have taken Nicola's body out of the river if you were able to recover? How would you have done that?
I wonder what Peter was looking up at and reading above his head there. But
Protocol-wise.
Well, whenever you recover a body, you firstly brief the police that you've located a body. Then you always, without fail, put a crime scene tent up. So we carry, we got 2 or 3 of them, but we always put a special tent up, which is a framed tent right next to the water source. Because what happens when a body's recovered, and I'll go into that bit in a minute, you put them out of the way of any, you firstly clear the media out of the way, you cone off you keep everyone away before the body's even recovered. And then it goes into a sterile area where the crime scene CSI can then come in to do their job to, check the body, to make sure there's no, nothing in their pockets, and search them, and also check for injuries. It's really, really important. So the way a body is recovered, now if it's a murder victim, it's done obviously totally different. Now we know if it's a drowning because we get witness drownings, a missing teenager in a river. We know they've drowned, so it's a matter of just recovering a body to the side. But we've got a special net, which is like a forensic net, very fine mesh. So what we do is then wrap the body. If it depends where it is, but normally we've got special body bags as well, mesh corners. So if it's underwater, you put the body in the bag. And as the body comes out, then the actual water can run out through the mesh, so you're not losing any evidence. We've also got a body recovery stretcher made of mesh, so that it's important to keep the evidence. Then it will go into a stretcher if it was down a bank, a hard stretcher, and then the body would then be respectfully lifted into the tent, and then it would normally be left for the crime scene investigator, the CSI, to come along and unzip the bag and then go through their process. Sometimes we then might roll the body over for them to check for marks, because obviously that's clean. If it's suspicious, they need to check marks. If there's just one guy witnessed it, whoever, then the body's checked for different marks and so on. And then if it was a murder, then the whole area would be metal detected as well. We'd use an underwater metal detector to make sure there's no hammers been thrown in or knives. And if you look at the not Colin Chapman, there's a couple of documentaries, Killer at the Crime Scene, where
obviously you'd find that stuff on your sonar as well, though.
I forget his name now, I can't remember, but it's a lot of documentaries made where we recover in evidence, worth a watch if you're into this sort of stuff. So it has to be done methodically. You can't just steam in there. You can't just put a body without a bag. It must be bagged because you're going to lose the evidence, and it's not nice. You don't want bodies being seen by people, because now with drones, it's a horrible thing even for us to have to deal with, and it's not pleasant. So it's very tough, and you just need to think of the family and think of that there's someone's loved one here, and that's why it's so important to get a body out of the water early, because if they're left, then unfortunately they decompose and they're not in a good state when they come out. Fair enough, Peter. Thank you for clearing that up.
Good question.
Next question.
Nothing to do with this really.
If you trusted the search divers when you were told that your
I
target was
suppose
negative,
it's in relation to how the police fished out Nicola later on, isn't it? It relates to that.
why did you go back to check again?
Because that's the sort of person I am. I just wanted to go back and just search that area to see if it had moved, because what my concern was that maybe they'd gone negative and maybe the target's moved down the river, because like I said before, it could be a floating target. So once a body decomposes, it can float off.
I mean, it's easy to say this now, but there's a small stretch of river that you were searching and you wanted to go back and search it a second time. No one questioned you before, like, why is he going back to search there again? Like, they just thought it's normal to search that a second time. So you can now go back and say, oh, it's because I definitely thought she was there. But at the time, you didn't say you wanted to search it because you really thought, like, you could have even just said to the media, I've got a bit of a hunch on this one or something. But like, you said nothing, like, so
extremely slow. It could still be disturbed. Even the towfish could disturb it. We disturbed a chap once who drowned in Cambridgeshire in Lake Ely. It was maybe 15 years ago, and he went down in the weed, and we disturbed him with the towfish of the. We couldn't search with the
way he talks about these things is kind of brutal.
We initially got it caught up in the weed. We moved him around a bit, so
we moved him around a bit.
Disturbed by the towfish activity, and technically she could have moved. So that's why we went back.
Okay. On the sonar images, to your knowledge, in your opinion, was Nicola's coat still on?
I can't tell.
Can't tell.
I can't tell. I can't see clothing on a sonar. You can't see clothing on it. You can just see the shape, but you can clearly see the shape. And all the other victims who've got the clothes on, you can't see their clothes. You can't see facial features. But you can see clearly a head. You can see the arms. You can see all sorts, but you can't.
The question to follow up this is: does sonar see clothing, or does it see through clothing? That's the question to follow up on this. Would you not see their clothes because sonar doesn't pick up clothes, or is it you can't because generally it's not good quality enough to pick up the intricacies of the clothing? However, Nicola's coat was a long black gilet, so it would have created an interesting shape if you could see clothing. So can you see clothing, or can you just see through clothing is the follow-up question here.
See what I'm trying to say is you can't see that.
You can see the outline of a body.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, without doubt, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you can measure it.
I can vouch for that.
Yes, you can.
Right, 29. Have you made any mistakes from this that you think that you could learn from?
Only talking to the media, I suppose. I've not made any mistakes that I know of on this job.
Not done nothing wrong.
My only regret was talking to the media. My search was, and my team search was 100%. We done what we do, what it says on the tin. We went there, we located, and that's what we do, and that's what we're good at.
Yeah, absolutely. So just the media, talking to the media then.
Yeah.
Which maybe, so
and I'll be fair, Luke, I'll hold my hands up to that. I become the face of the search. I shouldn't have been, because the police should have had control of it. And like I said, if one person just said, rather than hammer me, because I thought I'm actually someone, quite a few people said you were being set up to become the scapegoat here, and it's very clear that's what happened, because at any stage, the senior.
So he knew in advance that he had to get his ducks in order to try and fight back then, yeah? And now that we're watching the fight back, it turns out underwater sonar will see clothing. Like, if you put a great big bag of clothes in the water, underwater sonar is going to see it. It's not going to be able to tell you what the buttons look like, but you're going to see the shape of the bag and the clothes. And like, if you put a jacket out in the water like that, and he goes over it with the sonar, you're going to see the arms out on the jacket and the jacket. You will see clothes.
Investigating officer, any police officer could have said to me, Peter, please stop talking to the media. On day one, I'm not going to bend the rules. I made that clear earlier. If you're on a police operation, you don't go against what they tell you. You obey the rules.
Except when they tell you not to disturb that ground. Like you said earlier, the man said, "Oi, stop doing that," and you said, "Well, I'm not really doing it, and I'm just doing this."
One to break the rules, and they sort of you do what they say. That's it. But no one actually, no one actually told me that. No one mentioned it to me. And when they say they had to, what makes me laugh? They said they had a gold group.
He's saying, "Excuse me, I've got an itchy eye" when he does that. I think that he's worried that I'm going to body language analysis it, or someone's going to, and he's saying I'm itching my eye because it's itchy, not because it's a tell of a lie, or anything like that.
Gold command group meeting about my behaviour with the media, and then they come down and have a chat.
What's the gold?
Mention it to me. And when they say they had to, what makes me laugh? They said they had a gold command group meeting about my behaviour with the media, and then they come down and have a chat.
What's the gold meeting?
Do you not know, Luke? Gold meeting. The way the police structure works is that gold is they separate it into strategic, intermediary, silver, and operational. So the people in the strategic, the gold group, will come up with the strategies and what we're going to do. They're like the top brass, this SIO, and they don't want to be on the ground running around. They did this because of riots, because people had problems in riots, because who knew who's on the ground, who's in charge and what to do. So they created this gold, silver and bronze system. If you're on the ground and you're bronze, you listen to what the silver people tell you and you fucking do it. Like, that's all you need to worry about. If you're silver, you listen to what the gold people tell you should be telling them, and you make sure it happens on the ground. Gold people come up with a strategy. They don't have to go on the ground and run around. They tell silver people, do this, make sure this happens, get them over there searching here, and then the silver people say, right, everyone do this. And then the bronze people do it. So a gold meeting would be, we've got Peter Faulding on the scene, so he's doing his stuff. It needs to be discussed in the gold level. It's not about who's super duper and gold, silver, bronze in terms of I've won a medal. It's just like A, B, C links in a chain. The top level need to strategize how Peter Faulding is involved in his talking to the media, so they can explain to the silver level what they should tell the people on the ground about Peter Faulding and his talking to the media, and how it should be operationally put in. Like, you don't understand this, Luke.
It's all the senior people, and I'm thinking, why does it take a whole senior command team? And I took.
Do you not understand the system either, Peter?
Friends who are ex-chief fire officers and stuff, they laughed. It's like, you wouldn't have a gold command meeting about me. You would just say, Peter, you just pick the phone up. Can we have a quick chat? Please don't do that. And I go, thanks. Why would you possibly have a whole command group meeting, make all the notes minuted, just to control one little man? It's laughable, really.
One little man with a team of elite vehicles and a group of ex-military and ex-police with lots of contacts in the police and all the media turning up to interview him, and he's on the one little man. It's a bit disingenuous, that as well, isn't it?
you know, that's you can see what was happening anyway.
Well, yeah, one can read between the lines.
This is David and Goliath, by the way. That's what this is all about.
So professionalism, Peter, says that you should have just called me up. Shouldn't have done the actual standard meeting and done it officially with notes and minutes. Because I'm nobody. I'm just nobody. I'm just one little man who's just turned up. You could have just phoned me. You didn't need to do an official meeting. Like what?
David and Goliath, and I'm fighting everybody. You know, so yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Right now, if you get your findings regards to the sonar images clarified by independent.
I agree he wasn't asked there by the police, he's a civilian, and the interesting thing is that Paul had to have a conversation, Peter said, to try and get Peter in at the end of the first week of search. You know, Paul had to appeal to the police to get them in, so that would have been a gold meeting level thing. Like, it wouldn't be that the silvers and the bronzes just make the operational decisions, like whether Peter was, like, the final say on that would have been given to Peter, would have been given to gold level. Like, it would have gone up the chain through the silver level to the gold level, and the gold level people would have sent it back down the chain as an operational command. Like,
Specialists.
Yes.
Can this be used to review the case?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Star Age, the sonar is similar to the pregnancy scan stuff. Yeah, sonar is commonly used in lots of different applications, so that's why the experts can be experts and they don't have to find bodies. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if them images are confirmed, which I know they
those
will be,
images.
This is going to blow the whole inquiry, the review team completely out the water.
Well, it won't,
And
because the
there's gonna
public
be
won't
lots
have
of
seen
questions to
them,
answer.
and it will be about a question of public trust between you and the police. And you're saying that you're going to have everyone on the public side because you're doing this sort of stuff, and the police, in their naivety, who are not able to publicly media manage very well, we've seen that because of the COP report, are going to sort of be floundering and are going to be blown out of the water by all your I mean, where's this? How are you going to blow them out of the water? Are you going to be publishing it in the Sun? Like, at some point, you just want to show the fucking sonar for the truth of Nicola Bulley. I'm not trying to blow them out of the water, and I don't have a hate campaign against Lancashire Police, who I agree have spent 10 years being underfunded. So if there is endemic corruption, that needs to be investigated and weeded out. But first, they need to be supplied with finance so that they can employ a cross-section of society and like have a really vibrant and functional police force because police, we are the people and we police ourselves. That's the contract you have with the police. It's not the army coming in to like shoot you or put you in bed. It's like the police are like humans like us, like people from our own communities who decide to provide the role of law, justice and stuff like that. So it's good to have like a cross-section of society, and like the more you invest in the police and the more like, you know, investment in that way, and not just investment in sonar technology and drones, but also investment in departments, people, like the PR stuff, I guess, like, you know, the policing the internet, like they said, the child problem on the internet, like there's obviously more investment into the police, fix all these problems, please. But the government we've got and the people that, like, you know, they've fucking cut it to the bone. So I think it's easy to throw the shade at the police and say Lancashire Police are bad, they didn't do a good job, but that's like missing. It's like you've just taken the little icing on the cake and you've like tasted that and decided what the cake's like, but the rest of the cake underneath is the real whole issue. Like, you're not really understanding it. So I think this is all a bit like political now.
Know that. So and heads will roll without a doubt.
Heads will roll.
Not. If I was in charge of this review, I would have had
threatening.
me in as the expert to say, Peter, you know, because I felt as if I was one of.
Wait, if I was in charge of this review, I would have had me as the expert. Heads will roll.
In charge of this review, I would have had me in as the expert to say, Peter, you know, because I felt as if I was one of the enemy. Because normally they would say, Peter, come in, tell us all about this, tell us about your sonar, tell us how it works. Is yours better than the police's? All your experience? You know, I need to know for my review before we go to print. And be honest and go, do you know what, we've messed up here? And then what the public would do, as I said in my letter.
Yeah, but you've just been saying, right, Peter, that you've been working extensively with police forces who don't have their own search and rescue crews for these, and you fulfil that role. So the police you're engaging with are not another search and rescue team fulfilling the same role usually, is it? Usually it's like, they're not asking you, oh, is your sonar like ours? Usually it's, we don't have sonar, thank God you're here. But this is a different set of circumstances where they've been searching a river for a week already, and now you're turning up. Like, they've already done the sonar, like...
They would appreciate everyone being honest and just saying, mistake. We all make mistakes. We all know that. I made the mistake of talking to the media. I know that. But we just need to be honest and say we make mistakes.
So you're not talking to the media now. You're talking through Luke, who is like not the media because he's just a YouTuber essentially. Like,
at least they've admitted it, okay? And then we can all move forward. And then we can make things better for future operations so loved ones don't get left laying in rivers. That's as clear as that. Something has gone badly wrong here.
Yeah. Thank you again to the moderators, doing a great job. Thank you to the chat. Can we get thumbs up on the video? I want to get to 1,000 thumbs up before this is all over. Question 31. Is it unusual? Sorry, start again. Is it usual to have dried blood on a body if she'd been in the river the whole time? Do you know much about this?
I can't comment on that. I mean, that's not my area of expertise. I mean, dried blood, I mean, we find that most of the time, because most of the people are dealing with the drowning victims, let's be honest. So they are, you know, you'll get blood out of the nose where the fluids come out.
Right.
And like missing divers, you know, when we had 2 missing divers at the National Dive Centre, they had blood in the mask where the pressures pushed all the fluids out. But I can't comment on that. It's not my area of expertise. We recover, excuse me, I mean, if Nicola was out, if she was out of the river in the reeds, of course she could potentially have dried blood because any fluid would dry a bit like water. Depends on the weather. I can't comment again. But if you're left outside,
big smile for that.
You can have dried blood on you. But I really don't know.
He's got a touch of the Allens here, isn't he? Look.
I can't comment again. But
big smiles for this dried blood out the nose. I can't comment, but you did just comment.
If you're left outside, then you can have dried blood on you. But I really don't know where she was found, how she was found. I really don't know, and I wouldn't want to comment on that.
Fair enough, Peter. Question 32. Did you, I don't know the specifics of this question, but you probably will. Did you contact the coroner's office?
No, I'm not going to bully my way into the coroner's inquiry. I was waiting to be potentially invited, because obviously I've given evidence a lot of coroner's court, so on various cases. So I was hoping that I would get invited. I had my evidence prepared. You know, I'd say I'm not preparing my evidence, my files, which I would have given, and I would have, but I never had that chance to do that. No.
Bit interesting, because I don't know exactly on the timeline where you were scrutinising your files and then found that you thought you'd seen her, but you thought you'd seen her on that day as well, and you went back for a second day to check, and then you were happy or not happy that the police said she wasn't there. So later on you scrutinised, and then you definitely said you saw her when you did the scrutinising later. But that came after the coroner's inquiry that you prepared for by scrutinising your files, but didn't see her on that initial preparation for the coroner's inquiry, which you weren't invited to. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Sadly.
Okay. Did you take any dogs there yourself?
No, we don't have dogs. No, we do not have dogs. No. That's not our area of expertise. Dogs. I know plenty of people do dogs, but it's not us. I have dogs. I have my own dogs, but they're not.
Yeah. I know your dogs. Top dogs.
Yep.
Just want to say, there's a couple of. I'm just briefly now and again. I'm checking comments, and like a couple of people are saying that some comments are being removed. The only reason why a comment will be removed is for if you go and look into the description of the video.
Yeah.
There is things that won't be tolerated. That is swearing. That is being abusive. That is accusing. That is basically not very nice behaviour. Insults, all that kind of stuff. So I can only assume why those kind of comments are being removed.
Well, you don't have to assume. You can look at them yourself, Luke, because you're the one that runs the stream, so you can just read what the comments are.
Have asked me to ask. The live is available to go into
to you. You can make them visible again.
We're doing our very best here. I just want to make that clear. And again, thank you to everyone who is commenting well and to the moderators. Right.
I mean, you might be removing some of them.
From all of this.
Just want the truth to be told, really. I just want. I've had enough of constant. You know, I got.
No. Listen, like the truth, yeah, but the truth for whom and whose truth and to serve whom. Like you want your reputation vindicated, yeah, and to sell your book, but we want to discover what happened to Nicola.
I got struck off the National Crime Agency database. I mean, so it was very odd because I got a letter to be suspended by them initially, and that happened to find its way to the Times newspaper.
And you know what? I thought the suspension was nothing because it happens all the time when things get investigated. Like if you're doing a dive search, someone comes up out the search, some sort of suspicious circumstance, whatever, it's going to get investigated, right? The CIP report, whatever. There's going to be an investigation. Okay, that's fine. I do this all the time. Lots of things get investigated. While you are being investigated, you are suspended because what happens if the investigation turns out something like the reason they investigate is in case something, you know, like let's say the investigation turned out that one of your dive crew had put her in the river. God help us, you know, like, God, obviously that didn't happen, but let's say that, yeah, right, then the investigation would find that and they'd be like, oh shit, we've sent him out on 2 other jobs. So you're suspended while they investigate. That's fine. That's normal. And when it happened, it was fine and normal. Getting struck off after the COP report is not fine and normal for Peter. Not at all. And I would really like to know how it affects his business and financial interests, really.
But on the same day that the Lancashire Police handed themselves over to the IOPC for a review while they released the data, it was very well timed, and then that took the emphasis off of them, and it all was aimed at me. Expert struck off. That was the headline by the Times, and every other paper followed it. So it was pretty sad for me, considering all the good work I'd done. And the guy who wrote me the letter years ago gave me a certificate for all the good work that I'd done for the Serious Organised Crime Agency, as it was then. It was used to be SOCA. Before that, it was the MPIA. Before that, the National Operations Faculty. And
the Serious Organised Crime Agency. That's not recovery of people in the water that have drowned through mistakes, is it? The Serious Organised Crime Agency that you've been working with.
go back many years with these people, back to about 19. The guys in there won't even know, I've been working in search since sort of 1999, and also lecturing at the National Search Centre. I've been out to the FBI, the United States Secret Service. I've been all over. I'm highly regarded. And then it was very sad.
He's highly regarded.
At the National Search Centre. I've been out to the FBI, the United States Secret Service. I've been all over. I'm highly regarded. Just want the truth to be told, really. I just want I PC for a review while they release the data. It was very well. So it was pretty sad for me, considering all the good work I'd done. And the Serious Organised Crime Agency, as ago, gave me a certificate for all the good work that I'd done for the Serious Organised Crime Agency, as it was then. It was used to be SOCA. Before that, it was the MPIA, and before that, the National Operations Faculty. And I go back many years with these people, back to about 19. The guys in there won't even know. I've been working in search since sort of 1999, and also lecturing at the National Search Centre. I've been out to the FBI, the United States Secret Service. I've been all over. I'm highly regarded. And then it was a very sad day that you get struck off for no reason at all.
Yeah.
Nothing. So there's a couple of personalities who I'm coming after anyway, but I will prove this. And
you're giving speeches at the White House.
He just said there's a couple of personalities who I'm coming after, didn't he?
Personalities who I'm coming after anyway, but I will prove this.
Yeah.
Nothing. So there's a couple of personalities who I'm coming after anyway, but I will prove this.
A couple of personalities I'm coming after. Who does he mean there? Does he mean Snowden? Personalities he's coming after. Does he mean coming after to attack him, or does he mean I'm following on from? I don't know, but it's a very strange comment, that, and he'll prove it. But he could prove it now, right now, but he won't. But...
Yeah.
You've given speeches at the White House, haven't you?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
You've not been sat in the crowd.
Well,
you've given the speech.
Now here comes all my CV and how good I am and how big I am and special I am. But this is one of these things where I'm a hairdresser, or have been in my past, right? For example, if I used to do some hair at Gatecrasher, the club. I used to go down there in the evenings on a Saturday with some of my team, and we'd do the hair for a bit of the thing at Gatecrasher. That then goes if I want to put it on my website or whatever, official stylist of Gatecrasher. Get the logo on there. Anytime you touch close with or do a little speech on it's like TED Talks and TEDx Talks, and you can pay to do your own TED Talk, and we don't know how highly regarded and how important he is, whether he was Peter is taking, at the moment there's tickets for CrimeCon and Peter Faulding CrimeCon. If I just quickly, Peter Faulding CrimeCon, quickly bring this up. So the London speakers, look, he'll be on the London CrimeCon team. So if you want to buy a ticket to go and watch Peter Faulding talk at CrimeCon, he'll be on. So does that mean he's talked extensively at London conferences about, do you know what I mean? It's where you word things to put them on your CV to make yourself sound good in certain ways. Maybe there was a CrimeCon at the White House, and Peter was booked to talk in a little room somewhere about, and 2 people turned up, but now he's lectured at the White House. Do you know what I'm saying? You've got to be careful about the way people big themselves up on these CCTV, on these CV application things, because it's about projecting this, how special you are and how big you are, and people buying into it. And certainly Luke's bought into it. But for the people that investigate the Nicola Bulley case, there are a certain group of them, right, that think connections with the FBI or connections with whatever like that might not be the best thing in the world, and connections with the Serious Organised Crime Squad, and let's just say there are some people that are a bit more suspicious about some of these connections than find it endearing.
But my mum's picture on the wall is of me at the White House giving a speech. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You're not.
I was a guest. Guest of the Secret Service, yeah, and I've got the proof of it. And it's so interesting.
I'm not saying he didn't speak at the White House. I'm saying that speaking at the White House doesn't give you extra status in my mind, depending on context of how you spoke and what the event was and why you were invited to speak. And what happens if I go to the White House, right, and they're doing a Q&A, and I stand up and ask a question, I've got a photograph of it and it goes on the wall, do I say I spoke at the White House? I know he's probably done something slightly more serious than that, but do you know what I'm saying? I've said it. Yeah.
Say this over the last few months, You know, I got a regular troll. He uses different names on Twitter and stuff, and he tries to discredit me. He tries to say the guy's not experienced. Got no. It's quite comical, really. And I just right-click block, and I don't rise to them.
Apparently, he's got a troll on Twitter who says that he's not got any experience and tries to discredit him. But what he is also saying is that there are people out there sharing other ideas to the contrary than what he's saying. And I'm not saying he's got no experience, but I'm saying that the normal route into experience, search, rescue, forensics, like for a police officer, like a serving investigative police officer, might be like some sort of degree in forensics, you know, some sort of high level study in that area, and then operational expert learning, you know, through the police system. And like having done your own, I'll do this course and I'll do that course, and I've done a course in jumping out of a plane in a parachute, so I'm a parachute expert, and like, you know, doing your own piecemeal, like it's not the same, is it? So I'm not saying that he doesn't have any expertise, but I'm not saying he's like the most highly qualified in any of these fields necessarily.
These people, we know he is, because I had an IT specialist working on it, an ex-police IT man who's tracking everything for me, and it's just, you know, I don't mind criticism. I can take that.
You've got an ex-police IT man who's tracking everything for you. Am I being watched by your ex-police IT man now, me? Are you tracking me? Do I have to get my friends to fucking help me? Like, you know, I've got friends in that area. Like, do I have to get my friends to help me, like, counter surveil my own fucking computer? Are you trying to scare me? Like, me, I'm not the troll, but do you know what I mean? I'm someone that talks about Peter Faulding on the internet, so like, it seems a bit fucking weird, this. Like, I think I know who he means by his troll, because I'm on Twitter and I see things being posted, but obviously it's not me. Like, Peter Faulding has only come into our world through this Nicola Bully stuff, so right.
But for somebody to try and discredit my work and my team's work is not nice. You know, if you've always done what you've done is good for this country, and then to be struck off, and then that to be leaked, and then I just felt like the enemy. I feel like the enemy to Lancashire Police, and this is really sad, because all the police officers I know, they can't believe they said you're just in the gun sights of Lancashire Police. They've got it in for you, and they just want to destroy you. And I'd like to know the Chief Constable's view on this, because I will be writing to them as we get into the new year. But
this is the narrative, right? He's saying all the police I know, like obviously your friends are saying this to you, yeah, but like not everyone's saying this, because all the police at Lancashire Police aren't, and a lot of people are trying to, like, Lancashire Police, bad, the Nicola Bully thing, bad. So you can then turn on them as a soft target and say they're bad, and you come out, all the police, all the public support you. You know, it's a PR exercise. It's about public, you know, support of Peter Faulding over the Lancashire Police now, who are trying to bully poor Peter Faulding. And this has got like what to do with Nicola Bully and finding her?
What have I done to them? You know, why didn't they just say, Peter, let's have a chat? No one's contacted me. No one's even asked I mean, what amazes me, we left that scene and they didn't even ask us for our search report. You know, it was quite shocking. No evidence, no nothing. We were just glad we're gone. And the only reason they had us up there because they wanted to keep the public happy.
So you didn't give them your search report?
Yeah, although we had all the expertise, they should have just open arms, come in and said, "What, Peter? What can you bring? Let's sit down. Let's brief the Gold Command Group. Let's know what you've got. Update us every day."
They should have. Let's brief the Gold Command Group. So now all of a sudden there should have been a Gold Command meeting about you, which you thought was weird earlier. They just should have called you on the phone. Now it's Gold Command level. Like, of course, like, but they should have done that if you turned up on day one. But this is day 8, and they've already done all that stuff. They've already been through the river. You're turning up late, so it's unfair to say to them, right, they should have dropped everything. Day 8, I've turned up. Let's have a Gold Command meeting group. Like, hang on. If you'd been there on day 1, you'd have been in the Gold Command meeting group. Your resources would have been allocated for the river search, but you're there on like day 7, day 8. Like, you know, they've already done. Please, Peter.
Some media. We want you to do this. We want you to sweep this area. Your expertise in land search. We want you to put your brain to this. You might come up with some goods for us. You don't know. Let's work together. But you don't pitch against partners that you're meant to work with. It's just unheard of. I've never been treated. You know, I have greatest respect for the police, and they are for me the people I work with over the years.
You were never a partner at the Lancashire Police, though, were you? Like, you've worked with other police forces in different capacities and this capacity, but with Lancashire Police, Paul brought you in as, like, you know, Paul, to certain extents, we all think should have been considered a suspect, and maybe the police did consider him a suspect for all we know. Maybe initially they said, okay, CCTV, you've shown us or whatever, you're out, you know, you're in the clear, but, you know, maybe they were keeping an eye and like having a think, and like all of a sudden you're there proving, like, you know, and I'm on the side of Paul, and I'm on the telly and I'm doing this. Like, it's totally disingenuous to say this stuff, like totally spinning it your way.
Never done this to me, and this is quite sad, really. And now I'm sort of the enemy to them. Horrible.
Public enemy, he nearly said. Public enemy. He's not public enemy. He's saying. He's saying the police are trying to make him public enemy, isn't he? There's a big smile for him, because he knows that he's not public enemy, and what he's doing here on this Break the Ice with all these people in the chat and the 1,000 watching or whatever, and with Luke sucking him off, is massaging public opinion onto his side carefully. He's avoided Great Britain news this time. He's avoided the other media outlets. He's got someone that basically he can control. Like,
might be the enemy to a few, but you're not the majority. Thank you to Vicky for the super
and you
chat,
keep
by the
saying
way.
it's the majority, don't you, Luke? But you don't know about who's the majority and the minority in this. You haven't done any sort of extensive polling. You're just saying, like, you're the majority. It's us. We're the best ones. We're the majority. And anyone who dissents is a troll. They're the bad mind. Like, that's the fucking party line you're toting.
Read it, but thank you for it. I do see that you have given a super chat. Yeah, Peter. Yeah, like I said, you're the enemy to a few, but the majority, critically think, and
Oh, come off it,
99%
Luke.
positive is better than 1% negative.
Yeah.
35. Has every previous target found on your sonar always been correct?
Yes. Move on.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
See,
Yeah, I mean, sometimes
don't get him
I wanna make this very
talking.
clear, you can have a body laying on its side, and the body could be. If you imagine me putting my arms out like this with the sun behind me, you'll see arms on the shadow. If I stand with my arms down by my side or crouch down, you'll only see a bump, or you'll see, and I know that's a target. So, but every target we identify at work, and Nathan, one of my operators, we ping them. Excuse me, we ping them all the time, but sometimes you can get a target that might not look like a body because clearly this one does, but it could be laying in in an awkward position where the shadow's not hit it properly. So you could get like a straight image.
Yeah.
You still put the diver in. This is different. This one has got the legs, the arms, everything else. But sometimes, you can measure the target and you go, well, that target's only 0.7 of a meter, and the person was 1.8 meters long, so definitely not the target we're looking for. So this is, we can see footprints on the riverbed.
So wait. So some targets that you measure aren't the target after all. So wait, you've just you confused yourself again. Every target is a target and is correct. But every target you dive for specifically, because some of them are targets and you don't dive for them because they're not correct targets. They weren't the right number of meters. So not every target is correct, unless it's exactly right to be the target and you dive it and it turns out to be correct, in which case that's a correct one.
We can see where previous searches have been. It's that good equipment. It's £53,000. That's when we bought it. And when I bought the initial one in 1999, that was £33,000. I've still got the old one. We got 3 sonar systems.
See, they're heavy pieces of kit as well. Quality pieces.
Very heavy. Yeah, they're good. They really are top notch. They do what they say, and it's really specialist kit. But it's vital for finding people in rivers. I mean, what I've got to say is, around the UK, if you go to somewhere like Gloucestershire and places like this, you say police are searching the river. The police are not searching the river. It's lowland rescue teams who I put my thumbs up to. They're a great bunch. Cave rescue, mountain, all volunteers, don't get paid, go out in all weathers searching for people on behalf of the police and don't get paid by the police. Okay?
Right.
These are the people who, big thumbs up to these people, because these are, look them up, lowland rescue.
But you do get paid, don't you, Peter, for doing this job when you do it generally?
They are the guys and girls who train, they wear uniform, and they're out looking for like dementia patients at 3 a.m. and stuff who go missing, sadly. And when they search the rivers, they might be out doing a river search, but they're being boats on the surface. They can't go subsurface, but they want, and some of them have got sonar devices as well. So they're really good people. But it's not the police searching in areas where, and obviously that's why a lot of bodies get left laying in rivers, because they haven't got divers. So they wait.
But Lancashire police do. So this is irrelevant.
6 days later, you see police recover body 8 days later. What it is, it's floated up, and it's been washed up on a bank, and the police have gone and recovered it, or the firefighters have. And also, I will say, it's not just the police; it'd be the firefighters also searching the rivers.
Yeah.
So the first,
Which in the Lancashire police case here was exactly what happened. The first people that went in the river with thermal cameras was the firefighters day one. So
few hours, the firefighters will be out searching, because they're there to save life if it's still alive. And then it will get handed over, and then the firefighters will go away, and then it'll be lowland rescue as well, who will continue the search normally for a while, as long as they can. So yeah, people don't realise this. Good night.
Just want to thank Emily for the super chat. Thank you for being very going into detail with all the answers. This will take as long as it takes, because it's very important to get everything out, I think. Now I've got a question here, but I don't know if it relates now, because
Just say good night to my daughter a minute.
Yeah.
Yep.
A question here that I got was: have you got evidence of letters sent to the coroner? Is that what you read before?
No. Oh, absolutely. I've got letters.
Okay.
We sent a letter to the coroner. We sent it. The best thing is we sent it recorded delivery.
All right.
So,
but you weren't going to muscle your way into the coroner's inquiry, so presumably you're sending this letter after the coroner's inquiry, which is a little bit useless and defunct, isn't it? You said specifically there was no way you were going to muscle your way into the coroner's inquiry. So you are now sending a letter to the coroner, presumably after the inquiry, and that is useless, because the coroner's going to say, thanks very much. I wish I'd had this on my desk 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, or whenever, but now the inquiry's finished. What do you want me to do with it?
We sent it recorded delivery, and we never got a reply. Sad. Again, we've as you heard from the previous letter that I read out, I've been persistent in this. It's not something I've just made up. I've been so persistent in trying to make this happen and try and work with the authorities, but they've all just blanked me.
They've all blanked you?
Yeah.
Thank you to Jane and to Lou for super chats. Always appreciated.
Can I just let my dog out? Luke, I just let my dog out. Hang on, he wants to go back. Everybody, bear with me.
Call the nature for the dog. Yeah, so, thank you, Peter and Luke. Hope you are successful in claiming your name, Peter. Please finish gracefully throughout this case. That's from Jane Wills Art. Thank you for the super chat. 1,600 people in here. Could we get to 1,000 likes on the video? Okay, that's the super chat. Thank yous. Okay, I've got a question here. I mean, I don't think you need to answer too long because it doesn't really relate that much to this whole case, but someone's asked where did this all start for you?
Where did it start?
Yeah, your career, but can we do that later on?
Yeah, sure.
Because it's not that relevant to this.
Okay.
But we can, when you do your timeline, we can start with where you came from. So I think everyone will understand that. Right. Okay. Right. 38. Why weren't your sonar images looked at the coroner's inquest?
Well, they were never asked for. I mean, I was going to present them at the coroner's inquest, but no one ever asked me. Excuse me. So I would have brought them up, but it would have obviously changed the whole inquest if I'd shown that data. Now, interestingly enough, PC Thackeray, one of the dive unit, they've done you can Google it, it says PC Thackeray, and it's a Nicola Bully inquest video, and he done an interesting video. So he said that she would have fell in the river. No, at the bottom of the river, you've got to look, there's about a foot of water, it goes onto rocks, and even on the day, would have been only 2 foot. It's a big rock shelf, and I got pictures of it, which I again sent to the police inquiry, and the river was very slow moving. He said she would have fallen in, we discussed this before, and he was floating down the river in a dry suit, paddling himself along, one-dimensional, because it was only being filmed from a helmet cam, from a GoPro, rather than from the riverbank. And he's paddling himself along, and he said, we searched here, and he searched there, and he said, we searched the bench area, then a subsequent day we searched there, and I think we searched down there. Now, not one mention in this video for the inquest that SGI, I found, and my team found a target right at just the other side of that island, and I dived a target identified by SGI. No mention of it. Why would you possibly do that? Why would you not mention that target? You wouldn't. Now, interestingly enough, and this is another...
You don't know that he didn't mention that, and that clip that you saw isn't just a short piece of a longer piece, and that there are other people saying other things as well. Like, you don't know they didn't do that, but maybe they didn't.
Really interesting fact for people to understand. 2 weeks, now bearing in mind, I know a lot of people in the media, my phone was red hot. 2 weeks before the College of Policing report out, there was a closed press conference, a confidential press conference with a media briefing to brief them. They briefed the media on a target that we found in the river. Why would you do this? And told them that, just to let you know, that Peter Faulding's target, they showed him a couple of images of shadows, definitely not the body, and said it was proved to be nothing. Why would you brief the media before the...
What the fuck? So now there's been a secret media briefing, the sort that he wants to do to prove that he's telling the truth. Remember, he said he wants a secret media briefing that only the media, but it's... Yeah, he wanted to do that. Now you've had a secret media briefing, and they've come out and they've said that Peter didn't find anything. And why have they done that? Because right at the end of the COP report, you've thrown this curveball at them saying, here's a picture of her in the river. And they appear to be showing shadows, and you said yours looked like shadows and you'd need special equipment to prove it was yours. But they're showing some other shadows, are they? I don't know what they're showing. It's not your special sonar shadows, which also look like shadows, and saying it's not Nicola Bully because it's all these other... And so what they're doing, Peter, is getting ahead of your bollocks in the media, so that no wonder he's turning to Luke. Do you think the rest of the mainstream media, after they've been briefed by the Lancashire police, that Peter Faulding is about to come out and try and pull this bollocks? They're not following on it, are they? He's been discredited. He's been poo-pooed. Officially, publicly, in the report, it's about to come out in 2 weeks. He's going to be discredited in report, okay? So bear in mind the Times, the News of the World, the Sun, whatever. Like, he's going to come at you and say that he's actually found her, and he's going to not show you the pictures. Here's the pictures that look like shadows to us. Apparently, it might not have been Peter's fault. Like, am I getting this right? And then now he's talking to Luke on professionalism.com. Break the Ice YouTube. Like, what?
Report come out because they were worried.
Okay.
They were worried. Why would you brief the media 2 weeks before?
They're looking up. Okay, like, I'm playing this too fast for me to do a proper body language read. I'm assuming Luke's going to leave this up. So like, if I want to, I can come back and do a body language read on it. But they're looking up also, we've noted a couple of times, he's over the top of his computer up there is probably a staircase or something, like his children went to bed and he was looking up there. Maybe there's some adult, doing something. Maybe, he's looking up at people moving around in the house. So you've got to consider that as well. But yeah, if I want to do a full body language read, I'll look a bit later.
the main report come out, just to make them aware before it all starts going into the media. And that was it. So it's just lots of little interesting snippets here. No mention of at the inquest about a possible target. No mention of our search. Nothing.
Well, no, there wasn't mention of the inquest, wasn't there? Because they said that they checked your sonar stuff with this guy from the university that you said couldn't possibly be an expert in dead bodies.
Completely nothing.
Very interesting. Thank you to Anna for the super chat donation there. Moving on. How do you feel now? And will you help other forces going forward?
Yeah, we will do. I mean, I think I've got to clear my name first. I think we've got to do that. We've got to get this point out. We'll always be there to help families. We always have done. I mean, one of the classics was if the people want to Google Ellis Downs, Ellis Downs, Thames Valley Police. I mean, they scrapped their dive unit 2 or 3 years earlier by the Police and Crime Commissioner, scrapped it, not the force. Sussex Police got rid of their dive unit. And basically, the South East had no dive units to cover at all. They bring the Met in occasionally, who cover London. And unfortunately, and I know Darren and Emma will probably watch this, the parents, and Darren sends me a message every year and say, can't ever thank you enough for recovering, Ellis. It's such a sad case. We went to his funeral and he was found. He went swimming with his pals in the river, like all teenagers do, and he drowned. All the emergency services turned up, police, fire, everybody, no divers, and sonar going up and down, environment, everybody. Marine units there with special sonar, they called it. Couldn't find him. Got to day 3 and it started hitting the papers. And my wife said to me, Peter, you should go and offer your help because you'll find him. And I said, we can't just barge away in. So we rang the force and said, can we help? And he said, yes, great. So we got halfway there and I got a phone call from the search advisor saying, turn around, go back. We don't want you here. And I thought, I said,
really?
Well, sorry, I'm not having that. I'm just going to carry on. So we spoke to the family as well.
Again, Peter's not having that. I'll do what the police say. I'll tell the plot. We don't want you here. I'm not having that. Why would they call him up and say we don't want you here? And why would he just completely say fuck you, I'm coming? Like, it's kind of weird, isn't it? That one as well.
They told them they were coming, so he said, "You meet me outside. I want to see your superintendent." This was a PC search advisor, and I said, "I'll meet." He said, "You meet me in a car park outside town in Abingdon." So I did, and he said, "Right, all turn around, go home." And I said, no, we're not doing that. He said, I can't have amateurs diving. I said, amateurs? I said, we are. And he said, I'm an ex-police diver. And he said, people like you took my job. I said, no. Your dive unit was closed. We don't even...
What did I fucking say it was about? And that's not to throw the police under the bus. Like, he's going to throw the police under the bus in the way he tells this, but... What did I say it's about? Like, who's getting paid healthily now for doing the job that used to be done by police officers? And in Lancashire Police, the police officers are actually done that job for a week, and now here turns up Peter. Like, this politics is going on, isn't it?
I thought, I said, really? Well, sorry, I'm not having that. I'm just going to carry on. So we spoke to the family as well, and they told them they were coming. So he said, you meet me outside. I want to see your superintendent. This was a PC search advisor, and I said, he said, you meet me in a car park outside town in Abingdon. So I did. And he said, right, all turn around, go home. And I said, no, we're not doing that. He said, I can't have amateurs diving. I said,
you can't have amateurs diving. Well, of course you can't have amateurs diving. Like, this is like,
amateurs. I said, we are. And he said, I'm an ex-police diver. And he said, people like you took my job.
So this particular one incident that he's telling it from his side, people like you took my job. So he's saying it's because the guy lost his job, but he's got a job. He's doing a different job now. But he was a diver, and now he's a different kind of policeman. And he's eggy at Peter for that. Oh, you took my job. So taking our jobs. But actually, Peter shouldn't be taking his job because he's a private company. And maybe there's a political aspect, like I've explained. Like, if there's I've explained it a million times. It's the same with the NHS and the privatisation of the NHS. We don't want to privatise our police forces. We want as many of those jobs to be done by the police who are accountable to the people, and we don't want to make a financial incentive for people to be fishing people out of rivers and people to becoming millionaires out of fishing people out of rivers. Like, we want to make that in the police hands, and people, like, the police are quite right to not want their jobs to be done by Peter Faulding. Yeah, if Peter Faulding wants to join the fucking police, he can join the police and become a police diver. But instead, he's set up his own private police force, diving specialists, and they're going to go and do the job of the police. And the police are cross, yeah. Like, but not just because I used to have a job and it was better pay and now I'm on a different job and bad Peter, but because of all this other, like, social aspect to it. And Peter's St. Peter again in this case. He found the kid. He's St. Peter. So the police shouldn't be doing the job. Peter should.
I said, no. Your dive unit was closed. We don't even do your diving for you. And he said, well, you're not going to be diving. And I said, well, I'm going to go down and see the family. He said, you go down there, I'll arrest you. I'll have you arrested. So I just told him to go forth and multiply. I had a suit and tie on at the time. My team were there on all the vans, and I drove down to the scene. And as I walked towards the gate where the family were down by the river, a police officer put his arm out. He said, "You go any further, Mr. Faulding, I'll arrest you." I said, "Well, please do. Why can't I go in?" He said, "It's a crime scene." And again, exactly the same again. "Show me a crime scene log, officer." And I said, "You haven't got one, have you?" He said, "No." I said, "Do yourself a favour, just step aside or you're going to be in big trouble." And he said, "I really apologise. I was just giving orders." And he was fine. He shook my hand and I walked in. And I went down to the river. That night, the police still wouldn't let us dive. It got turned to a critical incident about 8 o'clock that night. The family surrounded the car in a friendly way, not in threatening. They said, Darren was pleading, crying that my son's in the river, let these guys dive. We did, and we recovered him 40 minutes later. He'd been missed. He'd been totally missed. They couldn't find him. And it's exactly the same story again, when the same with Damien Tudge.
It's a bit weird, isn't it? Peter turns up and, like, boom, found him. Like, I'm going to say this is just a flight of fantasy. Like, JJ Kane and me were talking about it the other day on a stream. Like, it's a bit scary, isn't it? Because Peter running a private business that finds people in the water, and the police haven't found anyone in the water, and Peter gets in, and there's the person in the water. So the first person you want to rule out is Peter. Do you know what I mean? It's just, I'm having a joke, but it might, like, it's scary, true crime, real crime, whatever, like, you know, fake crime, fantasy crime, like, having a bit of a flight of fantasy. But, like, isn't it weird? Like I said, like, I think that if you've got this problem, like, if you leave it like this and have more Peters in the world, then you're going to eventually have someone like a Peter, not Peter himself maybe, but someone like Peter who works for a similar sort of operation, say, right, well, I'm going to murder someone, and then when they're looking for them and they can't find them, I'm going to turn up and put them in the river. In this case, there were witnesses that saw the kid go in the river, I'm assuming, and, you know, obviously Peter didn't do it, obviously. But it's, like, very convenient for you if you can find the bodies, because financially you get, not in this case, you don't get financially rewarded, but generally, and for your profile and your business and your book, like, it'd be fucking scary if we had people like Peter running around doing this and finding, and question marks and, you know, scratchy heads about, like, how well they did at finding them, or whether they brought them in the fucking van in the first place.
The river was searched.
And that's a bit of a problem with the Nicola Bulley thing, isn't it?
It's 12 times, they couldn't find him.
Red vans. I mean, he's got lovely, shiny, bright red vans, not tatty red vans, but
We found him in 10 minutes. But I want to make it very clear, we then went on to become the official dive team for Thames Valley. So mistakes were made. It wasn't Thames Valley Police who messed up. It was a couple of people who had ego problems, who didn't like us because it's ex-divers. And we are not liked by a lot of the police dive community.
Because what they said came true, and you did take all their jobs. Because you proved them to be ineffective by finding this boy. So it's good for you that found the boy. It's good for the family that the boy was found. Assuming that there's no underhand business here, you know, congratulations. Bad for the police divers who lose their jobs, and bad for the public who now have fewer police doing policing and things like they're important, like police diving. And instead, we're handing it over to private companies like you, and you get rich. Like,
they don't want us because
taxpayer money.
Private company, we do a good job, so they've tried to keep us out of the game for a long time, and I get bad mouthed quite a lot by people within that community. Not all of them, but there's a few. And the thing is, what they don't realise, I'm older than them. They haven't been around long enough to sort of talk me experience, you know. And we have better equipment, and they don't like it. So that's it. It's an ego problem. I want to make that very clear. It's not about police officers.
So the way to fix this then, Peter, is to give the police better equipment, and then they don't have the ego problem because they've got the better equipment and they can just do the job, yeah? And you're, like, non-functional, defunct, not worth it, not necessary. Oh, you're older and you've got special experience. All we need to do is supply the police with proper diving. That should be your campaign, not giving life jackets to schools. Why don't you just donate your fucking van to the police? Why don't you give them your sonar and then let them get on with it?
General, this is about 2% of idiots who are just there to try, and they don't want you around. That's what happened with Ellis Downs' case, sadly. But then we went on, and the same with Damien Tudge. He just couldn't be found, and they brought me in to research, and I put a search strategy together, and I found him within 10 minutes in the river in his car. Still, after 18 months, we recovered him. So lots of these cases
Fair
where
play.
evidence we've come in and found, like the Landharan mine shaft, 750 feet down in a flooded mine, I found a shotgun cartridge. It could never be found. So it's all things like this, you know. And
It will be in
so
the
we've
book.
got vast experience in this field, and there's people in there who don't like what we do. And you'll see the trolls, you know, trolling. As you know, the trolls will go, "This guy's talking rubbish." Well, if you've got a problem, come and tell me. Come, you know where my office is. Come and tell me to my face, rather than be spineless and do it with a blank face. Because I'm sure my team of ex-military guys would.
Oh, cripes. He's got his Twitter trolls and he's threatening them with his ex-military. I'm glad that I just make videos on YouTube that I don't have to go to somebody's office to have a row with the military. Bit weird, this.
Love to meet you.
Bad man, Peter.
Yeah, no, not that. It's not a threat. It's
you see, Luke called it out for what it was because he saw it for what it was because he's naive. And Peter's like, no. It's not that. I'm not being a threat. Like, bad man Peter. Luke loves it. Bit of Andrew Tate, but like, you know, we're doing public media image here, so we're not doing muscling people with our strong-arm private security force. We're not strong-arm muscling people with our private security force here, Luke.
And do it with a blank face, because I'm sure my team of ex-military guys would love to meet you.
Bad man, Peter.
Yeah, no, not that. It's not a threat. It's basically
No.
if you've got a problem, come and tell us to our face. Don't do it behind a keyboard. It's only cowards do that.
Yeah,
and obviously only cowards in their chat will give them super chats and type nice things as well because they're behind keyboards too. It's silly. We're behind keyboards because everyone has a phone and a keyboard to hand. Like everyone has like the ability to put their voice forward on social media, and to shut everyone down that disagrees with you as a coward because they're saying something negative about you is ridiculous. Of course, Peter's probably got some serious trolls, I guess. I don't know. I'm not like, again, I'm on Twitter with serious people who talk about cases and other stuff. I tweet about Genshin Impact and other stuff, but the Nicola Bully stuff, I have blocked a load of people who are trolls as well. So I understand it goes on, but that's all you need to do is just block them. Like, it doesn't need to be this fucking weird, like, extra level, but yeah.
Trolls make me stronger.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, get off. If trolls made you stronger, then you fucking end up blowing up out of the house, wouldn't you? Like the Incredible Hulk and smashing the place down. Trolls make me stronger. Like operational rule 101. I'd say trolls make you stronger.
Stronger, so I want to make that clear. Trolls make me a lot stronger, not weaker.
Whiskey.
I just want to say thank you.
What was he saying? Whiskey and water then? What was Peter saying?
Trolls make me stronger.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely.
Trolls make me stronger, so I want to make that clear. Trolls make me a lot stronger, not weaker.
Whiskey.
I just want to say thank you to Hezibar.
Do you know what? I've just asked you to grab me a small whiskey and water. It's getting to that time of night, isn't it? So I need a whiskey and water.
You need one.
You
need one. I don't drink. I don't need to drink.
It's going to be a long night.
Say thank you to Hezibar. I hope I've got that right. Hezibar Pink for Super Chat, and to Civil. I think it's Civil for their Super Chat. Much appreciated. Just wanted to get that out there. I can't read them.
We're only about half an hour behind, but I'm speeding them up again.
Okay. Is your whiskey coming?
It will be in a minute. Yeah.
Colette, my baby would be very well behaved.
Just let people know that are asking questions here, like why I'm unable to answer other questions, please. I've said
not again.
I've got water.
Yeah, it's the first one I've had for the night anyway, so that's not bad. It's 10 o'clock. We're nearly 10, so.
Hold on 1 second. Right, okay, no, where are we then? Right, 40. Right. Were you concerned about the findings from the inquest?
Look, I can't comment on now Nicola died, and I never will. That's not my job. The problem I have with the inquest is not allowing me to present my evidence. Obviously, and the PC Thackeray video where he said Nicola would have floated down the river and gone over the weir on day one. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, and that can be tested at any time. A drowning victim, she would have gone straight to the bottom.
I can't comment on what happened to Nicola. It's not my job to find out what happened to her. So what happened to Nicola, slightly off the table. Me and what's happening to me, right, we're in on this.
Or she may have struggled for a few meters, while swimming, trying, she's fallen in, she's struggling, and you may go down the river a bit, but then you'll go once you take your gasps, you go to the bottom.
But let's do some
fact. International.
Chit-chat.
Internationally known fact. Yeah.
41. How could you tell from the sonar images that the target was female?
Oh, well, it's not. I'm not going to be as brazen as that and say I can tell if someone's a female or a male. She's quite, as you look at the back, it's very curvy on the bottom area and stuff like that. I'm not going to say I can tell a male or a female on a sonar image, but with this one you can see, you see more curvature to it. But I'm not going to go and say I can tell a female or a male like facial. You can't tell that. That's You know, I couldn't, unless we're looking for another body in the river, then
Yeah.
something else, obviously. But I'm not going to be that clever and say I can identify a female in the water with
Well,
someone.
it would be quite the coincidence, wouldn't it?
No, there wouldn't be another body there. I mean,
Yeah.
we know. No. Let's be clear on that.
Okay. Now, I don't know if you would know the answer to this, but again, I'm asking the questions that people have asked. Did the condition of the body, I'm going to rephrase that. No, I've got that right, sorry. Did the condition of the body look how it should for the amount of time that it was in the river? I don't know if you know that.
I really don't want to go into conditions of bodies in water because this is a family. This is about family, and I don't want to go down that route. And I know nothing about the body recovery, and I really don't want to get into the. It's not fair. It's not nice to talk about. I'll talk about the search, but I don't really want to talk about all the fine detail and stuff like that. It's not nice seeing dead people. It's not a nice job. So I really don't want to go down that route. So I can't comment.
And
on
you didn't see
I can, but
her body.
I don't know anything about conditions in this particular case, and I'd be wrong to say that.
Yeah, fair enough answer, Peter. 43. Were you angry when you weren't allowed to dive the target that you located?
Angry? Well, angry. I suppose not. Angry is probably the wrong word. Well, I wish that the police had identified the target that we gave them. I wouldn't say angry because obviously they're good divers. Police divers are highly trained divers. You know, it's an 8-week course to become a police diver. It's a tough course. So I'm not going to knock the police divers here. Something's gone wrong on this case, clearly. But again, what I will say here, and this is what I stress to the College of Policing in my letter, underwater search, and it's very easy sitting in a chair at night with a glass of whiskey and talking about underwater. If you imagine yourself being dumped into a tank of black water, you see these things done in the jungle, and you think they're bad. Put yourself in a full face underwater in a black environment, you cannot see anything at all. Often. Murky black water looking for a body. It's not an easy job. So I'm going to give a bit of credit here to police divers. It's not an easy job to do. And even in the college report, most bodies are found by people floating to the surface. Yeah. So I'm not going to police bash. I'm not going to knock the police dive team because they're highly trained divers.
I mean, listen, it's not an easy job to do insofar as like, you know, the conditions. It might be a bit cold and a bit, you know, dark and stuff. But what you are doing is floating around in the water and doing this. Yeah. Or like, you know, holding out and touching things and maybe shining a really bright torch or something and like, you know, just so it's not also the most complex thing in the world either, is it? I went in my local river and fished out a bike once and also found a really great big knife that someone had thrown in there just by being in the river and sort of fishing about like that and doing that on the bottom because, like, you know, you're kids and you go in the river, don't you? Like, that's a bad, don't go in the river, kids. What kids are watching this? It's just ridiculous. But like it seems like Peter's like, don't worry, you know, St. Peter again. Like,
it's be unfair to do that. It is a particularly difficult job. We just have better, and I can tell you now, we do have better sonar equipment without a doubt, and that's been confirmed. I do, whatever they say, we have far superior, and it's not just about the sonar equipment, it's the experience. I've been doing sonar operations since 1999. I was the first ever to use it forensically, and that can be backed up by Professor Mark Harrison, MBE, who went out to work for the Australian Federal Police after he left here. Highly regarded man in search. He worked on the the Praia de Luz job, you know, and all the big searches in the UK. Mark used to bring me in as a specialist to do sonar operation. Alison McGarrigle, all that. He would bring me in. Okay, so
because you've got the really expensive kit.
Underwater search is extremely difficult and extremely harrowing work when you're literally putting your arm on someone's shoulder underwater in the darkness. You imagine finding a dead body in a dark room on the floor, but you know you're underwater. It's not nice. So I want to make that very clear. It's not an easy job.
There's not many people that would like to do it.
No.
How many experts are you going to be asking to get analysis regards to your sonar images?
I'm going to get 2, possibly 3, but I know as soon as they see the images, they'll be hands down. I mean, I could show, if I took all the audience tonight, I'm not going to do it, but if I showed them all an image, I could guarantee that 98% of them would say, I can see the outline of the body. That's how confident I am.
Yeah, but like, I can look at a cloud and say it looks like a fucking tiger. It doesn't, like, that you said yourself is not good enough. We need to see the proper, on the computer, which I assume could be a screen record of you playing the sequence on the computer. Like...
No.
And if it's just a shadow, then why not show it?
So we are now getting down to the final 5 questions. I've done 51 by accident, so there's an extra one in here. Not a bad thing. Right, something I don't know about this, but someone's asked it. Do you know anything about a search that was done after dark?
No.
Do you know?
No, I mean, look, the thing is, let me make it clear here. There's been a lot of people online speculating about police doing covert searches at night time. Look, it's quite normal to do searches at night time. A couple of years ago, we had a man who fell over the back of a fishing boat when his son was fishing with him and he drowned. We got called in at 1 in the morning, you know, probably 11 at night to 1 in the morning.
Listen, what they're asking is, on the night that you alerted the police to the hit, did they go back in and fish her out at 3 in the morning? That's the question.
We eventually recovered his body. So that we were working through, in the night. It's common for us to work in the night. Diving in rivers is quite common. We dive in the dark. We don't always use torches either. We'll just feel around, because once you're in a black environment, often a torch isn't much use. So you're literally following a line and just sweeping along with your arm until you touch the person. On a jack stay, you're going up and on a grid, sir. So no, it's quite normal. I mean, they got to throw all the resources. And I'm saying they're probably kicking me, but I'm trying to give them a bit of credit here and say, it's a tough job. And the firefighters do a wonderful job. I mean, the firefighters are all out all night. Greatest respect for the emergency services, paramedics, police, firemen. They're all brilliant. I'm not knocking the cops. I'm not knocking anyone. I work with these people, and they're great people. But like I said, in any walk of life, as I said, I wrote about, there's the 2% club, as I call them. In any job, what you do, there's 2% of idiots.
That you do.
Yeah,
and that's across the board.
And the idiots are the people that don't want you there and think that politically it's a mistake and all these other things. Like, we're the idiots. But what you're saying is that everyone in the police likes you, but there's a couple of people who've got chips on their shoulder about police divers losing their jobs, and they don't like you. And you haven't brought up the actual politics of why they might not like police being done by private companies. And we're talking about all this, Peter Faulding, professional protest remover, policing by private companies. There's other politics that go along with that, aren't there, Peter? That we're making sure that you're the absolute saint here without even talking about that. So, yeah.
Said in the description of the video and at the start, this is not a cock bash
absolutely,
at all.
no.
And if people want to do that, then do it somewhere else, because that's not what this is about. This is about you getting your story across. And
my
100%
preferred
agree with
route
that, Luke.
for all of this would be for the Chief Constable of Lancashire to personally invite me up to say, Peter, it's all gone badly wrong here. Look, let's come and have a coffee. Let's all sit round and have a chat. Show us your images. Let's make it a friendly meeting. Let's all go up and get round the table and just have a
But what are they going to do? You said they don't think this reopen the case. There's been an inquest. There's been a College of Policing report. You think that they should then call up independent contractor Peter Faulding to come and show them some pictures of stuff that's already been through the mill of the investigation? They're the fucking chief officer here. This isn't going to be politically difficult for them. It's not going to cause any ripples in the press if Peter Faulding seen a meeting with chief officer. Do you know what I mean? It's just what? And then you think Sir Peter Faulding should come up and be given this audience with the explain it all, get it over a couple of coffee, over a beer, we'll just sort it out like men. But what's going on?
Let's hear your point of view, but no one's done that. So I feel like the enemy.
I don't think they would do that.
Like, you just don't want to work like that. It's a bit like if you imagine yourself being
you're making a lot more of yourself here than he's in it and he's in the thick of it in some ways, but I think it's unlikely the police might invite you for a cup of tea to just chat about it. Luke will bring the coffee mugs. Big shouts out, Coda Coco. It seems a bit weird to say that you would have a chat and do that.
A police officer and he gets out there, you out the car. Whoa, hang on, you're straight up, aren't you? But if someone says, excuse me, sir, would you mind stepping out the car? I just would like to search your boot or whatever. You go, yeah, sure, no problem at all. I've got no issues with that.
Yeah.
But it's how you approach people. And we've always, even when years ago digging protesters out, you always approach them in a nice manner. You smile, because if you smile and you're friendly, you get a far better. It's like a traffic warden slapping a ticket on. You're
still a cunt, but you smile at them while you do it.
If you get a double yellow line, then it's your own problem. But if they're friendly about it, you can actually go, yeah, fair cop, you got me. Just be nice. Just be nice to people.
That's a good way to live your life, isn't it? Be nice to people.
And I find that with animals, that's why animals relax me, because you can trust animals and they make you happy, So
Huntington Life Sciences.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's a fair point. Right. Do you know? I don't know if you know the answer, but again, this is why we ask questions. Do you know how many divers went in to search the target that you gave?
So let me explain. Under health and safety, so we're commercial divers, okay? And when you dive, you only have one diver in the water. It's against the rules to have two in there. So you have one diver, and you have a diver on the bank as what they call a standby diver. So the standby will have his or her fins on. We got a lady diver. You will have all your kit on, your hood on, apart from your mask, okay? And if the diver gets tangled up underwater, the standby will, that they call crash the standby, the diver will follow the line down and come and assist you underwater. So the diver who dived the target, always, if you recover a body, you are on your own. You are down there on your own. There's no one with you. And that's what I'm saying. Underwater search, and credit to the police diver, it's a very difficult job. It's not nice. You are on your own.
The question was, how many divers had dived the site before you? How many times have the police searched it? Not, do you operate alone?
With a dead person in the water, in the dark.
That's pretty heavy, that.
Yeah, it is. Okay, it is.
Yeah, it is. Do you know what? I'm not going to be brutal here too much, but I can be brutal. The emergency services, the NHS, the doctors and nurses, they see a lot of brutality as well, don't they? And okay, going down there in the dark, and feeling out for it. Oh, horrid. Like, you touched it with your glove. But then, like, you touched it with your glove and you put a bag around it and it's a dead body, okay, but it's like a human body. And, like, you know, like, it's not, like, there are people that work in the mortuary that work with dead bodies all the time. Like, he's making it out to be like, you know, I do this fucking super job and I'm like fucking super dead manhole. Like, you don't want to do it. It's fucking awful. I'm St. Peter here, remember? Like, I've had to go through this trauma. He's also like, you know, oh, I don't know. I think he's over-egging that a little bit now. I think we've had enough of that, thanks, Peter.
It's one diver that went in then.
One diver, yeah.
Okay.
Always.
Right, we're getting down to the final 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How far will you take your findings until they are proven to be right?
Well, I've already told you, we are writing to the Home Secretary
Prime
with
Minister.
the evidence in the new year, not this side of Christmas. There's too much going on at the moment. I mean, this has consumed my life
All
for
right.
months. And
We're not going to do that till next year. There's too much going on at Christmas. We're not writing to the Home Secretary now. What, you can't write a letter and send it? We're doing that after Christmas. Maybe it's too legal. Maybe he's got the lawyers involved. I don't know. But that's happening after Christmas. He's taking a break from all this for Christmas now. December the 7th.
It's driven me mad the way I've been treated.
I bet it
All
has.
I wanted to do is do a job, and I've been battered. I've been, trashed. I've been discredited for no reason, for a guy who's just done good for this country. Never get thank you.
It's totally backfired.
I don't want to thank you. All I want is, I just want truth to the family, really, and I want people to admit their wrongs. Simple. Like I would, if that was me, and if SGI got it wrong, then I go, hands up. I'm sorry, everybody, and people respect that. But don't
now, right? I want truth for the family, and I want them to, right their wrongs on this. Now we're using the family as like a sword and shield. We're like, the family are the political football now. I just want truth for me and my reputation and this and that. And it's for the family. The family deserve the truth. Like, that bit was a bit, I don't like that.
good for this country. Never get thank you.
It's totally backfired.
I don't want to thank you. All I want is, I just want truth to the family, really, and I want people to admit their wrongs. Simple. Like I would, if that was me, and if SGI got it wrong, then I go, hands up. I'm sorry, everybody, and people respect that. But don't cover the truth up. Don't cover up that you've thoroughly looked at the images when you haven't. I mean, I think the Home Secretary would be interested in this, to find out that his review team have not reviewed the data properly. And then I was talking to the police officer yesterday, ex-police officer, senior police officer yesterday, and he said, this is unbelievable. You've got to bring this out. This is not right, because it's tarring all the police around the UK as shoddy. And they're not. They're not shoddy.
But they've done their own dragging of the sonar. They've done their own investigation. You're a private company with different standards, maybe. You've got a better sonar that has done a search and then has handed over what you have said looks like a hit to them, but not given them the full data that you've kept from them. And they're at fault because they didn't extensively check all your data, which you didn't necessarily say you knew all about until you thoroughly checked it over yourself later on. Like, it's all a bit weird, isn't it? Again, Peter Faulding has sat down, in my opinion, knowing he's going under the bus and been trawling through his sonar, desperately hoping he's going to find something that can vindicate him in the public eye. And lo and behold, he's found it. So, lucky for him, good for him. It's a shame that he didn't recover Nicola at the time, because he wouldn't have had to go through all this. It's a shame that, it turned out to be nothing according to the police, and he let that go and just told us all that it was nothing. But now he's in. Again, it's like boy cried wolf stuff, isn't it? Because he told us the lies in public before for the, for the professionalism, and now he's getting called out for it, and he has to, it's poor Peter. He could have solved all this by just showing us all the sonar back then, or at any given opportunity since then. The sooner the better. Showing all, eventually it's going to have to all come out, otherwise people are going to be cross long run. So why not fucking get it out there? Why are we doing this silly dance on Luke's channel? Because the mainstream media won't talk to you anymore.
Most of them do a very professional
They
job.
go to, police officers go to work, they take some.
And that's really interesting, actually.
Bottles thrown out and punched in the.
No, I don't know if he's choosing to do this with Luke because the mainstream media have gone to that meeting that he said was a clandestine secret meeting to poo-poo him, or if the mainstream media will talk to him. But he used to do quite a lot of the reason he got involved in the Nicola Bulley stuff is because before he even got invited on the search, he was on the news talking about her, being invited on as an expert, what I would do if I was searching and stuff like that. So big ups Hetry, bit like Elon, he gets his annoying fucking face into anything. Big ups. Yeah, it's like if the media aren't going to talk to him anymore, and he's not going to get many more media engagements, and the search and rescue work, he's been struck off that register, so I don't know how that affects his work. It feels like Peter scanning through his sonar, needing to find something. Lucky for him, he's found it, and he's going to have to take this somewhere, isn't he? Because like, I don't know what happens to him and his £1 million enterprise in the coming future, but I suppose we're not really going to get into that interesting part of the conversation, are we?
Face on a Friday night, and they all getting tarnished with the same brush.
Big ups, Colette. I don't ignore you. I taught you tonight.
Who are getting it wrong. We need some good leaders. We need leaders.
Petrie's
I need my
new.
team at work, and I will go with them on a job. I will lead from the front. That's why I was in the water that day. On the sonar, it was freezing cold, and we were working to do our job. Lead from the front, be there on the scene, go and meet the people. Drink coffee with them, make them coffee, and it's really important for team bonding. People need to work as a team, and a lot of jobs they go on, you never see half the time senior people coming down. It's sad.
No,
really.
No, it's not sad, Peter. It's how it works. Gold, silver, bronze. If you're operational on the ground, the gold level people are not supposed to be running around on the ground. Do you know why? They had riots, and in the riots there were different teams of police, and they didn't know who was gold, silver, and bronze. They didn't have that system, so they were like, hang on, this sergeant has told me to do this, but this sergeant's told me to do this, and I'm an operational one, but I'm down on the ground to make sure that I'm doing proper strategizing by being down on the ground. But we don't need you down on the ground. We need you up in the office. What are you doing down here with your big hat on, confusing things? So what they said is, don't do that. We'll have the strategic gold standard people creating the strategy. Okay, sometimes they might turn up to a press conference or do a thing, or but mainly they're not on the scene doing that. The intermediaries, the silver level, are on the scene doing that, acting as the intermediaries, and the bronze level are on the scene doing their fucking job, and everyone knows where we stand. So it's not a shame that the chief of the police doesn't turn up to every fucking missing persons thing that's going on, because it confuses the issue when big, serious, confusing crimes are happening, like riots, and that's why they've got these standards. And I don't know why you don't seem to understand it. I had to look into it because I wanted to know what was going on during the fucking IPC College of Policing report. It seems like you're misrepresenting the truth of how the police behave.
Because they want a bit of support. The troops on the ground, the guys and the girls, want some support sometimes,
Yeah. Okay, so this one has been asked by a few people in various different kind of ways. Slightly loaded, but I'm sure you'll understand. So, in hindsight, do you wish that you'd worded things differently when you stated? This is after the 19th of February, by the way. Okay.
Oh, right. Okay.
Let me finish the question, right? So, in hindsight, do you wish you worded things differently when you stated you had since reviewed the sonar and Nicola was not there, to later say, upon review of the same data, that she was there?
Okay.
That's the first good question, but the question's been phrased, do you feel bad that you said it, not what the fuck were you doing saying it?
Okay, a good question. So let me think. Well, let me explain. Right, there's two parts to this river. There's the non-tidal section above the.
Oh,
weir.
he was saying about the
That's
different
where the
bit.
bench
Right,
was.
fine.
Non-tidal and those who didn't join me earlier. So you got when you go to the seaside, every 6 hours the tide goes in. It goes out. Depending on the moon states and times. So.
And because they're not saying where he was quoted and which news source it is, and we're not going to verify whether he did or didn't now. And he was talking about the other bit of the river. Easy.
Was non-tidal, so it's hardly moving. It's just a river gently flowing down the river very slowly. I threw the stick in, it didn't move, and it goes over the weir. Then it goes into the tidal section where Nicola was eventually found.
This is as well, right? Nicola was eventually found in that other section, and Peter's saying for sure that she was in this hit that he's made. So at some point during that, she has moved from there and ended up there, and nobody's fucking seen her. With all the people going on and all the searching and the drones and all the maybe the search died out after that, didn't it? But Peter went on and did other stuff, didn't he? And people were out. I mean, anyway, don't even start me on that.
What I did, when Nicola was found, obviously I was in for a lot of flack. So on my way home, I was getting the media call me, and then I was getting beaten up in the media saying, you said this, you said that. Now, again, what I did, I looked at I said to my wife, she can't be in that river, because I searched that and she wasn't there. And I went back through all the data in the lower part of the river, the tidal section of the river where she was found.
Eventually.
Eventually found between the weir and Cartford Bridge, and there was nothing there. And I reviewed it. There's not even a target. There's nothing to see. It was clear. It was crystal. And when we went down to I want to make this clear. When we got down to Cartford Bridge, we had to get out the boat because it was so shallow, because the tide went out. So any body in there would have been found weeks ago, because honestly, there's search teams on the banks at the time. And when the tide drops, it literally goes down to pebbles. And that's been clarified by loads of people, because they said how shallow the river is. And I said, she's not in that part of the river. I've checked. Obviously, in the reeds, we can't search the reeds anyway. That's not our job, because I'm looking at sonar.
The problem is that for her to have travelled down there at all requires her to pass by these places where it drops down to pebbles and await the incoming tide to then progress again. Bit weird.
It definitely wasn't on the bottom of the river. She wouldn't have been in the reeds, because she would have been found by the search teams, and the sniffer dogs would have picked the scent up. And believe me, a decomposing body would definitely be picked up by a human very quickly.
So that's
Right.
what I mean by she wasn't in the river after the 19th when the body was found. That is the fact.
So when you said that you've reviewed the sonar,
Yes.
are you referring to the location of where she was found on the 19th?
Yes, the lower part of the river. I
Yeah.
reviewed because I knew from the police divers, they said she wasn't in the top half. With our target was negative, there was no other targets there. So they said our target was negative up the top.
Yeah.
And then I said to my wife, "There's no way she was in the bottom of that river." And at that stage, I thought she had been potentially dumped back in. That's what I thought because it was right. So yeah, it was right by a wall, and I'm talking about deposition sites. And it was the perfect deposition site where you could be lifted out of a vehicle, thrown over the wall, and then into the river. Perfect place. That hasn't happened. I want to make that clear. But that's what I thought at the time because the police divers dived their target. They said there's nothing here. Then I went. I mean, you imagine the flack that I took. I remember going on the Nick Ferrari show and I had to defend myself. And Nick said, "Miss Faulding, are you going to apologise to the?" And I've been on Nick's show. Like, I've got great respect for Nick. I mean, he's doing his job. And he said, "Are you going to apologise to the family now?" I said, "No, I'm not because I haven't done anything wrong. I've done nothing wrong. All I've done is try to help a poor family. That's all I've tried to do."
I've done nothing wrong. We get that again. There we go. I'm not saying Peter's narcissistic, but that's the cry of the narcissist, isn't it? He did nothing wrong there. But then maybe he did nothing wrong. You know, he searched the river, he said she wasn't there.
Like I've done so many times. So, no. And then I got beaten up on another programme, but on GB News. But
Feels like at that point you might say, well, like there was that hit earlier on in the top part of the river. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's not in this bottom part where she's turned up. And now I'm thinking about it, there was that hit, wasn't there, that I said? And the police assured me it was clear. He doesn't bring that up because he's too professional. But he doesn't sort of say it ever until now later on, where he's reviewed the footage and found the hit later on. So I just wonder how sure he was at the time he'd made a hit, because he had to review the footage later on, you know, for the inquests and this and that, and really be sure. But now, back in the day, he was so sure. But the only reason he's not going on it is because the police dived it then after he said it. And okay, I was certain, but you're saying it's not. So that's in the bank, that's safe, that's mine, I'll take that home. Police have said it's not. But he's already encountered lots of police in his day that have been difficult with him, and you know, he said there's always a 2% that don't help and all this business, but he's 100% down with the police line for that particular one thing that is critical to his reputation and finding Nicola. Both things. I've got them in the wrong order again now, like listening to this, to finding Nicola and his reputation. But this is where we're at, I suppose, and this is where we're at with it. I mean,
Eamon Holmes actually defended me. He said, "You know, this is all about a missing lady." I said, "Yes, it is," and he was brilliant. Eamon was, but yeah, it's just about doing the job, isn't it?
Yeah. Top guy, Eamon Holmes.
He is. I've met a really lovely man. Really lovely.
Stand up geezer.
He is, yeah.
Right, 3 to go. Would cold water shock cause heart damage?
Right. Firstly, I'm not a doctor, but look, let's put it this way. As you know, I fly my own helicopter. I'm a commercial diver. I have 2 medicals a year. Now, when I went to have my, it was quite funny. I went to have my aviation medical with David Talent, who's in Hawley, and I went down there, and I was busting for a wee at the time, desperate, and I went in the medical, and I had to pee in a pot, and then I held it back because they had to have me in there. And I laid on the bed, and he done my blood pressure, and he said, "Oh," he said, "your blood pressure's a bit high." He said, "It's 170 over 90. You know, I said, "Okay." He said, "I can't pass you on that." I said, "Do you know what, David? I need to have a wee. I'm busty." He said, "Well, okay, then go and have a wee." So I went down, I drained my bladder, I came back, and he redone it, and it was 138 over 90. It dropped. It was just because the pressure in my bladder was putting my blood pressure up, you know. So, hang on, where are we? Well, we're medical. Go on. I went off on a tangent then. Go on, it was quite funny. What was the question? Sorry.
Stop drinking. Put your whiskey
down. No, I'm fine.
It's
weak. It's only water. Go on.
Would cold water shock cause heart damage?
Right. So, no, and that's what I was getting onto. So, David said to me that he was an RAF doctor, and he said in the RAF, we dunked a guy in an ice tank. And he said his blood pressure hit 400, and it was like, boom. I said, "Did it kill him?" He said, "No, it's fine." Of course it didn't. So you see the Marines doing the cold dunk when they do the Arctic trains, a documentary on TV, really good one about the Royal Marine selection, really good. They jump into ice cold water with a lifeline on, and they have to climb out. It doesn't kill them. So cold water shock, what cold water shock does, and what we find most drowning victims.
Alan gets this wrong all the time as well. What cold water shock does is it's not that it freezes you, it's that you go into shock, and so your muscles contract, and then you're not able to swim, and that's how you drown. It's not that you become so cold you're like ice and you can't move. It's the shock of it freezes your muscles, and you can't swim because the adrenaline dump in your system.
In the summer, they run and jump into the water, showing off in front of girls, what most people do. We've all done it. And then they swim out as fast as they can, about 100 metres. And what they don't realise, the water's really cold. They haven't noticed how cold it is. And then they get cold. Then the muscles start to freeze up. Yeah? The muscles then start to get frozen. That's cold water shock. So the ability to move your muscles is restricted. That's when you drown. It doesn't stop.
Because you can't physically swim anymore.
And that's come from all the experts, like the RNLI and everything like that, who do the Royal Life Saving Association and doctors. They don't suddenly jump in water and die of a heart attack. They drowned. But it's the inability to move, Luke. That's the problem.
Okay, right, we've got 2 questions. I'm then going to run for the call of nature, and then we will see where we're at in regards to the timeline.
Where we're at is we're half an hour behind.
So, 50 or 51, because somehow it's become 51, but which is not a bad thing. I don't know if this has been answered, but let's fire it out anyway. Should this case be looked at again?
Well, I did answer it earlier, and I think
you did.
Look. Let's be fair here. The whole case does it. Look, we can all try and beat up Lancashire Police. We can all try and beat up everybody.
Well, we're not all trying to beat up Lancashire Police, but yeah.
Everyone's bad. Look, the amount of money an inquiry costs. You imagine like the Grenfell Tower public inquiry. You imagine how much a barrister cost. Look at the.
Well, that was pretty important. They fucking did it though, yeah. Like, yes, there is a massive public cost there, but the Grenfell Tower was a fucking massive tragedy, so we wanted a proper inquiry. I mean, there's a lot of money being thrown at the inquiry currently with certain things going on in the media, like, which I'm not going to talk about because, well, I don't know why this episode's like in the trash anyway, isn't it? Because they've been talking about all this murder stuff. But inquiries go on, and we want those public inquiries to draw people to account. It's the spending on the other stuff that the inquiries uncover that we thought was bad spending. Like, there's good spending and there's bad spending. Yes, it's expensive, and yes, it's legal, but it's holding the justice system to account.
The Manchester Arena bombing, how much that inquiries cost. It's all about public inquiries. This is not in the public interest to have a full inquiry into this. Because
is it not? Like, this is about how we are policed and the safety of women in our society, and whether we can accurately ascertain and rescue or like this, do you know what I mean? Like, this is about Nicola Bulley and her situation, and I'm not going to go too deep into that now because we've been talking about it extensively on other episodes. But there's a lot of reasons why it's in the public interests to investigate and inquire as to the truth and what's going on here. And then you've got this other layer, haven't you, about private policing and public searching, and it's come to the fore here, whether he likes it or not. Right, what should be in front of the Prime Minister is the question of, should we be using private policing in this area of search and rescue, in also the removal of protesters and anything else Peter does. And like, his role in, not Peter himself personally, but his role now is under question because it's created this strange dynamic between the police and him. You might say, well, sack the police divers and just put him in charge, or you might not. So it creates a strange dynamic there, doesn't it, having Peter involved, causing all these problems. If only he just handed over his wonderful boat equipment to the police earlier and let them use it, he wouldn't have all these problems, but then he wouldn't have a business either.
Money could go to the NHS or someone else, but where we badly need it. What we need is some honest truth here, to look at the data and go, do you know what, we got it wrong. That's all. We got it wrong. But what we're going to do is now move forward, and we're going to improve the way we search for people in water, where you bring the right expertise, the right equipment in, and like we've been to so many jobs, and you just turn up. I mean, Surrey Fire called us in.
What we need is a proper law where Peter gets paid every time, then he has to turn up and do it properly for them.
Surrey Fire and Rescue, one after the other in the summertime. I get my pager goes off at normally 7 in the evening. Beep beep. Team go in, pick the dive trucks up, person in water. You get there, they're dead. Load and rescue are there, police are there, firefighters are there. We put our sonar out in the water, and literally within 10 minutes I found them. I then put the
So it sounds like to me, Peter, that the early response to try and save people involves the fire service and the police, and they're trained and ready to do this. And they go, like the fire engine service people, they won't just put out fires, will they? They'll be like, right, we're trained and ready to do this. We're ready to go. Peter's like a private fire service in this aspect, isn't he? Trained and ready to go, like, go and get you out of the water. When it turns out that we're not rescuing them, they're dead. Because it's been over half an hour to an hour now, and we haven't found them. They're not on the surface. They're underwater deep down somewhere. And we know what happens to people who drown. They go down and they're on the bottom. They bring in the sonar. The police sometimes have it, but they could also bring in Peter to locate and recover the dead body. Yeah? So it's not that he's some special extra service that if he'd been there right on the scene at day one, and if he'd been there, it would have been different. He's there to recover dead bodies, essentially, isn't he? In this context, in this search and rescue, he's not there because they thought there was any hope of finding someone. He's there because they'd given up hope and they want him to recover the body, right? So he's overestimating his expertise and speciality. Essentially, he's got a truck with a ladder on the back and a thing, and he can abseil, but really he's got the big sonar and it recovers the bodies for this sort of stuff, and that's not the full job. So after day 3, once the full job's been done and they want you to come and recover the body, yeah, like, I guess we could subcontract that out to people, I guess. In the same way as, like, you know, they clean crime scenes, and maybe I don't need the police themselves to clean the crime scenes. You know, we can subcontract out some of the dirty work maybe, but even then, like, you're getting paid to remove bodies, so you've got a financial interest in there being bodies in there. So I don't think we should subcontract it out like that. I think it should be government, you know, work, whether police or, you know, another arm of it. And either the choice is, I suppose, rather than the next step is like Peter just gets employed straight direct by the government. You know, he has his own government branch that he runs of search and rescue, instead of getting binned off completely, and they establish a proper government branch of search and rescue, which I suppose he already has. Like, it's the fire service in conjunction with these other people, like, you know, and the volunteers and that. So yeah, I don't know, like, it gets deep and political, that does, doesn't it? And that's the real thing that's on the table here, not whatever Peter Faulding is trying to force to the agenda, which is he's so good and special and he was done wrong and the Lancashire police were bad, and like, there's all these other politics going on, really, and it involves money and it involves politics, and it effectively involves the policing of our public spaces and how we are to be, like, policed as citizens. And I don't like private companies doing it. So
dive team in, or my colleague Nathan will be on the sonar, put the diver in, and they're recovered within the hour. Always the way. If we get called, you know, 2 weeks after, I was asked to look at a job in Poland last week for a missing man. It's high profile at the moment, and I said, "What's the guarantees in the river?" And when did he go missing? Went missing in May. I said, "No chance. He's probably gone a long way away. Probably gone miles down the river." So you just got to be honest. And
no chance, no chance, mate. I'm not coming to Poland for your dead relative. They're long gone. That's what I said. They're fucking long gone down the river. All right, bye.
It's got to bring the best equipment, the best resources, and this is all about working as a team. This is not about trying to annihilate people like me, trying to discredit me and trying to be, what you're doing, you know, what you're doing here, why is Faulding here? No, it's about Peter's coming along, SGI are here, we're working with them as a team to try and bring closure to this family. Yeah. That's all we're trying to do, Luke, trying to bring closure. This is not about egos or police forces.
It's really interesting to me that, okay, he's named the ego problem as a problem of we might lose our jobs, but it's interesting to me that the police, because he says he's got, you know, friends, good, you know, relationships, extensive history of working with. He's also outlined a couple of rows he's had with the police, like 2 notable rows in his past, and that when he arrives on the scene, police view him with suspicion. So that's not good for your personal reputation. Whether you're saying the police are right or wrong to do it, going public and saying, when I arrive on the scene, the police view me with suspicion. We need more of me and less of them. Like, it's kind of a bit of a weird one.
Than us, or we're better than them. We ain't about that. Because I say, not once have I tried to hammer the police during all my interviews I've done. I haven't. I've always spoken with greatest respect for the police officers, and I'll continue to do that. Because I said I had a friend around last week to dinner who was a police officer, you know, and his wife and kids. So
yeah.
You know,
not just because you've got a friend, but because it's also in your public and political interest to speak highly of the police officers on the search job that you're doing, isn't it? Like, you're not going to go there on day one and say, right, the police around here are fucking shit. Get me in the water. Super Peter. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, these police. Like, that's going to not go well for you, is it? But after they threw you under the bus on the report, now it's like, you know, heave ho, let's go a bit. But we're not going to have it in the chat, and we're not doing it here, and we're saying that we're not saying that anything bad. It's gaslighting again. It's gaslighting again. We're sort of saying that we didn't say anything bad about the police. We're not having a pop at the police. But really, the enemy here are the police.
Relationships with a lot of.
Of course I have. I've been doing this so long. I dinner a week and a half ago with a very senior police officer in London. I'm well connected with very.
Ooh, this is good. This sounds good.
Very senior people in the country that people wouldn't believe. You know, many good friends in very high places who actually back me all the way and are encouraging me to do what I'm doing today.
So now they're not going to be like, Peter's a Mason and Peter's in on it and Peter fucking, like, no, it's not going to fuel conspiracy theory, that. And the other thing about it is, I'd like, you know, bad man Peter again, isn't it? As Luke said, bad man Peter again. He's well connected with all these senior people. Great. What, should we let you just take over then? Like, what? I don't understand. Oh, they all trust you, they're all behind you, they're all backing you, and they're all good people. I wish I was an elite.
Believe me, because they want this rubbish sorted out, because it can't go on happening. It can't go on happening.
We're nearly at 1,000 likes on this video. Yeah. Some really nice comments. The best live I've ever seen is one that I just noticed, which is, I appreciate that very much. We're at question 51 of 50. Work that out.
Go on, I don't know.
Right. When you initially showed the target, and then they came back to you, did they say what the shadows / images were? Did they? What did they say the
Right,
images were?
right. Hang on a minute. So
This
who
is
are we
good.
talking about now?
Finally,
So when you locate the target,
you
on the
told
7th,
them
Yes.
there's a target. You showed them a picture, Peter, and then they come back to you and said,
and you told the search teams.
All right, what I done?
What did
I
they say?
What I
it was
done?
You'd found.
"What I
No,
did."
what I did, I
did.
got the target at 10:34 that day on the 7th. I then done. I asked my team. Again, the media would have seen it because we turned our boat around, and I said,
It was you'd found.
no. What I did, I got the target at 10:34 that day on the 7th. I then done. I asked my team. Again, the media would have seen it because we turned our boat around, and I said, "Go, Ollie." Ollie was on the helm. Chris was on the towfish, holding the cable. I said, "Big target here, right? Do me another. Do me get a bit closer, Ollie. Do a
Again,
figure
the media were there to see it. Like, we've got this on video then somewhere.
of 8, go round and
And
let's
like, people have been releasing clips and footage. Shouts out Andrew Stars a Wolf of Peter on his search filmed in the similar sort of times. I'm wondering if the exact time of him doing this isn't on video, because on those videos the fucking water looks pretty fucking clear. It doesn't look pitch black to me.
more, images, and we got the other images, and then at 10:53 I WhatsApped it to the police search advisor, and then called him as protocol. Always do.
And also, he said that he went up and then he went down, and we got the other images. Is he saying that he scanned the same area twice as part of his pass, up and down? If so, has he got 2 separate images from different passes, or is it just the one pass? I need to know that, please.
Yeah.
Not breaking any rules, not giving any information. I want to make this very clear. I never gave any operational information to the media at all. Okay.
And what did you WhatsApp to the, like, how do you get the images onto your WhatsApp from your laptop? Is laptop WhatsApp, export them off your laptop onto your phone, are you sending images on WhatsApp, or are you saying on a WhatsApp message to the, like, you've got police operational, whoever command that you're WhatsApping, it might be a group like the Nicola Bully search group connected to the police, or it might be a private WhatsApp. Who are you WhatsApping? And like, again, WhatsApp, why are we WhatsApping? And we're WhatsApping, and I suppose it's time dated and stamped. And did you send a picture, or did you just say, I think I've got a hit? And then how quick do you believe the police should respond to you in their busy like, I know it's internal investigation stuff, so maybe it goes a bit quicker up the chain, but how quick is it normal for, on day 8 of a search, for an independent contractor who's been invited by the family who are looking for the person who says they've got a hit, how quick are the police divers supposed to be on the scene, supposed to be responding to you? What's supposed to happen here normally? Do you know what I mean? On your WhatsApp group.
And then I said we should put a diver in. We can dive it now, and he said, no, you're not to dive. We'll bring our team in. They're far on another task, which I believe they were down near the estuary. And
because of course they're all busy looking for Nicola. So he said, I'll do it now, says Peter. And they said, no, hang on, we'll get our people on the scene. Importantly as well, because listen, the police are not necessarily on the scene, yeah? The dive team or the police. You said there were a few walking up and down in uniform, just walking up and down. Why didn't you get one of those over and say, hey, wait, like, this is pretty important. We think we might have found a hit, so just be aware. Like, I know the media are here and all this X, Y, Z, and like, you might have started to inform the police about you're certainly WhatsApping someone. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It feels a bit weird that he's like so certain now that he was WhatsApping them, but he wasn't certain before, and he isn't. And it's all this.
They got there around probably 1 o'clock or whatever, and then they dived the target, and then that was it. I gave them the target, and they dived it, but I didn't watch the dive, but one of my divers watched the dive, one of my team, because he was land crew. There was 3 of us on the boat, and he said it was a very quick dive. It wasn't even a jackstay search. It was very quick. So normally you would put a jackstay across the river, or you would do a number of arc searches within the area, but they didn't do a number of arc searches. They were very, very quick to dive. So you've got, again, you need to understand that the GPS fix on the computer is your global positioning. And
then this falls on your shoulders again, Peter, because we all know the GPS is wide, and it's going to create an area, and we know that you didn't put a flag down for some reason to mark it like you would normally do, because you didn't want the media to see. And then when the police came, you're accusing them of not doing a thorough enough search, but you yourself said that you didn't stick around to watch that search. You decided to go off down the river to distract the media. So how do you, A, know how thorough their search was? Maybe it's in the COP report, maybe I haven't got up to that bit yet, but how do you know how thorough the search was? And B, why didn't you oversee that search and explain to them, look, it could be in a sort of 10-meter area, like, even if you think they don't want you there and, you know, and any of this, like, you would at least be there when they arrive to explain to them, it could be this big area, I did not put a flag down, I expect it can be from X to X, so you don't just want to do a little search, you might want to get a jack stay in. Like, how are you not conveying any of this until much, much later? And how are you aware of it if you were down the river?
I'm a pilot, so I do understand GPS. Plus or minus 6 meters, and then you've got towfish, which is on the end of the cables. This big missile, and you can always tell a good sonar system because you've got a big missile in the water. That's hanging at the back of the boat, and then that's hanging in the water, and
Big
then
Willis.
that sends the signal out. So the GPS is here at the front, but the towfish is at the back. So the location we're getting is actually at the front of the boat, 1.5 to 2 meters in front. If it's deep water, the layback might be 10 meters of the cable. We might have 10 meters of cable out. It's all about trigonometry, 22/7. You know, so you've got to work out the depth of the water, and it's quite technical. But this is so shallow, we haven't got a deep towfish. So you're looking at really a 14-meter diameter to search, realistically, to do right the way round to clarify a target, about 14 meters. So. And that's what we train. That's why we train all the time. So when I give my team a target, or Nathan gives them a target, they know that they've got to search within sort of 10 to 14 meters either side, right the way round. It's a big area, and that's when it's found.
So yeah, I get all that. I might have missed within that answer because I'm looking at a couple of other things at the same time.
Yeah.
So and when they first came back to tell you what the target was, did they say then it was nothing, or it was branches?
No, it was nothing. No,
they said it was nothing on the 7th.
Yeah, it was nothing. That's what baffled me because.
So what accounts for the shadows and what
accounts?
Well,
nothing. Exactly. Look. Let me make it clear to your audience, and I really appreciate everyone listening to me. I'm not a liar. I'm not here for publicity. If I was here for publicity, I would have gone to a national newspaper.
But you said that the national newspapers were briefed that you were going to be talking about this in the press a couple of weeks ago in a private meeting, so maybe they don't want you to go on the national media and say all this, and you are doing it for publicity because you are doing it publicly for publicity.
Sold the images. I don't work like that. I don't need the money. I don't need the publicity. This is about the truth to come out for a damn good organisation who do a great job for many families around the UK and police forces around the UK.
So why don't you want that in the mainstream fucking media then? Why would you want it like hidden away on a little YouTube channel like this?
We've solved lots of crimes that have gone unsolved, okay? Let me make that very clear. We're very credible. I'm not some guy who's just come out the blue and started this. Do some background on me. Trouble is, whenever you Google me now, there's thousands of pages of Nicola Bully before you get to the other stuff.
Yeah.
And listen, the question was about, you showed the police a picture, did you? We didn't get to that. He didn't even categorically state that he showed them a picture. He's like, you've got this picture of the shadows, you've sent them there, they've dived, they've said it's nothing. Like, how can they have said it's nothing if you've got a picture of something? And like, why didn't you push back on that with the police and what's going on there? And now we're like doing this thing again.
And a lot of my work back in 99 for all those youngsters here, there was no internet then, so a lot of the stuff like Tobin, Allison and Garrigle would appear in a paper, but we never, because again we never spoke to the media that we might not be named that we were on the job. Like Tobin, people didn't even know that I was on the Tobin case until in the last few years.
Here what he's doing is, this is the critique that he said his troll was making about him, is that he wasn't as experienced as he says he was. And like I say, I've seen on Twitter somebody like say that Peter said he worked on this case but he wasn't deeply entrenched in the case. Like he said, it was a bit of one of those CV moments where like he turned up and walked up and down the river or something and said that he was part of the search team. That's an allegation that's sort of been made on Twitter against him as part of some of these older cases that he's saying. Like he says, there's no verification, I guess. So I don't know. I haven't investigated those cases. That's something that goes on Twitter maybe, but this is his defense of that, I think.
Cast about it with detectives and crime programs, because they never thought that we searched the house, and we did. So yeah, there's lots of things here, but hopefully we can move forward.
That's 50 questions, Peter.
Okay.
So I am just going to, again, I'm going to nip to the toilet. I mean, maybe tell people what you're doing for Christmas. You're doing anything special? What you having? You having a turkey? You having beef? What you having? All that. Fill the time is what I'm saying.
I will.
Well, he's not going to be eating those things because he loves animals.
those who know me, I've got lots of chickens and ducks and geese. We've got some lakes on our land, so I've got loads of animals. We're going away for Christmas, but our good friend is Jill is looking after all our animals for us. So I've got 12 alpacas, 1 llama, 4 emus. They're free roaming, by the way. Ducks, geese. She's here tonight. Actually, she's come tonight. We're going away tomorrow. But what else have I got? They die naturally, by the way. Cheers, Jill. I do a lot of forensic work, so locating. I use the bodies to all lover. And that's what keeps me sane, I suppose, living on the farm, which I enjoy. And when our alpacas pass away, they get buried, and I do a lot of forensic work. So locating, I use the bodies to the grave. So when they die naturally, by the way, cheers, Jill, then they get buried on the land, and then they get used. And I train forensic students in forensic search for human remains, which is obviously my speciality, using ground radar, magnetometers, metal detectors, and all sorts of specialist kit. Really, were what I use, and that's what I'm sort of well known for, really.
You're well known now for finding human. You're now well known for finding human remains with like ground radar kit. Really? I thought you were well known for protester removal and you leveraged it into search and rescue. But now it's recovery of dead remains with it's basically like finding dead people with expensive kit then, yeah? Like it's like you give, I shouldn't say this because it might end up on Super Chuff, but you give a certain angry fellow, you give a certain angry man a bunch of expensive kit, and what are they going to want to do? Go out and find a load of dead bodies, and then it is a bit weird. And yeah, so I don't know what he's doing with those alpacas that he says they die of natural causes, and then he buries them on his land so that he can study them as they decompose with his students. But that's all right because you've got a business where you're finding dead bodies, so you might as well, I suppose. It can be considered normal in some ways. This is right. I don't want to shout veganism from the rooftops, but I do have it as a theme because I'm a vegan, and I used to do vegan videos, and I think it's not going to make the mainstream's not going to want to listen to a load of vegans telling them what to do. But this is where vegans question, if you question that and the burial of the llamas and the using them as science experiments, then you might also question the eating of the fucking beef for the Christmas dinner or the turkey, or the mass farming of it and the fucking murder of it and all that. It's a weird double standard, a weird cognitive dissonance that we allow ourselves to have, which is I fucking love animals, they're the best, and then I'd also eat some of them when I feel like it. I love people, they're lovely. I'd also eat some of them when I feel like it. Not the good ones, the nice ones that I care about, just the ones that we have mass farmed, the rubbishy ones. Make them nice and fat, I'll then eat them. But yeah, anyway.
I was just talking about my search. You've been to the farm, Luke, haven't you?
Yeah, it's quality, yeah. All the alpacas and whatnot.
So yeah, we got a lot of land, and I bought a rundown sort of farmhouse years ago, and that's my relaxation, really. My animals. I'm passionate about animals, and I don't kill animals, by the way. I love animals. So we won't be having turkey at Christmas. I'll be having.
You love animals. Tell me more about Huntingdon Life Science protests and how it felt to remove the people from the Huntingdon Life Science protests with your private company and your love of animals. How that conflicts. Please talk about that.
We'll have some. I'm not a vegetarian, by the way. I do eat meat, but we don't kill our own. But I won't eat. After having Gerald for the lot, my wife said, "Let's get some turkeys," because she follows this turkey on Instagram that's got a.
Well, I'll give him this. Listen, I'll give him this. He's got time to change. He could eventually become vegan. That doesn't absolve him of all his bad things that he's been doing in general. But he could understand this a little more now. Look, he's going to say, "I'm not going to eat turkeys now so much because I love Gerald," or whatever. Yeah.
My mum walks around the corner, and there's a video I put on Facebook the other week where he's actually chasing my mum around, and he's chasing my daughter.
Is that Gerald?
Yeah, I've got a 10-year-old girl, and he chases her around. But you've met him, Luke, anyway. We had a great time, didn't we?
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. It was like a little holiday because I'm from small part of Manchester, just from the small streets, and then to go to your
Well, I want to tell the people that I grew up on a council estate in an ex-council house. I've got a very normal background. I left school with failed all sort of my exams, really, and I obviously done well later in life. But I done an apprenticeship as a radar engineer.
I've done an apprenticeship. Well, you can tell.
At 18, I joined the Parachute Regiment Reserve, and I served 6 years. I got my red beret. I done my winged parachute course. I done selection for the Parachute Regiment. I was in there 6 years. And then I formed SGI in 1995. So I've got a technical background as a radar engineer, and then I went on to join the Paras, and I've done 42 jumps. And it's so interesting. So during the Nicola Bully, just after the Nicola Bully case, I got one of the well-known newspapers ring me and said, "Peter,
I'd quite like to know his official ranks and, you know, officially what he was and wasn't in the military? I'd quite like to know that. But
you said that you're in the paras in your book, you know, and apparently you're a liar. And I said, well, he said, we're just going to go to print with it. And I said, well, you do your research, because if you read it, and I'll send you some pictures. I sent him some pictures straight away of me and all my uniforms and with a team and my mates, and we had a reunion a while ago, and they quickly withdrew it and they apologised. But it just shows you how many people have gone out to try and discredit me. And I put the pictures of my reunion with my paramates last year on my Facebook, you know, and it's quite worrying that people will try to discredit you. It's quite sad, really. It's really grim.
I mean, you've got the uniform and you've got a picture of you and your friends, but I'm
that sort of person, you know. I don't lie. Everything I say is the truth. I won't lie to people.
I don't know, like, I don't know enough about what I looked into is the parachute regiment that he served with is a volunteer regiment, so I don't know what that means, whether it's like just a name, like, you know, we're the volunteers, and actually it's quite serious soldiering, and you're not volunteers, like, you know, it's just like the name of it or something. But the Territorial Army, the reserves, yeah, that's Rain Gods. I'm going to shout you out in chat there and say, yeah, this is like what I looked into seemed a bit like Territorial Army. So I'm going to need, because he says he's not lying, but he's not telling me exactly what he's done. He said I worked with, I was with the paratroopers, I was with this. So he's got the uniform and stuff, but is it reserves, territorial? Is it volunteer training jumps, but not actually going to like Iraq? Like the 10th Battalion Parachute Regiment is a TA regiment. So, like, do you know what I mean? Isn't he misrepresenting himself here then? Isn't that almost stolen valour? Like, if you're a proper serious soldier and someone in the TA says he works with the paratroopers and all this business, and like, you're going to think, come on, mate. But I don't know enough about it. This is not me critiquing him on this, because I don't know enough about his rank and the ranks and the army and stuff to know. Like, I'm not offended by it, because it's not my life to know and take offence about. But I'd like somebody who understands the military more. Maybe Trisha, because she understands the military more. Like, someone like that to just look into his actual military background and explain to us, like, you know, Peter Faulding is this or is not this, and then we can decide for ourselves, like, whether he's sort of, because he's making it sound to me a bit there, like to me he's making it sound a bit like he's in like the fucking Green Berets, like Call of Duty, like on the, you know, like jumping in out of helicopters and killing Osama bin Laden and like one of the top people, you know what I mean? So, you know, doing a bit of training and being in the Territorial Army, like they almost look down on it a little bit in the main forces as being like a sort of what's the word? Not busman's holiday. You know, dilettante, like somebody playing at it rather than taking it, you know, rather than being the serious full egg. I don't know. So you're saying in the chat there that it's territorial and stuff like that, and I haven't completely checked it, but what I checked seemed a bit like that as well. So that's Peter.
And I've got nothing to benefit from lying about this Nicola Bully case. If I'd been wrong, I wouldn't have gone to this length. Look, I've got no notes in front of me tonight. I'm not looking down at a computer. I'm telling the truth as it is. Debbie knows me. I sent the images today. She knows me very well. And Luke is an honest guy, and I can tell you, Luke's a great guy, totally honest, and he wouldn't have any dealings with me. Like we said, we don't swear. We
specifically lied, from what I can see, about certain other things. Like specifically and particularly lied about certain things. I've caught him out in a couple of lies, so I don't know about how honest I feel Luke is.
We're not here to do cop bashing. We're not here to knock the police. I'm not doing that. You know, it's like me. I see these people trolling MPs every day, slagging off the Prime Minister and, you know, Boris and everybody. You wouldn't want their job. I wouldn't want their job, because it must be horrible waking up with, if you're left or right, whatever way you go, but getting hammered by trolls. You know, make comments, fine, but don't be nasty. Don't be vile to people. It's just not the way you do it.
Well said. Well said. And you know, I think there's some questions in there that a lot of people did have that I think personally you've cleared up quite well.
Yeah.
It was, how long have we been on for now? We've been on for nearly 3 hours.
Have we? Oh, well.
Yeah,
Okay.
100% minutes. Now,
well, Peter hasn't done his big
I don't know if you
talk
want
yet.
to, you said you want to do like your kind of start to finish on the search.
Well, yeah, I mean, I will. I'll just run over it quickly. I think, to be honest, that's how I got involved, really, with Nicola. So, as you probably know, Martin Brunt I've known for years. Martin's a great crime reporter for Sky News. And what you got to realise about the media, they're there to do a job. They're there to report. We all read the media, so I'm not going to knock them. They write, some might change the story slightly. We all know that. But that's their job. It sells the newspapers, fine, happy days. Whatever way you are, whether you're left or right, I don't really care. I'm not into politics. I don't ever make...
Shut up. You went on Great Britain News and said that anti-woke people...
political comments on my Twitter feed. I'm not about stabbing people in the back. I don't work like that. I just put pictures of my animals up and stuff and diving. But I got contacted by Martin Brunt from Sky, who was covering the case, and I said that he said, would you mind going on Sky and doing a chat about how to search water, which is normal. It's like during the Thai cave rescue. Those who know me, I've done a lot of caving as a kid since I was 5 years old. My dad, I wrote about it in the book, and it was sort of, I spent my life in disused mines as a kid. So they brought me on to do the Thai cave rescue commentary, which is Sky News, so they know me. And then on the Sunday, I got a call from Emma White. Then I got a call who agreed to put my team up, lovely lady. And I know she's faced a lot of trolling as well, and Paul has. And then I spoke to Paul, and then I spoke to Lancashire Police.
So it was Emma that brought him in the first place after seeing him on the telly. She said that she'd searched him up on the internet, but she searched for him on the telly. Maybe she was watching videos on the internet, actually.
They agreed for us to go up. Now, whether they wanted us there or not, that was it. It's come out in the report now that we weren't really wanted there. We were going to be a pain in the butt. But and it's exactly the same what happened years ago with Ellis Downs. We don't want you here. That's fine. And then we arrived on Monday morning. The team arrived on Sunday night. Emma kindly put the lads up in the farmhouse at her farm. I flew up in the helicopter on Monday morning. I'd done a live feed with Mark Williams-Thomas while I was flying up from the air. I flew down the river, got a rough view of the area, and then I landed, and then I spoke to Emma, met the police, and then we got on. But that's when it all kicked off. So that's when I was surrounded by so many photographers and film crews, and I walked through the middle of them at that stage, and I got in the boat, and then the drones flying over our heads, and then I got to the end of the day, and then I got out the bank, quick chat with the police officer, and then I was literally again surrounded by them. But at not one point did anybody stop to say, Peter, don't talk to the media. I can tell you that now. Can I just have a wee, Luke?
Josh, yeah, go for it.
Hang on, carry on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good moment for that. At no point did anyone say, don't talk to the media. But then you didn't talk to the police, did you? You just said, I got in, I saw Emma. Like, my team were already there. I flew in my helicopter. I saw Emma. Like, you know, it's like the superstar has landed. I saw Emma. I got in over, then they've got the boats. Got in my little cabin. The media were there. Everyone was all surrounded. Like, you didn't get in and go to the police. Talk to them. They didn't call you in. But do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, he got in, he saw Emma. He's done it his own way. And at no point did the police tell him not to talk to the media. But on the other hand, at no point did you mention that, like, if you're there, listen. They're asking me whether I'm saying that he basically contrived there was more media presence there because he was there. He wanted all the media there to take all the photographs and do all the stuff, like make the huddle. And like, it's no wonder they surrounded him. They didn't surround him. They were all there waiting. We've got the video. We showed it on the last episode on Super Chuffer, Peter Faulding episode. Right, we've got the video of that, yeah? Peter came out his little cabin, put the gloves on, and they said, who's this guy anyway, this guy? And the media were there saying, who's this guy, Peter Faulding? I don't know who it is, but we've been asked to come here and huddle, so let's huddle. And then he came straight over to the media and talked to them. So, like, he didn't go, you know, like, it's contrived the way he's saying it. We've got the video to prove it. And then, like, you're telling me that you were on the fucking thing, doing a live thing to Mark Williams-Thomas, with Mark Williams-Thomas, when you were flying down in the helicopter, you were talking live to Mark Williams-Thomas, the media, and the media, and that you haven't contrived in any way for there to be any media there to greet you and talk to you. Like Mark Williams-Thomas has said to you, all right, well, you know, good luck with that when you get there. If you see any media, do and don't talk to them on your own decision. Probably make it up your own. And I'm not even the police, so why should I tell you what to do? And the police have not even told you, so do whatever. Like Mark Williams-Thomas and his friends in the media haven't said, right, Peter's going to be arriving at this time, and then he's going to be out of his car at this time, he's going to put his gloves on, and you can talk to him here. Like, hello? There's just a free-for-all at the river. The media are just all there running around, like, there's like this 10 different people all just running around trying to get a story. Like, have you heard the scoop? What's the scoop? Don't let them see my scoop. And like, they're all running around. No, they're all there in a huddle waiting for Peter to arrive so they can film with him. That's what they're doing when he arrives and they film with him. So it's lucky for the media that they decided to all huddle up and wait for Peter to arrive. The big red van's turned up. Peter's on his way. All right, we'll wait for him then. Like, and if Peter doesn't hear about this, there's a group of media waiting for you. All right, I can't talk to them. I'm just going to go straight in the water and search for Nicola. If anything, I'll just say to them, because I haven't liaised with the police yet, it's inappropriate for me to give you any major statement. I haven't even got in the water, so give me some time and I will talk to you in the future. If you've got any questions about the tech that we're using, which is what he likes to talk about, there's a lot of information on our website. I'm going to be getting in the water now because the important search for Nicola must continue. Thank you. And like on the way out of the water, he can say, I've got no comment until I've talked to the police and showed them my sonar. But today's search was like, an arduous task. And I'd just like to say my thoughts are with the family at this time. And I could have just done that.
Talk to the chat. I hope it's been. I'm just one of you. I'm just one of you guys here. And there were some of these questions that have been asked, which, like, 1 second, my iPad's gone off. Not off, just hold on.
I'm just one of you. I'm not one of you,
Yeah,
Luke.
some of these questions that you've asked, like, I've wondered the same thing. Do you know what I mean? I've wondered, like, about X, Y, and Z. Just like you have, I'm no different. And I just want the truth like everybody else wants the truth. So yeah, I've learned an awful lot from these answers as well. It's been very interesting, I think. Thanks to the moderators, by the way, like, done a really, really good job. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for
our job,
Mr. Faulding. It would just help camera grow a bit more. And here he is, Mr. Faulding.
I'm back. Sorry about that. That was the longest pee I've had for a while, but I needed that. I think
that was pretty quick, to be fair.
No, that was all right. Just a quick wee. I think where were we? So we got there, and sadly there was no control of the media, and I ended up getting things. So we started the first day. Our job by the police was not my preferred preference because I wanted to search the hot zone. They tasked us with searching downriver from the weir down to Cartford Bridge, which I think was about 3.27 miles, if I recall, on the report. When we noted as we went down, the tide had gone out. It was extremely shallow, and the tide was going out, and it was getting lower and lower. And we could see the bottom. I mean, you could see everything on the bottom.
You can see everything on the bottom. Just a minute, Peter. Just a minute. Because this is starting to annoy me now to the point where I just need to see it for my own eyes. So let me just quickly for you all switch over to... Can I switch over? Maybe I open up a new window to do this. Doody-doody-doo-doo-doo. Doody-doody-doo. Doody-doody-doo-doo-doo. So this is Peter Faulding, the red van. 6th of February, turning up on the scene. Yeah.
They're not going to do what they think they're going to do. What? Group call?
They did say you're going to get ready for a huddle, didn't they?
They did say we're going to get all huddled. Oh, shit, I've pressed the wrong fucking button. Fuck you. They did say they're going to get all huddled, didn't they? You heard him say.
They're not going to do what they think they're going to do. What? Group call?
They did say you're going to get ready for a huddle, didn't they?
I think what I heard them say is this the guy that's going to do the interview then? And I think someone said, what, Group 4, as in Group 4 private security? And then the other person said, well, they did tell us to get into a huddle. And it seems like there's a police person here, like an actual police person here. Is that somebody with a clipboard, like, signing people in and out, like people on the crime scene? Like, have you got a crime scene? No. Well, then you can just fuck off and all that business, like Peter's saying. Are these the people that are eggy about him being here? The media are filming it. We are in the viewpoint of the media. There are a group of them, different media people, not just one, like a group of them. And this is the scene as he arrives, isn't it? Like, he's in that little cabin with Emma and Paul, apparently. I think he just said, maybe I got that wrong, but... And then we cut there, it cuts and jumps, but obviously it cuts and jumps. Peter has now come out and he's wearing his full gear. There's a police person next to his van. That hat, that cap, that's police, isn't it? So they look similar, obviously, but you can see this one's a police person.
Is he going to stop him shot?
So who is this guy, the man in behind us in the vocal says? Peter, someone says. Faulding. So it's a group of people, and they don't really know who he is necessarily, but some people know who he is. So I'm saying that there are people that are there because Peter Faulding's like media team and Peter Faulding's friends with, and you know, and they've said to the other media, come around and we'll have a big media press conference. Peter Faulding's, and they're like, who is this guy then? Like, but there are some media that have decided, like, they haven't, like, it would be weird if the group of media people decided to just all sit around because they saw a van and, like, you know, there's going to be an interview, and they know there's going to be an interview before Peter's got out and talked to them. And some of them know who he is and some of them know who he isn't. If it was just a random occurrence, wouldn't it, in a way? Or maybe they just decided, look, here are the vans, let's all get in a huddle, and maybe they'll do an interview.
So you'll be good for 80s pub quiz.
So Peter has come out. Obviously, there was a cut in between, you know, him being in the van, him being out the van. I don't know if there's been any liaison back and forth between this media. You know, I don't know if this is his first approach to the media, but it's come out. Morning.
Underwater search.
And then it cuts to this, which is an interview with the collected press. So, did he just decide to do this then? Like, he didn't have to. He could have just said morning and walked past. Like, we're now doing what I would call, not a press conference, I suppose, but a media huddle press conference. We're doing a press call in the morning before we get in the boat.
Unit with us, so we got another dive team to back up the police, and we got a really specialist bit of kit, high frequency side scan sonar, which we've got a very high hit rate. I was the first to bring it into the UK in 1999 and sort of pioneered the use of it over here.
Like, he knows the media are here, he knows that there's a media interest, and he's on the fucking telly doing media stuff. Mark Williams-Thomas is his friend, and he was talking to him in the helicopter on the way down. And he's got a book out, and with the people who make his book, they've got a press team. Like, I've seen Eddie Hall, for example, released a book, and I went down and filmed one of his book signings, and the media person from the book company was there, and she was there, and like, I was like, so, you know, she was there talking about Eddie and the book release and stuff, and I was like, yeah, I know all about him. I was like, spent like, you know, a year following him around, and like, it was just funny because there was like, she was kind of a bit more of like a corporate PR person, and like, I know what Eddie's like, and like, it was just a funny setup. But like, they were there with the stacks of books and the, you know, the photographs of Eddie, and the setting up the booth and stuff. So like, the book people who were selling the book, they wanted to make sure they got their videos and their photographs their way of what they wanted, and we were there to do a bit of filming with Eddie as well. Like, it's like, it seems weird that they would say, oh, are you turning up, you're in a helicopter now talking to Mark Williams-Thomas on the television, well, that's going to help sell the book, isn't it? When you get there, make sure we get some good photographs. I'll tell you what, have you got any friends in the media? Do you want to get them down as well? And Peter's like, no, I do have friends in the media. They will be there, but I haven't organised for them to be there. It just so happens that they'll be there. So it's lucky that when I get there, they will be there. Like, friends in, you know, several friends in the media. I've been doing this a long time, so they'll just be there. And like, it's convenient to me that I get all my shots and do the media press conference. And I don't want to do it, but I didn't talk to the police. They didn't tell me not to do it, but the police were there in the truck, outside the truck, talking to him, the man with the clipboard. So I don't know what they said to him, but he's doing this now without any, like, maybe they said, do what you want, you're a private citizen, but it's all happening anyway.
Yeah, so I can find anything with that, and if Nicola is here, I'm happy that we will find her if she is in the river.
What's your search plan? Obviously,
Ganjikidd police, we're working closely with them, so we're going to be coming down from the weir,
and this is where he was told, you're going to do the lower half first. Like, you know, we've been searching this upper half all week. We don't think she's in this upper half. We do want you to scan the lower half first. Like, that's where he was being told that. And like, so that I've shown you that now, that can go off. But it's been annoying me for quite a little while now that Peter keeps saying that there was, like, he keeps describing that setup and scene slightly differently to the way I've seen it on a video. So maybe that video is different. Maybe that video's off.
Down, the tide had gone out. It was extremely shallow, and the tide was going out, and it was getting lower and lower. And we could see the bottom. I mean, you could see everything on the bottom near enough. And the sonar was actually pulled up, pulled down, and we could see there was nothing there. We got all the way to Cartford, and in the end, we got grounded out. We had to haul the boat up the bank, and we had a few laughs because Chris got his feet stuck in the mud, and it was just awful. And that was the end of the first day. And I went back and I said, "There's nothing there. There was nothing in that lower part of the river."
Agreed. Fair enough.
Again, I could see it. As I drive down as the team drive me down the river, I'm looking at the screen, and it's feeding down in front of me, and I can see every footprint, I can see every rock, I can see every stone.
But he didn't need Peter to tell us this. Like he doesn't need sonar to tell us this. As they say, it's tidal. You can see everything, and that section of the river had already been, like, whether it had been thoroughly searched or people walking up and down it in the days prior. Like, there's been a week's worth of searching. No one really, like, it's that upper bit. We all agreed in, like, us, you know, thinking about it at home on the internet. We sort of agreed that she would be probably unlikely to have made it over the weir.
There's nothing there. That was clear. Day 2, we then...
Day 2, which is like day 8 of the, or day 7, or is it 8 or 9? Like, do you know what I mean? Day 2, your day 2, but not day 2. You didn't arrive there on day 1. Don't misrepresent this.
Searching upriver from the bench. Now, I was in...
And again, like, what he's talking about here is... shit, I don't want to be, like... or do I? Fuck it. What he's talking about here is this day where... Can you do me properly? Yeah, this day where... I'll get it for you.
It's 2 times sorry, this doesn't fit very well. It's just sorry.
This guy on, I'm in the way a bit. This guy on the left is policeman with clipboard, I believe. And the rest, I think there's policeman with clipboard. I'm not sure about this because, like, everyone's in nondescript clothing, but I think the group at the back are Peter and his team, and I think the couple at the front are like police with clipboard.
What am I trying?
And they take some shots of them walking around and talking. This is like deciding what they're going to do for the day. You know, he's going to go in, search around by the bench, and this is what's happening this day. And before he does, of course, there's the media. So
area today to search around the sort of entry point where Nicola went in, up and then further up the river to the corner, just to clear that we've eliminated every possible.
And he does a big chat with the media here. Then they get in and do it. Wrong way. You know, it's important for the truth, isn't it? I suppose. Like, and this is him doing it. Two of Luke's mods are in my Discord. Yeah, like, it's okay for people to chat about things in Discord and stuff. Like, it's not like we need spies and, like, to worry. Like, there are going to be crossover people. Luke made one of the people that comes here and is one of us. Like, one of us. It's not us and them and stuff. Like, one of the people that is supportive over here that has been made a mod by Luke. So she didn't ask to be made a mod. She just got made a mod. And she was like, right, I'm in chat. Hi, everyone. And they made her a mod. So now one of Luke's mods is in our Discord because he made a mod out of someone who's already in our Discord. Chill. Like, not everyone's going to be like espionage and like weird shit. Like, people will talk and people can say what they want, and it's just like chat in Discord and stuff. If people think they're saying stuff they don't want anyone ever to hear, maybe do it in private messages and just chill. Like, but I wanted to just look at this. Like I said, isn't that the island in the background there? Is that the island where he's just searching there? Because this is the day he said he's doing it, and this is the footage. There he goes up past the bench, and there's the island. So, like he said, you know, he saw it. He spotted her. And he's gone up and round a bit more. So there is this footage that exists of it. And then there's the policeman on the side of the bank. There's another police person down there on the bottom right. Police person. Full police clothing. There's police divers, or yeah, these are police divers here. Going in. You don't see exactly all the activities of the police divers, you just see them getting in the water. And now Peter does a press conference.
Go out,
well,
if I'm honest. Any further than that, it's a long way to go from that. I want to rule this section out. This is my hotspot. Obviously, this is the.
And I'm not going to go through this extensively now. We can go through it on another stream. Maybe we should do it pretty soon in case like something bad happens. But I just want to make that clear. Like, you know, we've got an account of what happened on that day that doesn't exactly feel like it matches what Peter's saying here. I'm going to say because like we've already got that account videoed.
Inquisitive, so they wanted us to go up river.
Some of it matches, some of it feels a bit off.
From the bench up to the caravan park. I mean, bearing in mind we probably weren't wanted there. So I said to the team, right, take me down towards the weir. We're going to start. We're going to come up from the bench. Cheers, anyway.
Cheers. I've only got water. Wine's coming after.
I've got a whiskey and my second one, but it is late, so I think I deserve a whiskey. So we came up river, and so what we did, we circled around. We put the sonar fish in the water on the corner down towards the weir. Near the weir, it's quite shallow. So then we lower the towfish in the water, and then Wally then moved around. I said, right, let's keep going. And we didn't start. And then I sort of started the timer at 10:28. We chugged up river about 1.2 knots in speed, 1.2 to 2 knots, slowly up the river towards the bench on the corner where, Nicola's phone was found. And the thing is with sonar, I want to explain to everyone, I cannot be making any of this up, because everything is time date stamped. It's what they call geolocated. So it shows where the boat is in the UK on the map, here the exact time. It cannot be forged. It cannot be faked. Every file is sequenced. So it's all stored forever. And no one, and all the metadata can be looked at forensically, and you cannot change it. So people have said, oh, he's made this up. No, it's there on a computer. It cannot be changed, and they can analyse anything. So we went up to the bench. We then done a U-turn. So on the way up, I detected some branches on the way up.
But you haven't handed over that stuff to be forensically checked.
And a tree laying down up near the bench. And we done a U-turn. We come back down, and then suddenly, on the way back down, and I can see the track of the boat, boom, massive target, like 2 arms sticking out. Or it could have been 2 legs at the time, and it was a shadows cast. And I said to Ollie, that's her. Straight away, I said to Chris on the back, that's her. Stop, turn me around, Ollie. And then we done another turn on it, and then we done another turn on it. And then you see the boat in the media were there. And then I'm making a call at that stage. I'm WhatsApping, and I'm making a call. 10:50. So I started the search at 10:28 that morning. 6 minutes later at 10:34, I located Nicola. 6 minutes. Okay. Without
6 minutes,
doubt. 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Thank you, Sarah. Go on, mate.
I sent that to the police search advisor, who was a sergeant, on WhatsApp, which I've got all the records, which again I've provided. There's nothing hidden here. And then 10:27, and then at 10:53 I sent it to him. Then I requested that we put our divers in the water. He said, no, you're not, we'll dive it. So he sent their divers, and they turned just after lunch. I then carried on up the river to steer the emphasis away from the media, so they didn't know what was going on because they didn't put a marker. And then they come back through my dive supervisor. They said there's nothing there. And I've gone and seen, it can't be nothing because shadows aren't cast for nothing. So I thought, okay, so we carried on upriver doing sonar, and it's all, again, it's all time date stamped. So we carried on upriver, and I thought nothing more of it. And I said to Ollie, take me back down the river. I'm not quite happy with this. I really want to re-sonar that area. So we re-sonared that area, and I got the same target again, number of targets. Yeah. And I came back, and I went home that night. I said to my wife, there's something not right here. I said, I'm never wrong. I'm never wrong on this. So I went. I
just want to say, in this video that we're watching about it, I hope I don't get in trouble for that, because obviously it's off the news. Fuck copyright, man. Fuck copyright when it comes to the truth. this scene here, is this lunchtime that he's giving this press conference? And does he then go on and search the river more? Because as far as I can see, this is the video of the press making the video of him doing the search on this day that I've got access to, and it doesn't continue. Like the bit that he says that he goes on and goes up and back and says, "Chris, I want to get a second shot of this," and I'm not saying he didn't do it, but I'm saying that he does the press conference in this, and then it cuts to the police and stuff. It doesn't have him further up the river later that day. I haven't got the video of that, so maybe it does exist, or maybe and then he's saying that he did a second run. So do we have two images of Nicola Bulley on this? Do we have the second run image as well as the first run image? That would be two separate sets of data, and that would corroborate it even better, wouldn't it? Because it's not just I saw her once and here's a picture and they dived it and they said nothing. It's I saw it once, they dived it, and then I went back and checked it and it's still there. And it looks even more clear on this other image from the other angle or whatever. It seems weird that we're not doing that. But yeah.
Back the following morning, said I want to research that area, and I want to put divers into the weir and search it. No, you're not doing that. We want you to go down the river today. And we looked at the river.
Wait, did he not do that second search
said,
then?
I'm never wrong on this. Number of targets. And I came back and I went home that night. I said to my wife, there's something not right here. I said, I'm never wrong on this. So I carried on upriver and I thought nothing more of it. And I said to Ollie, take me back down the river. I'm not quite happy with this. I really want to re-sonar that area. So we re-sonared that area and I got the same target again.
Yeah, definitely. He's got the same target twice. So he's not got one image, he's got two. And these images should look different because you're going down again. Are you going back down in the same route, same pattern? Do they look very similar? Or are you going back up the other way? Do they look opposite? Because you were scanning it. Are there any differences or similarities between the two images? Are they exactly the same? Obviously they're all date stamped, time stamped, etc. But I'd like to, again, now we're throwing another. I didn't know that at this late stage in this whole thing, because he said I scanned it, I got a hit, the police went in. I was aware he said he'd rescanned it, but now I'm 100% certain that Peter is saying that he's got not just the one pass on the sonar, but the second pass on the sonar as well.
Number of targets. And I came back and I went home that night. I said to my wife, there's something not right here. I said, I'm never wrong on this. So I went back the following morning and said, I want to research that area and I want to put divers into the weir and search it. No, you're not doing that. We want you to go down the river today. And we looked at the river and we couldn't go down the river because the river was too shallow because the tide had gone out. So that was impossible. You could see the bottom, to be honest. So that made me a bit angry. It was just the way I was being treated. And then the family turned up. And I'm not going to name who turned up. Paul was there, but there was others, obviously sister and everyone.
Apparently the sister and everyone. So I'm not going to name who turned up, but the family turned up. Paul was there. The sister and everyone can only mean Dot and Ernie or the children or both. Bit weird. Probably the children because you're not going to mention them. Otherwise, Dot and Ernie you might mention.
And we in the back of our command unit, and they
all in the little caravan. Yeah,
we were pleading with something to be done. Paul was really bothered about them not searching the outbuildings in the village. He wanted the shed searched. He was literally in tears. And I know he won't mind me telling you this. And he said, I'm very frustrated. And he said, we can't search without a warrant. I said, and that's when I said, those who didn't hear earlier, of course you can. You just need to ask. Just go and knock on the door.
But that really endears you to the police. Just go and knock on doors. Because obviously people who don't want you to come on, I was going to say this earlier, but I let it ride earlier, but people who don't want you to come on their property are now suspects. But that's ridiculous. I'll tell you why it's ridiculous. It's because a lot of people won't want randomers to go and search their sheds. If it's the police themselves in uniform going door to door and searching every garden shed in the area, it's going to take quite a lot of manpower, women power, person power. It's going to take a lot of hours, isn't it, to go and search all the sheds. and anyone who doesn't want you to goes on the suspect list. Like, could you imagine the police turn up at your door? Like, because it's going to take a while. They might turn up now. Let's say it's like late at night, or not midnight like it nearly is now, but you know, they turn up at your door, knock knock, hi, we've got a missing person in the area, and I wondered if we could search your shed. I'd be like, all right, wait there, I'll go and check in the shed, and then I'll go and check in the shed and come back. They're not going to go in my shed. I'm not having the police walk through the house with their muddy boots and the dog and, like, you know, things like the police coming in the house and going through. I'm smoking chuffos, but do you know what I mean? Like, no one's going to want the police to come and disturb their evening so they can go in their shed or their date. It's got to be the evening, because what if people aren't in? They can't go on the suspect list because they're not in. So in the evenings, the police are going to go door to door, checking everyone's shed. You might as well just put a thing out. Instead of this, put a thing out. Can everyone in the area check their sheds and outbuildings? We are missing a person. Oh, they've already done that, haven't they? They've already done that. Can everyone check, see if, you know, that happened last week, didn't it, Peter? That happened the week before. So Paul's desperate for people to check their sheds, but like, she's not a fucking missing cat. Like, and I don't think the police overstepping their bounds and knocking on the door of properties in the area. Also, what if they knock on some properties and not others? You've got to be very equal opportunities about that whole thing, can't you? You can't just be like, right, we think we'll start with the fucking down here where the rough people live, and like, can we check your shed, you scruffy bastard? Like, no, it's got to be like, can we check everyone's shed? And like, everyone's getting their shed checked. Don't start me. You've already started me. I'm going to stop now. I think it's a ridiculous, facile idea that the police would listen to Peter Faulding and Paul Ansell, who's crying, and just start, right, put down today's gold level operational search instructions. We're at silver level here with the liaison between Paul and the, you know, probably silver level here. And then we're going to say, right, I will enact your idea about searching the sheds right now. Well, I'll pass it. Imagine they said just something like, oh, that's an idea, I'll pass it along, or we're probably not going to be doing that because we don't have warrants. You know, they're illegal. It makes me feel like, as a police force, you would be frustrated with these people telling you how and what to do. I know that there were questions and people wanted more done lots of different ways. You know, we wanted to find Nicola, but the more I'm learning through the inquest, I know, Scott's stupid because he's listening to the police and what they say in the inquest, but the more I'm learning is that actually the police did a reasonable amount of thorough investigation and searches into what appeared to be a missing person, like, that most probably had gone in the river. Like, I think they did a reasonable amount, to be honest. I've got to finish off the COP report and stuff, and obviously I've been critical of the police because, you know, I think we should have found out what happened to Nicola. But what Peter's saying doesn't add up either.
We've done it so many times working with the police, you know, like the
caravan site was apparently searched, but like the validity of that, you know, the level of search, it was in the early days that it was searched. And like, bear in mind, we all come into this about 3 to 5 days late, don't we? The media didn't push it up into the agenda until day 3 at least. So like, we're all a little bit late. I think in the early days, the initial search focused on the river and surrounding areas, and I think the caravan site was searched. Can't state that it was forensically searched in and out of every caravan, but the police walked around it a few times for guarantee, because I've got that on video, I've seen it. I mean, like, there's a difference as well, like, you know, crime scene, searching, forensics, missing person. Like, there is a limit to how, like, you might, how do I explain this? Like the Madeleine McCann thing, yeah? They weren't going to search for everyone's hotel room in all of the fucking hotels in the area, were they? Like, they probably did a door-to-door knock and a, you know, have you seen and stuff like that, but they're not going to say, can we come in your house and search for your shed? Everyone. Like, maybe they did, or maybe that's normal, maybe I'm tripping. And then, like Peter suggests, the people that don't want you to search their sheds, they might be guilty.
Baldwin case in Wales when I...
Andrew Stars Wolf, yeah, on the first day they put in the fire brigade. It was a bit late, like, you know, in terms of finding a live person. Of course, there was all this farrago with the phone and the dog and all that. But on the first day, the fire brigade went in, yeah, and they went in at the point of where they thought she'd gone in at the bench. So yes, fire brigade search and rescue with thermal cameras and chugging along with the boats.
Worked on that, you know, you just go and knock on
was
doors
it divers as well, though? Divers, I don't know. I can't vouch for that right now, actually. Divers first day, I think so. I know fire and rescue went in first on the red boat, and I know I've seen that. Like, you know, I can see what I've seen with my eyes. You know what I mean?
Most right-thinking people, great British public, will go, but certainly let the police in, you know, and we'll assist you. And of course, you can search my shed. You know, no problem.
Yeah, but most normal people might think that. Normally, of course, you can. Like, in theory, the police can go in my shed all they fucking want. You know, I could have police in my shed right now. I don't care. But the point I'm making is that most normal people won't want the disruption to their lives or the faffing about of having the police go and look in their shed. Like, there's quite a lot of, let's say there's at least 30% of people who would decline the offer of having the police look in their shed on the chance Nicola Bulley's hiding in there. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would think most people would say, I'll check my own shed. I've looked in it yesterday. I was in there today getting the Christmas lights out. Fuck off. Like, you can't put me on the crime list because I fucking don't want you in my shed.
At all. A load of old junk in there, but we got nothing to hide. The first person who said, no, you can't search my shed, then you go and get a warrant for.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the police come to my house, right? Nicola Bulley's missing. We want to come and look in your shed. And I say, sorry, I'm busy right now on a live stream. You can't come in my shed. I was in there earlier and there was Christmas lights and spiders. I've got the Christmas lights out. I've put them up. So there's nothing in my shed. Thanks very much, but no thanks. Bye. And I sit down here and do my live stream. And later on, the SWAT team come through. Smash, we're in your shed, mate. Let me in your shed. Yeah, says Luke. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, my human rights don't matter a shit. Pound my face with your boots. Like, no, the police have got no cause to look in my shed, and a missing persons investigation should not give them a warrant to look in my shed. Okay, unless I'm a suspect in said missing persons investigation, unless Nicola Bulley was seen coming in my house asking to borrow my fucking lawnmower, I don't think we need to look in my shed.
Paul was pleading with them. Anyway, that didn't happen. And then he said, I want to do a press conference. I want you to update the media. I want your senior people down. And then I said, I need your senior. And that's when they accused me in the report that not the College of Police, and I want to make this clear, but Lancashire Police accused me of trying to get a photo opportunity, as if I hadn't have had enough photo. I'm not George Clooney. Do you know what I mean? No photo opportunities here. All I want, I say, look at my social media feeds. There is no photo opportunities on there. I don't do selfies.
Social media feeds are contrived by you to make you look good, and they're pictures of you with animals and you on dive searches, like you said. That's a contrivance, your social media feeds. Look on there, I'm this. Like, what are you on about?
I don't want to do selfies.
It's not about selfies. So, but all this media coverage that we were just showing, like all you in the boats doing the interviews and all that, why didn't you just fucking get on with the job and not talk to the media? Like, of course, you said yourself earlier today, Peter Faulding, that what the media want is a photograph of you, an explanation of the sonar, and a video of you going down the thing in the boat, and then they can go back and have their cup of tea. And you provide them with the visual narrative for the story that they're going to tell about Nicola Bulley on the news. So you provide them with that and you help them do that, and they, you know, scratch. I don't know what back scratching you get out of that. You don't need it. You don't want it. You're not interested. Get fucked. You're selling a book and you're on the telly talking to Mark Williams-Thomas and you're on Great Britain News, and like it's all kind of ended up like this. But you can't fucking tell me that I don't want publicity. I'm not interested in a selfie. No PR for me. Thank you very much. In a fucking contrived media contrivance on someone's YouTube that you can basically use as a mouthpiece because they're naive enough to just like let you sit and do this. Like, it's bizarre.
You don't want to be photographed myself, and it was the misleading statements again. Wasn't happening, and in the end, he said, "We'll come back to you." The sergeant then went away on annual leave, and that was recorded. And he never came back to me, and no senior officer turned up. It was a disaster. No press office, nothing. And by this time, this is why there's nothing to do with me. They blamed me in the report, but the speculation was increasing because the police did not brief the public.
Nothing to do with you though, who went like, again, this is a video called Peter Faulding, I Don't Want to Speculate, made by a really, from what I can see, I subscribed to them the other day, and Matthew McNicholas is pretty cool.
Drag all the resources down to the river's edge, and I'd be looking at that very clearly, how it's got there in the first place.
None of this rings right to me. My belief is she's not in the river at all.
The shoe was laid by the river by the murderer to detract the search from that area, and she was actually found in a haystack miles away.
And like, this video is like 13 minutes of him speculating and speculating and speculating. It's called I Don't Want to Speculate, and he's been doing it today. Whoops. He's been doing it today, hasn't he? Like, speculating. Like,
what was going on? There should have been a daily
or every 2-day press conference. You say in 2 days we will update the. All
Says media, the PR expert.
it needed.
Sorry, says Peter, the media and PR expert.
Was a quick briefing to say, sorry, we're still searching. We got people in the water. We're doing this. We're doing that, and doing all we can. That's all it needs. And the public go, well done, Lancashire Police. Great job. You're
Fair
trying.
enough.
That's all it needed.
I mean, that's a cognitive point. So what, you filled in that void for them and just did it out of the kindness of your heart?
But don't kick the little guy, because I was the little guy, and I was the easy target to be blamed for this whole debacle.
Really?
And that was
David and Goliath.
It was David and Goliath.
No, it's ridiculous. I haven't finished the COP report, so I've got to be careful what I say. But whether you get thrown under the bus or not is irrelevant as to whether Nicola Bulley got found or not. It doesn't. They can't say Peter Faulding didn't find us, so we're good and Peter's bad and we're the good police. Like, they'd already done 8 days of searching. They've already got their own questions to answer for. Like, you come up because you are involved and you come up, and when you are judged by the COP report, it is not kindly, and that's your own problem. But Lancashire Police and their problems with the, their procedure, they're not absolved because you are also shit. That doesn't make them better. It hasn't there's been a brief moment where you are the focus of the press coverage because you got thrown under the bus, but it doesn't mean that the COP report becomes null and void and Peter is bad and the police are good and it is that. But you're making it that because it's in your interest to do so.
It still is. And then obviously the case went from there. We left the scene, and in the report it said Mr. Faulding continued to search on the 9th. Actually, we'd already left. We left on the morning of the 9th. We weren't searching. We went.
Okay.
So the report was wrong. We weren't searching on the 9th. They said they sent an officer down to brief me about my media hand. No, they didn't. He didn't. He just said how we treated you. That's all he said. And this is all.
Okay, well, there was an officer that got sent down. Whether the conversation was to your satisfaction or not, at least there was the officer. He'd left by the 9th. Is that something I can confirm or not? This is a video from the 8th, so he was there on the 8th, yeah, as he said, we've got that. And then on the 9th, no, he may have left. I mean, that might be one point that they say he continued to search on the 9th and he'd left. That maybe yes/no, I don't know. Can I confirm or deny that? I don't know what he was doing on the 9th necessarily. If I can't, if he's not there, then I can't confirm he's there, can I? I can't confirm he's not there. It's like proving a negative. In a way, but I think what have I got there? This other article was published on the 13th. This is interesting that this news article was published on the 13th, and it says Nicola Bulley search expert hunts for burial sites as cop makes worst mistake. A forensic expert combed the river, rejoined the search, and he's now focusing on deposition sites near the spot she went missing. So he rejoined the search either on the 13th or before the 13th. There's not so many days between that, is there? Rejoining the search. That's an interesting, strange thing. So officially now, at the end, after all of this, Peter is able to say that he left, but he wasn't officially searching on the 9th because he'd left. But on the 13th, he had rejoined the search. It all gets a little bit,
recorded at the police meeting. So lots of inaccuracies within the in the report, and me about digging holes. That was tough. I showed you the pictures earlier.
One inaccuracy in the report that you're saying is inaccurate because you'd left, but you were there on the morning, and you left that day. So you were there that day, but then you left that day. So no searching was done by you officially. Therefore, the report is wrong. But.
And I'll show you again because I really want to just explain this.
Well, there might be somebody. There's probably. Let me just say quickly. I just want to thank Paula for a super chat. If I can't read them, I do want to thank you for them. So thank you to Paula.
They blame me for digging holes, and there's been a few trolls. So Faulding just went out and dug holes in the river. This is an area that I identified. Now you may not. You may look at that. Can you see that? Look.
We've done this.
Keep it as it is. Yeah, we can see that.
Right. You may look at that as a tree stump. I look at that something's out of place because of all that undergrowth in front of it. That's plus what shouldn't really be there. Now, normally they would say, thank you for that, Peter. What we'll do, get the area taped off. And I say, there is a thing called technical, which I'm not going to go into. And they should have told me if that was the particular situation. Again, the senior officer who advised me on this, he said, this was an inquiry into Lancashire Police's handling of the case, it was not about Peter Faulding. And a lot of the focus is about, it's so easy to target a little man, but I'll tell you now, and I'm not being arrogant here, I've got far more experience in search than anyone on that case.
Like, it's annoying me here because I haven't finished the full go through of the COP report, but I agree the report is into the police and not into Peter Faulding. However, his presence is covered in the report, and the report does not exclusively cover Peter Faulding. It covers a lot of the police. From what I've seen, he hasn't even come up in it, and I've done 2-3 hour, I've done like 6 hours on it, and he hasn't come up in it yet. Like, he's been mentioned once as someone that they talk to. So he's going to be in the report, but he's not the prime focus of it. The bit that he's unhappy about is the bit about him. But if you take it out, the report still stands as a report. It's not like, oh, the report's fallen apart, there's no Peter Faulding anymore to scapegoat. It's not that. It's just that the bit about him, they make him look bad. And it's whether they make him look bad or he is bad is up to public opinion, I suppose, now. Peter's going to say, because, like, the court of, I suppose, like, the actual court have struck him off the thing.
Anyone on that case.
Not the actual King's Court. I don't know who struck him off, but you know what I mean. Like, the official line is that he's no good, and the media have been briefed in private by the police to show them the evidence that Peter Faulding has said he's shown the police. Remember, the police showed some shadows or something to them. Well, you said it was shadow. Like, so the press have seen whatever it is and decided not to take him up on his offer, I assume, of talking about this to get it out to as many people as possible to share the truth. But Luke has, I think. Is that what's going on? Sky News did a little bit with you as well. Luke said his interview was exclusive, but you also said on Sky News that you'd seen her on the radar, didn't you? So there was that. I mean, I'm a bit confused about his relationship with the press now as well, about like what he's saying about them and about their collusion with the police and about his position on the press and whether he will be continued to be used as expert for people like Great Britain News, other places like that. I mean, Great Britain News is also political, and he's on the Mark Williams like friend team political. Like, as much as he says he's not, he's on the anti-woke agenda on Great Britain News. So like, he might fit in there. I don't know, but the mainstream don't seem to want him, I think.
Far more searches than any of them people, and I've got far more experience than any of them. You know,
respect.
You know, I'm not going to wear that. I'm not going to wear them hammering me for my lack of experience. So I got a message. Yeah.
Well, just one moment. Just want to thank Bossa Nova Baby, Paul Taylor, and Lizzie Bell for their super chats. I do see them. As you know, I can't be. There's a lot going on. I can't be reading them all. I do appreciate them. I appreciate all the likes. We've had 1,054. Yep, quite a lot. There's 1,454 people in here. Wow. I heard the turkey. I'm sure a few people thought they heard a turkey then, but maybe it's a bit late for the turkey.
No, you didn't hear a turkey now.
We hit 1,000 when we were doing the Nicola Bully stuff, so I get it, but fucking hell.
I think that sort of wraps. You know, I think there's no. All I'm going to say is it would be nice if Lancashire Police acknowledged that they got it wrong. But the Police and Crime Commissioner, Mr. Snowden, come out on the report the other day and started the police inquiry with Andy Marsh from who's ex-Avon and Somerset Police, so I met years ago, rabbiting on as how well they did. And I'm thinking, mate, and I'm not knocking the detectives here, because there was probably thousands of hours of great work done by detectives. I'm not knocking that, but please don't hammer the little man. Literally, don't hammer him into the ground, because just trying to help. That's the sad thing about this case. They've literally picked on me. Now, I hope, Chief Constable, you're going to watch this tonight and go, this guy's actually a decent man. Why have we hammered him? Why have we not actually admitted, then gone, maybe we got this a bit wrong here and there?
So take Peter's word for it. He's a decent man. The police all don't like him. And the people who did the report don't. Well, they don't have a personal vendetta, but they hammered him, apparently. And we are to be on Peter's side. Like, the reports about Nicola Bully and the truth of what happened to her, and we've got way off that now. Now we're on, like, Peter equals good. Like, let's prove Peter good. And Luke is, like, Peter's cheerleader. It's fucking weird.
But Mr. Snowden comes out gleaming. This was the first-class inquiry, the first-class search. No, it wasn't a first-class search because you missed her.
Well, you fucking missed her, but you said you didn't miss her now.
Yeah. That's the fact. And I've got the images. The beauty of it, I've got the images.
And I will show, like I said, I am writing to the Home Secretary with this in the new year, and we will get this opened. And then eventually, I don't want public inquiries, but we want to acknowledge that actually I was not wrong. I was right.
It's going to be, when he says we're going to get this open, Home Secretary and stuff, it's legal, isn't it? It's legal to acknowledge that he was wrong and not right to publicly, because it could be considered libel or slander that could defame for his business. So he might be doing them for defamation, like in some way, or some sort of legal aspect of it, that if he's got the proof that there was a body in the river and he's saying there was, and they're saying that he said he wasn't, and all this business, that legally he's got the proof and now he can go back on the register and he can be considered a good guy legally, maybe. I think it feels legal to me, that what he's going to be doing with the Home Office. And he doesn't want a public inquiry. What? You know, I mean, we've had the public inquiry, but you don't want the public involved in this aspect of it. I suppose, again, we don't want the public seeing the sonar, is what it's boiling down to. It feels weird that we couldn't... You said that 98% of people would agree that it's a fucking body, so I don't know why... Like, because the children might end up seeing it, I suppose. It has to always be kept secret.
We all need to move forward rather than bicker at each other.
The beauty of it, he said the beauty of it,
we're not achieving nothing.
I'll look back on this.
Well said.
Yeah, I think you know what will happen. What will happen this year is during the summer, more people will go missing in rivers, and what will happen? SGI, the police won't be able to find them. SGI will get called. We will go to assist families, because once they've been missing
I thought you'd been struck off this thing. Are you still going and doing it then?
days. Unfortunately, the police don't have control of the operation. If rivers are public, we can search a river, but
even if you've been struck off the thing.
We don't want to fall out with the police. We just want to assist the families.
And what about your private work where you do search and rescue? Or is that never private? You never get paid for that? I thought you were doing it for all these other police forces. I want to know about that. I want to know how the balance of your financial interests lays with the work that you do and this legal action you're going to take with the Home Office to be proved right and this sort of stuff. It's quite important, really, isn't it? Like follow the money sort of thing. And even then, how important is it to finding Nicola? Not particularly, unless you're trying to cloud the truth for your own benefit, in which case bad, because we're trying to find the truth for Nicola.
The police in harmony and go, SGI, thanks very much for coming in. Now the police report thanks the volunteer search teams. They never thank me, they just criticise me, my team. And you've got the top team in the country here,
Well, I know that. Listen, I know that on the surface, people are going to say the police throwing him under the bus and the police are bad. But do you know, there is something to be said for the fact that the police and the report. I know the police report is political as well, but there is something to be said for the fact that they are not speaking out in favour of and defending this great man who's such a lovely man and a great man. And that's either because they're all evil, or like the 2%, as he said, this 2%, the 99% are good people and the 2% are the ones with the ego problems. But they seem to be the ones that he's coming up against every time, because the majority of them in this stuff won't speak up. And for like, no one is speaking up for Peter Faulding here. And he's a really good, really honest, really decent guy. So why is no one speaking up for Peter Faulding? It's left to the public and to Luke and the public to do that with their super chats. I mean, what?
Yeah, and we get criticised. That's sad. Why?
Hopefully things can change with how search is done in the future.
Well, it should be. It should be. And I think that's all we want from this is to improve the search. And there was if the viewers Google the Kylie Rodney search, this was another one in America.
Someone in chat said that,
where the police spent hundreds of hours searching a reservoir for a missing girl in a car. They couldn't find her. And a volunteer rescue team come in called Adventures with Purpose. You'll see it. I don't know these guys. I want to make it very clear. And they came in and they found her still in the car, only like 50 metres from the bank, with their sonar. And everybody else missed them. But the police over there acknowledged, the beauty of the police over there, they acknowledged that the search team found her. Over here, they hammer you because they can't be seen to be wrong. How wrong is that?
Yeah.
Why can't we just admit our failings and go...
So now you're saying that you found her and the police covered it up and hammered you because they didn't want to be seen to be wrong? That their egos... This is the point that he's made then, is that their egos are so great. And then we're talking about the dive teams, the search teams. They would rather conduct an extensive... I mean, how many days after? How many days after? I mean, or you could say, well, they were just going to let us float to the top and they didn't conduct an extensive search. But like, they would rather let it go on for another however many days and weeks until she floats up and a member of the public find her than just admit that they were wrong. And they would rather leave her in there, having dived it, well, not well enough to even check, but dived it, leave her in there and risk a member of the public, a dog walker, like, you know, like a YouTuber going in and finding her. And then that's why the dispersal order was put in the next day and the days later, is because if we put in a dispersal order and we put in like the, you know, no one can go near the river, then we just wait and she will come to float up. I mean, that's a narrative. It is a narrative. I can almost like understand it. No, I can understand the police saying like, we don't have to do all this searching. She will just come to the top and float. If everyone could just calm down and fucking stop looking, in about a week's time she'll float up, and then, like, as long as no one's there to sort of accidentally find her, we're on top of that and it's job done. Like, but I mean, that's pretty gruesome, isn't it? And that's basically Peter's line here, is that the police knew she was there. I told them she was there, and they were so eggy that I found her in the first place that they decided not to tell anyone, so that they didn't have to have the egg on their face that Peter found her. Wow. Whereas in America, the police didn't do that. They just said, thanks very much. I mean, you would think, my guess would be that the police would, like, even with egg on their face, say, thanks very much. And then your duty to the police that you're keeping the silence would be invalid because they, at the time, denied it. And you thought, well, that's weird. I just said to my wife, well, that's weird. But like, at the time they denied it, wouldn't you be instantly on your egg about that? Hang on, these are the ego people denying it, and I've got the truth. And then what about Paul Ansell? Is that why, did you tell him? And did you bring him down to the river to say, I think she really is there, Paul, and I've searched it and there's a body in there, and they've dived it and they haven't pulled her out. So if you look down there now, in this quite clear water, you can see just her leg poking out, and that's her. So sorry to tell you, Paul, but that's it. And then we're going to have to carry on pretending there's going to be a search for a few weeks until she floats up. But that's what's going to happen. Like, he would know at that point. Like, he'd have that in his brain. He's not. Is he slow? Like, if he's certain that she's in there and the police are denying it, then how long does it take to jump to the conclusion that we're going to have to wait for her to float up? And then how did he even get on the fucking scene to do the second pass the days later? Was it a second pass days later? I'm getting confused. I need to write it down. Should have been taking notes. What?
Maybe, that's what I was hoping the College of Policing would come out and say when I read the letter to you, Al. And I, you know, I read it earlier. Quite a sad letter that you just admit your failings, and the public. And I think let's have a hand.
The problem here is, right, look at it this way. Number one, the police were wrong. They missed her, and he found, like, the way he's saying it. Yeah, and he's been thrown under the bus. Poor Peter, right? That's one, you know, he's saying it. Look at the other way, though, right? Is that he also didn't find her. Let's say he didn't find her on the day and he wasn't sure it was this, and he mentioned it and he was accepting of the police report that they dived it. He also looks stupid now because she floated up, and he went up and down with his sonar, so he also looks stupid. So now it's a race for someone to, like, get the egg off their face, and the police can't do fuck all about it. Like, they're like, we recovered her, she floated up, we've not got really egg on our face, we're happy, we're just going to move on, I suppose, we've done the inquest. And he's like, well, I've still got egg on my face here, so, like, I didn't find it her. Like, oh wait, I did find it her. And then, like, egg not on my face but on the police's face, and especially if you're doing a report on me, you fuckers, right, egg right on your face. Like, it's like egg throwing and egg faces, and it doesn't help us find Nicola, and I don't really know about the truth. What I'd really like to do is just see your fucking sonar, like, just video the screen record, play the stuff that you've got, record it as a video, upload it, leak it on the internet, put it on Live Leak, where, like, or Live Leak doesn't exist anymore, does it? But, you know, leak it yourself on somewhere, like, whatever, you know, like, not, you don't have to put it on YouTube so that, like, her kids see it, but put it somewhere on the, you know, on the fringes where the committed see it and the people that go there see it, and, like, the people that don't really and shouldn't don't. And then, like, you know, like how the news reports end up with the censored images, somewhere that's uploaded on the internet slightly more uncensored, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like, leak it somewhere and let us see it. Like, the public need to know, but you don't care. You're going to hold on to it and go to Richie Sunak with it or something to clear your name. And I don't know how it all works out for Nicola, really.
Hands up for this if you agree that if you admit your failings, the public's faith in the police will be restored.
Because for the Nicola Bulley case, aside from the public's faith in the police and in you and all this business, for the Nicola Bulley case, people want to know, they've got questions. So if you've got sonar of her and what you think is her, and then you've also got extensive sonar of you searching the rest of the river on different times and days, we'd quite like to be able to piece that together as a timeline of sonar, because you'd be able to say she was here at this point and she ended up here at this point, and we've got these sonars that fill in the gaps. Was she in those at any point? Did she move? And you've got all these other questions around it. His certainty that she's in there and the police's certainty that she wasn't the week before opens up the question of, did someone put her in the day before your search or the day of your search so that you would then find her? Like, did someone set you up to find her, or were you just lucky? Like, it opens up these questions, doesn't it? So seeing the full and extensive evidence would be good. I'm sorry, I'm just a person at home wanting the truth, and maybe I don't get to see the full and extensive evidence, but you know what I mean?
Lot. If we just admit things and say maybe we got it wrong.
Let's see in this chat now.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, who agrees with that? I mean, I think people will go, yeah, let's admit our failings sometimes, and then it can come out and we can get it right.
Yeah, but you've got to prove the failings, or have proved the failings. And what we've actually done, Peter, is they've checked what you've done and said, no, we agree with the police. They dived it. The sonar people said it's not probably likely, it's less likely to be a body than, it's less, what was it? The percentage of certainty was 30%, low certainty. And they've done that check.
Peter, I think that we've done, it's 193 minutes. Which is crazy, but probably the longest live I've ever done.
Yeah.
Is there any
How are you measuring it in minutes?
Final you want to say? Because obviously, like this, you don't want this to consume your life forever.
No, I don't.
Is there any final statement you want to say to people here now?
I just want Lancashire Police to ring me and say, look, Peter, write to me and say, can we have a meeting? We want to bury the hatchet here, and I want some recognition as to what I did, rather than just be hammered for failing in a search.
Yeah, but you want that recognition from the police or the public. You've already seemed to have it from the public. You could just do a poll and find out how many people think you did a good job. But it's the police you want the recognition from, and also you want to take it to the Home Office to sort of legally prove that you were right for some reason, which I think might be something to do with your business interests in this job. And then you've got all this other politics that it's thrown up now about, should the divers be doing the police's job and replacing the police, or should the police be given the resources to do the diving job better, and what's going on there, because you have already replaced the police in quite a lot of areas doing that job. You're halfway along that process, and none of that, you can have your final say on it, but you're very, very heavily invested in one facet of it, I suppose, and it doesn't all come out. This hasn't all ironed everything out. It's thrown up a lot of other questions, and there were other questions that I didn't even hear asked. I would love to have heard something about the protester background and the Huntington Life Sciences, but we'll probably never get it.
Technically, I took the blame for failing in the search, and I didn't, because I found Nicola. I've got the images, and eventually I'm going to go and have to do a press conference in a closed room with the media to say, I'm still being blamed. I'm not going to wear this anymore, with the experts say, here she is. I don't want to do that. I do not want to do that.
Why don't you just fucking do it? What do you mean I don't want to do it? Just do it now. Why don't you just do it now? Why haven't you already done it? And how would the response be? What you're then expecting is that the media themselves would write reports that say, I have been in a room with Peter Faulding and seen images that prove conclusively that Nicola Bulley was on that riverbed or as close to us. And as though I can't show you them, we're writing this story to confirm it in all the different media outlets. And are you expecting the press to make their own press statements based on it? But you need independent experts in there, independent ones, to have taken all the footage and been over it and verified it. Not Lukes and me's and people on the internet, but independent, proper independent experts, that not people that you've paid and your friends that are from the connections that you've got. And I don't see if that's the big crux of it. Why aren't you fucking doing it? Why isn't it done?
About it's not, when I'm saying a media conference, I'm not talking go in front of the media and say here's Nicola Bulley, but it's more of a closed.
Big ups Unity Calling. You've been writing it down and posted it to Twitter. Big ups. Like there are some people on Twitter who've got sharper minds than me in terms of like, you know, I don't seem to be able to hold together timelines very well unless it's written out. And there are people on there, and like I want to shout out people like Mickey as well, and like others that, you know, do a good job of like keeping track of all this. Like, yeah.
It's confidence to say, don't knock me, gentlemen, because I am not wrong here.
Peter, one second, mate. So I've had it a few times now. Someone said, I don't know if you didn't explain it before, but I've seen it a few times. You said you would explain why you thought she was there all along in the river.
No, in what part? When I say what? When I thought
no,
she
like,
was...
I suppose from the 27th to the 19th. Do you believe that she was in the river the whole time?
Yes, I do. I believe she was in the river.
Right.
I don't believe that Nicola was taken out or murdered somewhere or whatever. Obviously, she had injuries. I know, and I'm not a coroner. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to get into that. It's not my area. But I think Nicola got into the river between the bench and where I located her at some stage. Whether she was, whether she fell down the bank, I personally don't believe that. Whether she was chased, whether she was pushed, or whatever, she's gone in the river between the bench and where she was found, where I found her, not where she was found eventually, and she's laid on the bottom there. And I think that, I know that eventually she's floated up, and the police have even agreed in the report that on the 19th, it was the high spring tide, and the water has flooded up over the weir. And this is what I said to my wife, but I never said that. I think she's floated up and just drifted down. But the water has come gushing over the top of the weir. It's flooded the river to the bench. Real water levels have risen. It's kicked Nicola up off the bottom because she's become buoyant, and then it's carried her down the stream. And that's why the police knew. The police knew all along that she was there, and she was going to get carried over the weir. I know that. They knew she was there, and she was going to get carried over the weir, and then she would get carried down, and then she was found. And that's the way she was found, because the police...
Big ups, Jojo Cretin. Thank you very much for the gifted tier sub. This is really, like, that's the big statement right at the end. Like, you know, he's actually finally making it, is the police knew she was there. I mean, we could factor this in, and, like, I've got all my negative opinions of Peter Faulding, but if the truth is that the police knew she was there and covered it up so that they could just allow her to float up, like, let's not waste resources, let's just allow her to fill up with gas and float, and then we'll fish her out later. And they bring in Peter Faulding. Bear in mind, he's explained it during this interview, they bring him in a few days after, you know, to recover the dead body rather than to be the expert that finds them alive and stops them from drowning and does the CPR. Like, so they allowed him to have a look, and he didn't. Like, why didn't they let him then fish her out as a dead body? Like, because they'd already searched and couldn't find her. Like, but in the other case with that other lad, the police didn't want him on the scene. They argued about it, but he went in and found him. And then another case, they did want him on the scene. And they were happy to have him in there and help him. Like, it just makes a bit, confuses me a little bit still. But yeah, he's saying the police knew. Like, Peter's line on this is that the police went in and dived. They were inept and didn't do their jobs properly. So Nicola was in that river the whole fucking time. He's not sort of saying that, is he, though, but that when he went in and dived, she was definitely there. The police had probably missed her, he's saying. And so to cover it up that they were stupid and missed her, they just didn't tell anyone and left her in there. And then they were waiting for this spring tide. So on spring tide, she got pushed up and floated down. And during this entire time, she was in there, nobody saw her. We've got the drone footage and all this stuff. So we will see her in that drone footage, I'm guessing, in that same place. People will be able to assess that and reassess that. And then also the sort of night of her floating and the day of, like, I suppose it's just lucky that Jason Dean Rothwell was on the scene and that he was the one that saw her. But they did have an extensive police presence, and they were aware of this. Like, bear in mind, the police expected this to happen on a certain day and time, because they can predict when the floating will happen. You would think they would have more of an extensive police presence ready to sort of deal with that, rather than just the van and the two people that ended up fishing her out. Like, it's a bit weird. But okay, I see what Peter's line is here. You know, I see what he's saying. And the reason that his hit was discounted was because they're just going to cover it up. The problem with it is, I guess, is that his ego problem police people are doing it again to him, and they've told him to naff off and it's not a hit. And he doesn't then think this is a massive cover-up and they're trying to stitch me up. And he doesn't then say, I've just done a hit, she's in there, someone should get in there and fish her out, to the public and the press. Like, he's not aghast at that and the idea that they would leave her in there and wait for her to float. He'll also wait for her to float effectively, or he'll just believe the police, even though he knows that they lied to him and discount his credibility all the time and stuff. Like, there's a bit of a problem there where I would think at that moment, if I were Peter, I would go public with my hit and question the police more heavily and say, have you really searched this? Because I think I'd be really drumming that thing, beating that drum, and not going off and messing about and doing rejoining the search and looking for burial sites and other stuff and loads of. Bear in mind, when he left the search, of course, what am I saying? He left and rejoined the search. You know what he did? He went and made that telly program, didn't he? He went and did Vanished. That was on the what was it, on like the 10th? And I'm like, during the 7th and the 8th, they would have been recording like for that program. He left the scene of the search to do Vanished for Channel 5, and then got back on the search later, and was quite happy to search extensively later, looking for disposition sites and stuff. It says it in this thing here, and like, do all the media. But he all along knew where she was, and that the police were just stitching him up.
Helicopters were up the day before looking.
Right.
They knew. They've even said it in the report that on that day, the 19th
But
and 20th.
this that he's saying now, like when you talk about the legal thing, like Peter Faulding's doing this on YouTube on Paul's channel, right? Sorry, on Luke's channel. And Luke is opening himself up to fucking massive legal problems. Like fucking massive legal problems. Like, theoretically, you could say, oh, Peter Faulding is slander libeling the Lancashire police, because he just said then they covered up the fact that she was in the river. So you could say he's slander libeling, libel slander the police. And like, if you do that on public, on the news, and you're Peter Faulding, then there's going to be trouble, isn't there? And the news won't want that, will they? Like, you can't bring someone onto Sky News to libel slander the police. He was able to say just succinctly, I think I found a hit. He wasn't to go on to say they covered it up. But here he's doing what could be considered libel slander. And Luke is sitting there like a dummy, having it on his channel. If he doesn't offer counterpoint and say, well, hang on there, Peter, that could sound like libel or slander. Like, we can't have people bashing the police, like we said, can we? So we're going to say that they correctly searched it and didn't manage to find her. So, whether she was there or not remains to be seen, or can remain in the audience's mind to question. But I cannot categorically state on my media platform, as because I'm responsible for the guest and their opinions. I'm the one broadcasting it on my show. So if anyone comes at us legally, you don't get the people suing you, Peter, for libel and slander. They come after Break the Ice YouTube for broadcasting you as a guest and saying it. I'm responsible for doing it. So Luke could get into serious trouble for this. I wonder, I'm hoping, I'm not doing the good work of recording my own. I've recorded this, obviously, but I haven't recorded this whole interview. I want to react to Peter on a body language for this interview, but I imagine this might get taken down at some point, or maybe this bit gets edited off. So I would hope that somebody out there records the whole thing and I get a look at it at some point, but it's just a hope.
It's kicked Nicola up off the bottom because she's become buoyant, and then it's carried her down the stream. And that's why the police knew. The police knew all along that she was there and she was going to get carried over the weir. I know that. They knew she was there and she was going to get carried over the weir. And
I mean, that's basically really bad, isn't it? Because you're saying they knew she was in the river and they just waited for her to float up so they could recover her. I mean, there's all sorts of problems with that. And obviously you've been slandered, libelled, or like defamed by Lancashire police yourself, you feel, but this is heavy. Like,
then she'd get carried down.
What if he puts a disclaimer up? No, like, I think Luke at this point, like, he's broadcasting it and he needs to, as the host, say, this is over the line. I don't agree with these opinions as the broadcaster and host of this show. They're Peter's opinions, and like, here's a counterpoint. Like, that's Ofcom and broadcasting, or just even legal. You know what I mean? Like, if someone wants, let's say you're Lancashire police and you want to sue over this because he's just said that you fucking knew she was on the bottom of the river and you left her there. Like, you want to sue someone. The person you go to sue is not YouTube and it's not Peter Faulding in this case, because it's Break the Ice. It's on there. Like, that's the person who created the media and put it on YouTube, and you're going to be suing. Like, I think that's the way it works anyway.
And then she was found, and that's the way she was found, because the police helicopters were up the day before looking.
Right.
They knew. They've even said it in the report that on that day, the 19th and the 20th was the highest tides, and if she was going to pop up, that's where she was going to pop up.
Yeah.
And isn't it strange?
But no, listen, right? The difference here is that she wasn't found by the searches, but we assume that she was in the river. With like 90% certainty, we think she went in the river rather than wandered off or got kidnapped or is up a tree. Yeah. So with that, and with the projected numbers and figures and the time that she's in and the tides, if we are to find her because she's been in the river the whole time, she'd probably come up at this day and time, and that's the likely event. It's like more likely that's happened than she's like running up and down the motorway in a flying down the motorway, child locks on and I'm flying down the motorway. It's more likely she's in the river than that. So we've predicted it. And like, it doesn't mean that they knew all along. They can say, well, the police can say, we didn't know all along. It's a rough, general, quite accurate, it seems, prediction. And we weren't able to find her in the river search, which has been difficult. As you say, Peter, they're difficult, aren't they? But despite that, if she was in the river, we would expect to find her on this day. And we think she was. So there we go, we found her. But Peter's made it different. Peter has said they knew. Like, they actually knew. And they just fucking said, right, fuck it then. We don't have to do any more searches because she'll float up eventually. And that's bad.
I found her there. They denied there's a target there. And now all of a sudden, she's got washed over the weir and now she's been found. Exactly matches my story. Nothing's changed.
Well, I'm sorry, go on.
No, I'm just saying that, if people troll me and accuse me of this, trying to get, I'm not about publicity, but I'm a great believer in getting the truth out there for people because it cannot ever happen again.
Well, you've clouded the truth with your actions. You've clouded the truth by not telling it when you discovered it. You've clouded the truth by withholding the evidence of the truth. You've clouded the truth by having financial interests, quite direct financial interests. It's your business to find people in rivers. It's quite direct financial interests. You've clouded the truth by doing extensive media interviews where you cast wild speculation in all different aspects. You've clouded the truth by doing all sorts of different kinds of searches. And you've clouded the truth by finally having a book out and using these platforms of media. Like, Luke's been selling your book for you on his channel. You're well aware. Like, you've clouded the truth by having all these different, motives for your behaviour, and finally you're now ready to speak the truth after a bit of a planned interview, and then some week before that, and then here, and then maybe a bit after Christmas as well when we take it to the Home Office. But I need to have a break at Christmas, but the truth will definitely is the most important. Let's have the truth.
Yeah.
It cannot ever happen again. And I want to make that clear. We never charged this family for nothing. It cost me.
Big up Unity Calling. It would explain why Becky Smith had this hypothesis all along. We all questioned how she knew, and now we know why. Maybe, but I don't believe Peter. I don't necessarily believe that his 100% valid, accurate find at this stage. It's very convenient for him to have that. Let's say that. It's very fucking convenient. Because if he didn't have it, he would be completely crushed under the wheels of the bus, no? So now all of a sudden he's got that. And now all of a sudden he's this soldier of truth. But he hasn't been before. He's actually told me lies to my face, So I'd be careful about believing what he's saying. But it would if it were the truth. But at the same time, it wouldn't. We're going to have to go over, I guess, forensically, a review of the police behaviour before and after this event. And it doesn't mean that, operationally, yeah. Peter says this to the team. He said he sent it on the problem is he said it sent it on a WhatsApp. So I don't know who he sent it to on the WhatsApp, but I'm assuming silver level, because he's had problems. He can't talk to the chief. The chief's never come down and talked to me. So I'm assuming silver level. Silver level have gone up to gold level. Strategy. We think this. He's done a hit. They've dived it, or they haven't dived it yet. Get and dive it, they say. Right, so get and dive it happens. The dive comes back positive and says she's definitely down there, but we don't want to bring her up. No, that doesn't happen. So it comes back negative. They're just inept and didn't find her because she was really there, right? And then, so this is Peter's story. And then, so that goes back up the chain and they say we didn't find her in there, etc. And so they've got the operational command of Peter said she was in there. They've shown us a picture. We've dived it and she's not in there. So at what point are they like, right, cover this up? We know she's in there. They must know she's in there for this to have been a cover up. They must have said, we don't want to fish her out. for this to have been a cover-up. So you're assuming the dive team did find her and corroborate it. Otherwise, the chain of command thing goes up and it says, we didn't find her when we did the dive. Or is it just the police divers? Like, is it not the chain of command and it's not the other people? Like, bear in mind, we're asking whether Becky Smith knew or not, essentially, and is trying to cover it up. The chain of... If they said to her that she was really there, they would have had to have found her. Or believed Peter's sonar to the point where it's irrefutable. And then told her that she's really there. Yeah, I don't see that happening as like a chain of events. I think Peter's accusing the dive team of being ego maniacs, not so much the higher ups maybe. And it's that they dive, they find her, and they say, fuck this, I'm not letting Peter have all the glory of finding her, so we're not going to pull her up. Or, because they're the ones that don't want to lose their jobs, they're the eggy ones, yeah? Or they dive, they don't find her. If they don't find her, then no one's trying to cover everything up, are they? Because they don't find her. So what can they say? How can you cover up something they didn't find? So you're assuming they did find her on that dive. But you said the dive wasn't very good and they didn't search a wide enough area, and you're saying they didn't find her. What are you saying? Do you know what I mean? What are you saying? So imagine this goes to the head of operations. Peter Faulding has said that she's in the river. She's definitely there. And we've dived it and we have found her. And the head of operations says, right, don't get her out. Leave her there. Everyone stand down from searching and just leave her there. She'll float up in a few weeks because I think it's going to be a full moon. Like, that's not going to happen, is it? Like, head of operations is going to say, dive it now and get her out of there. Like, they're not going to try and cover it up to make themselves not look... Oh, and by the way, I didn't realise it's going to make us look stupid, head of operations. She's not up there saying, oh, this makes us look stupid. Well, leave her in then. I didn't realise it was going to make us look stupid. Leave her in. That will not... Leaving her in the river will not make us look stupid. When she eventually floats up after more further searches, that makes us look more stupid because we still never found her. They still look stupid because they still never found her. So looking stupid is on the table now. You can't take it off their table. So why not get her up and do the good job and thank Peter Faulding? Oh, because you can't thank Peter Faulding and you can't be seeing that Peter Faulding's helped. That's what it is. It's not just we look stupid. It's Peter Faulding made us look stupid. So don't thank Peter Faulding. And that's what it's all about. Is because they're so butthurt about Peter Faulding that they can't possibly lift Nicola Bulley out of the water and put her children's and the social media and the searches and the community. They'll just leave her in there. Okay.
Thousands of pounds in costs. Emma kindly put us up. I paid for my own hotel. I paid for my own helicopter fuel. I paid for my own, which was probably, get hundreds of pounds.
Oh, Emma got paid then? You paid for your own hotel? Or did you stop in a different hotel to Emma's farm? You paid, or did he stop in a different place to Emma's farm than the rest of the team? That's interesting.
In helicopter fuel, time. My time, I'm a busy person running a big company. Then you've got all my specialist team up there. And then coming back to clean all the kit has taken a day or two. It's not just a matter of turning back up and then just throwing the kit. All our kits are immaculate. It's all got to be unrolled. It's got to be blown up. Yeah. It's got to be cleaned. It's got to be repacked, reserviced before we get deployed again. So there's a lot to this. And I think this is where I just wish for people in the UK that Lancashire Police and the College of Police could say, Peter, do you know what? Let's bury the hatchet here. Let's all get together, sit around the table, and let's work a strategy out. The way forward is how you guys can help out in the future if we get a person. Obviously, I wouldn't talk to the media, but let's work it out so we can help families across the UK. And what people don't see is every summer, I got my own life jacket charity, the Lucas Dobson Water Safety Campaign, where I fly my helicopter to schools, give life jackets out of my own money to kids, primary school kids, and do water safety talks with them. Free of charge. I do this.
St. Peter. What they don't see is that, and what they also don't see is what you did on Huntington Life Sciences protest line, did they? But you're not going to bring that up either. We'll talk about the early retirement and the police in a minute. She didn't take early retirement. She was already due to take early retirement a year before Nicola Bulley. Like, she had finished her career and had booked her early retirement before the Nicola Bulley thing kicked off by about 6 months. So I don't think it's weird. I think what would be more interesting is the fact they chose to put her on knowing she was going to retire, thinking that this case would finish and be done before she retired, guaranteed, because she was due to or maybe it's like, we'll talk about her positioning it a bit more, maybe on a specific episode, maybe in the future. But maybe it's like, with the police and the way they put her in as a very senior person, like maybe she's quite most senior. Due to retire means probably quite senior. Like solid pair of hands, definitely a good job done by, maybe they wanted to, maybe it's a positive that she was due to retire in some ways, in that you could consider her one of the most senior. But yeah, so I don't worry about it like she did the case, then she got binned off. That's not what I think happened. But I'm not certain on that. Again, this is stuff I've seen on Twitter and stuff like that, rather than me having her employment, history and stuff like that. But from what I'm led to understand, she wasn't just, finish this, now I'll retire, like snap decision.
Off my own back on water safety, because I see so many drownings.
That's it. We were doing St. Peter, weren't we?
For nothing. It cost me thousands.
And he was talking about the costs and stuff like that and cleaning the boats. I was going to say, with the cleaning the boats, it's interesting that he's done this whole search. He thinks he's found her. A couple of days later, he's back there. And then he's gone and he's cleaned all the boats. So there's no forensic evidence that, let's, God, again, strange ideas, but God forsake it happened. Like, he went back at night time, fished her out, and then put her in the van and fucked off with her. Like, you'd never know, because it's all been washed as soon as he got back. I'm not saying he did that, of course. I'm not saying that. I'm having fun and games, talking about ideas, but it's almost like a game of Cluedo, isn't it? But that would be weird, wouldn't it? That would be weird. He was there with all the kit. He was on the scene. He had all the the kit and caboodle. He said there were no night searches, but we've got photographs and videos of him there at night doing the search. And he said, it's quite often night searches. So it would be weird if he was so determined that she's definitely there, that he's gone down, fished her out, not told the police. Have we got the police's report that he definitely showed them and reported it? Yeah, we have, haven't we? Because he said they did a secret media thing that I haven't seen because it was secret. But I'd like to determine with the police, I've got to finish off their CIP report, but I'd like to determine whether he 100% definitely told them about this hit and then they dived it accordingly. I think this is right. I think it's right, but I'm going on what Peter said and those bits of video and what I can remember, rather than the police saying it direct as well. But it would be interesting if, instead, because he would, his ego problem with these police people, he could just remove the body and then they'd never find her and they'd look stupid, wouldn't they? And then you could dump it in and say that you had a hit, and then you look even better and they look even more stupid. I'm not saying he would have done that. I'm not saying it, but it's just now you've got politics and you've got he said, she said, and you've got egos and you've got they're doing it secretly behind the scenes against me, and I'm totally innocent and I've never done anything wrong and would not do anything bad, but the police don't want me there and the police don't like me, but they're the ones that are the bad people because they're doing bad things. But they are, of course, the police. And I understand the police could be corrupt and he could be a good guy. But also they could both be bad chuffers or they could both be good chuffers. And I'm only getting one side of it here and I'm being a bit careful, but fucking hell.
Thousands of pounds in costs. Emma kindly put us up. I paid for my own hotel. I paid for my own helicopter fuel. I paid for my own, which was probably, I get hundreds of pounds in helicopter fuel. Time. My time.
You fucking love flying that helicopter around. Fuck off.
I'm a busy person.
You didn't have to go in a helicopter. You could have just gone in the fucking van with all the rest of them.
Big company. Then you've got all my specialist team up there. And then coming back to clean all the kit has taken a day or two. It's not just a matter of turning back up and then just throwing the kit. And all our kits are immaculate. It's all got to be unrolled. It's got to be blown up. Yeah. It's got to be cleaned. It's got to be repacked, reserviced before we get deployed again. So there's a lot to this. And I think this is where I just wish for people in the UK that Lancashire Police and the College of Police could say, Peter, do you know what? Let's bury the hatchet here. Let's all get together, sit around the table, and let's work a strategy out. The way forward is how you guys can help out in the future if we get a person. Obviously, I wouldn't talk to the media, but let's work it out so we can help families across the UK. And what people don't see is every summer, I got my own life jacket charity, the Lucas Dobson Water Safety.
What he really wants then, like I said, is he's outlined it then, is he wants to get together and make sure that he doesn't, his business doing his thing is, he wants to be the people that goes and fishes the people out of the rivers. If anything, he wants them to create a special police force just to do that, which there already was, but he wants him to be in charge of it, and it doesn't even have to be a private company. It can be now part of the government if he's Sir Peter Faulding and can be in charge of it or something. I don't know, it just seems like his main aim there, like he said, was let's get together and make sure my job is safe.
Matches my story. Nothing's changed.
You know,
Well,
people, because it cannot ever happen again.
yeah.
It cannot ever happen again. And I want to make that clear. We never charged this family for nothing. It cost me thousands of pounds in costs. Emma kindly put us up. I paid for my own hotel. I paid for my own helicopter fuel. I paid for my own, which was probably, I get hundreds of pounds in helicopter.
Hundreds of pounds in helicopter fuel. The man has a multi-million-dollar company, yeah? Like 1.9 million pounds of turnover. Paid himself £500,000, I think, or I don't know if it's himself personally or the payments for everyone that works there. I might get that wrong. I'm not a forensic accountant, but the share price and all, like, he's got a lot more money than hundreds of pounds for helicopter fuel. Like, he doesn't have to care about £300 or 1,000 or 10,000. Really, in the big picture, he can afford that because he's worked all his way up there to get these contracts from the government to remove protesters, and that's what's paid for it in the main. And now he gets to do this thing with the boat.
Fuel, time. My time, I'm busy.
Big ups Armchair Detractor. The Huntington Life Sciences removal has been removed from the SGI website. Well, we've recorded it 1,000,000 times, so it's not been removed from the history. And the Wayback Machine will have it. He's obviously listening. He's obviously hearing what I'm putting out, isn't he? Just check it. Our pedigree in processed removal. Yeah, it has. It's been removed. Sign. Not standing by that then. I'm surprised because it says here, carried out many major protest removal operations in the UK since 1995. This includes such high profile cases as, and like he got it on there as a pride badge. Maybe he just realised he didn't know before and now he knows. So he's not happy with that and he wished he'd never done it and he's going to quietly delete it. But quietly delete it, yeah. Everyone needs to know the truth, of course. The most important thing is the truth and everyone needs to know the truth. Quietly deleting things.
Person running a big company, then you've got all my specialist team up there. And then coming back to clean all the kit has taken.
Big up Simon Chase Thatcher. I know that I've recorded it. I'm not saying you didn't know. I'm just saying thank God we did. Because this particular thing will be recorded as a separate video, so people won't see in this video that I recorded it unless I state it and make sure, and they can go and check. But yeah,
day or two. It's not just a matter of turning back up and then just throwing the kit out.
I imagine Unity calling as well. I imagine this will get quite a lot of views, but in the big picture on YouTube, it's not going to break 1 million, is it? But I imagine in the true crime world, it's going to be ripples and waves. And it's interesting to see, what Luke does with it, I guess. But I'm glad I'm not Luke, and I'm glad I'm not him. And if he gets 1 million views, great. It's good for him. He can go and live in the fucking Bahamas in a sports car, and do you know what I mean? It doesn't affect my life really. So good for him. I'm not greatly happy for him because I don't think he's a nice bloke, but what's good for him is good for him. Good for him, I guess. Fuck it. There's a lot of people out there in the world that are doing bad things that get to live relatively nice lives, and I just have to kind of accept it. But what's more important to me is what, I guess myself, my friends, whether we can make up. But I think, actually, I'm saying this. I think it's important that socially we try and enact social change so that good things do happen to good people and bad things and bad people don't get away with doing bad things. So I don't know what I'm saying really, but it's been a long night. So
all our kits are immaculate. It's all got to be unrolled. It's got to be blown up. Yeah. It's got to be cleaned. It's got to be repacked, reserviced before we get deployed.
So you've got to hose down the boat and put it away again. I wonder if you charge us. I wonder how much when you do the invoice for the job, when you do that, they charge for hosing down the boat and putting it away again.
But again, so there's a lot to this, and I think this is where I just wish for.
And listen, I've done roofing, right, where I've turned up, and I'm not the world's greatest extensive roofer. The people that I used to work with have done it most of their lives, and have lived a much more tough, rugged life than I have. But turning up at 6 a.m. It's dark, the tiles are frozen, you've got to load up the van with all the tiles you need. So that's a labour immediately. You've got freezing hands, load up the van. And then you can get in the van once you put the tools on and the right stuff. You get in the van and it's quite cold and you're stuffed up against the other roofers and it's smellish of cement. You get this cement powder gets everywhere and it's like a cement sort of smell and BO. And then you have to listen to fucking Lewis or Isaac talking some rubbish while you drive to the petrol station, hopefully, so you can get a hot coffee, up to Juicing to load up the van with more stuff, and then you get to the job, and like you're there in the cold doing the job. Like it's immediately again labour. Get those tiles off the van now and get them up on the roof, and like strip the roof, refelt it, rebatten it. You know, get the tiles on it. Like it's hard labour. Yeah, I get it. And at the end of it, do you know what? At the end of the day, you have to tidy up where you are so you don't leave it a mess. And then you get on the van and you get back to the site. You know what you have to do? Is you have to sweep off the van. Believe it or not. I've had to do it quite a few times. I don't fancy it because it's the end of the day and I'm fucking tired and knackered, but I've got to sweep off the van because the next day, the van needs to be like, like hosing down the boat isn't some special fucking... we've got this operational team and all this kit and it all has to be hosed down. Like, you have to sweep off the van. I get it. It's like a labour job. Like, chill the fuck out, Peter.
People in the UK that Lancashire Police and the College of Police...
Trisha made a private video she uploaded calling you. I'll have to have a look at it. If it's private, I won't be able to look at it, will I? I'd like to have a look at it if she's got stuff to say, yeah. I'm sure there's going to be lots of conversations to be had about this. I've made a sort of position here, but again, I'm just someone on the internet talking from my home. Like, I'm not a true crimer. I'm not trying to solve a case. I'd like it if we could find the truth for Nicola, and all my work is basically watching people. This hasn't been a body language react because it's about what they're saying in my, it's almost a mix between the react content and this Nicola Bully stuff, but I would have to give this a pass. I'd like to give it a pass as a body language reactor. It's quite a long thing, and I'd have to pick out some segments rather than do the whole thing. But I'd quite like to give it as a pass as a body language one. Big up, Sandy. Your brother's been a roofer for over 20 years, yeah. Like, all the lads that I used to work with have been roofers a lot more than me. Like, I was lucky that it was my dad's company, so I could sort of go there to, like, I need a job, Dad. Can I be a roofer for a bit? And then, like, once I'd earned enough money to become a hairdresser, I was like, fuck this, I'm off. But, like, it did help me, like, and it taught me a load of things. And, like, I really respect all those people. I just couldn't hack being on, like, that job the whole of my life. I just couldn't hack it. Like, maybe, mentally, like I said before, I used to get bored and talk a load of shit, and they would tell me, shut up talking shit all the time. But here, I can talk shit all I like. So, I need to do some body language analysis pass of it, yeah, but I forgot what I was even saying now. Yeah, I was just saying that Peter's like bigging himself up for being that was it. There's going to be a lot of reactions, and there's going to be a lot more to play out from this. It's raised more questions than it has answered, really. He's given us a couple more pieces of information that we hadn't had before, like Paul Ansell was crying, asking them to search the sheds, and Peter told them they should search the sheds without warrants, and the police were like cross with them and stuff. He's outlined 3 specific disputes he's had, not just on this case, but on other cases where the police and him have nearly come, what I sound like, to blows. You're not coming here, mate, and we're getting in the van, and you can fucking, show me the fucking piece of paper that says I can't be here, otherwise I'm coming on, and all this business. I think there's going to be a lot more to come out of it than they think and believe. I don't think it's going to be... I think Peter thought that it was going to be like not screwing a lid on it, because that's not exactly what he wants to do, but creating a social media narrative that controls people like whoever, True Crime Daisy and Maisie May's True Crime Chats. And I'm not dissing Vicky Marie there. I'm just like, trying not to say people's names because I don't want to start making it about all the other channels. But here we can see clearly, like, Luke's just sat there like a fucking, I would say lemon, but like tomato, and let Peter do this and accepted gratefully the money and the accolade of having all the views on YouTube. And there's quite a lot of people who are going to be like polishing these guys off. Like, it's the equivalent now of, I guess, the shiners for Shannon. Like, there's going to be shiners for Luke and Peter, but I'm certainly not shining for them. I don't really get a good vibe off it. So I guess I'm me and they're them, and there will be other people that are them. Everyone's got their own ideas, and it'll be like the whole Nicola Bully affair where people all put their different ideas in, and you have to think about it. I'll tell you something else as well. I know that a lot of our audience will watch this and will watch that and the other, and I'm not angry. Like, you can go and enjoy this and think this is good. Like, you can also enjoy me and think I'm good, and like your position on the politics of like private companies in public spaces like might be different or might not care or whatever, and it doesn't really matter in the long run. Not to me, like, not really in the long run to me. Like, it might matter to other people and they might get well eggy about it, but I've thought, I've felt like, I've understood political conversations. I don't feel like I'm going to change the world politically by having my opinion. But I do think we should try and enact social change. So I go for a slightly different, like, you know, I guess I like to give to charity and talk about veganism and stuff like that, because I think maybe we can make subtle social changes in other ways. I don't think I'm going to sort of fight the grinding wheel of the state. And like, you know, who people vote for and what they think about politics and all that. Like, I'm not here to kind of do a channel about that, am I? So this episode's a funny one because I'm doing it on Twitch, knowing that I'm going to upload it to YouTube, probably to Super Chuffer, really, and thinking it doesn't really fit there and it doesn't fit here and it doesn't quite fit anywhere. It's a bit of a weird episode, this. A bit of a weird thing going on. Peter Faulding's public defence. Yeah.
Say, Peter, do you know what? Let's bury the hatchet here. Let's all get together, sit around the table, and let's work a strategy out. The way forward is how you guys can help out in the future if we get a person. Obviously, I wouldn't talk to the media, but let's work it out so we can help families across the UK.
It was from 7 months ago, sorry, Judy. The video from Trisha was 7 months ago. Well, I don't think it would be anything pertinent. Maybe it was like she was doing the reading of my... She did a reading for me a while ago. I don't know, it was 7 months ago, actually. That was like before the Nicola Bulley stuff. 7 months ago. Telling her streams to be careful of me, or like, to be fair to Trisha, with the Nicola Bulley stuff, her name came up in my chat once, and I said, fuck that, numerology, fuck that. Like, there was all these people doing spirit boxes and talking to people behind, you know, saying they'd done Nicola Bulley. I've done a tarot reading and she's told me she's in the river and stuff like this. And at the time, with the Nicola Bulley stuff, I wouldn't countenance any of that, because I felt like it was like, let's get real here. Like, there's no psychic detectives and people on spirit boxes finding Nicola Bulley. I don't care. And I didn't know who Trisha was, but somebody said she's done a good video on it, and I said, fuck that. She's not. She's a psychic person. They're all nuts. Since then, we've had like, I've been more open-minded to just the entertainment aspect of tarot. And Trisha, as a reader, seems to be quite astute and intuitive, and her readings are quite, for my opinion, interesting and accurate in different facets, with the Alan stuff, with me. Like, I've not paid her for any personal readings, and I'm not suggesting anyone needs to, because that's like a bit of a step where I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna sort of, you know, people could say you're using your financial platform to support somebody who's doing tarot readings and charlatan stuff, and I'll be like, well, you know, I'm not having a political opinion on the tarot by tacitly, you know, I'm not her sponsor or anything. I'm just saying that I think she's nice. She's in our chat. I like the way she talks. I like her videos. They're entertaining. I like watching them. So since I first said that, my opinion on her is, I found an opinion on her by actually being more open-minded enough to look, rather than just being writing her off because she said numerology or tarot. So, like, it's difficult if you think that she said something bad about me in the past. Maybe she did, because maybe I said something bad about her. I'm not going to be like eggy about it. So, bad entities, dope head and takes place. Fair enough. Like, you know, she probably felt a bit like aggrieved that, like, she was probably enjoying watching my content and someone said something nice about her, and I fucking picked her out and said she was fucking bad and can fuck off because she does numerology and tarot. So she probably felt quite, like, you know, bad about it. I don't care. I don't mind. Like, honestly, I don't even mind. I don't think she's like some secret spy that's like been nice to me to my face and said that behind my back. It's not behind my back. She said it publicly even. That's her opinion based on a feeling. Like, we've both got to get to know each other a little better based on just being in each other's chats a bit more and seeing our work. And I think she's all right. The only thing I don't think, like I said, is I'm not going to be the person that publicly, I can't, it's not a legal thing, it's like a personal ethics thing. I can't say to you, go and spend 50 quid on a tarot reading, because I don't personally believe, like, I'd rather you, like I suppose personal ethics, I'd rather you sort of like picked up like Sufi wisdom rather than Quranic black magic, or sorry, not Quranic, no, sorry, tarot black magic versus Quranic wisdom. I'd rather go for the Quranic wisdom than the tarot, but I don't want to get into like all those sort of, I'm not here to advocate for somebody else's beliefs. If they're your beliefs and you like the tarot, Trisha's one that I think is good. But if you're not and you don't, I kind of agree with you. I think it's all a load of, like, you know, I'm not saying it's all a load of nonsense, but what I'm going to say is let's say I had an important choice to make in my life. I'm not going to ask the tarot to make it for me and to guide my decision. I'm interested to see what the tarot reading says, and it's fun. But then I'm going to still just sort of go with the more scientific and the more, down to earth daylight thinking. But in the night time, when we're having fun and we're sitting around the dinner table after a few wines that you've had, because I don't drink, but you know what I mean, and we've had the dessert and the cheese, and someone wants to do a tarot cards, and it's like I'm up for it. I'm fun. I'm having that fun. So it's entertaining to me rather than a belief system. But for other people, they take it a bit more seriously. It's cool. But I don't care if she said something bad about me like that. I don't. It doesn't hurt me in any way, and I think we can move through that. I'm certainly not going to pick over something she said in the past like that. Although I would do it with Luke did it about me as well. He's done a video about me in the past that basically says he's bullying Alan and I think he's bad and I don't know who he is really. And there was a lot of weird shit there with that. So, I'll call that out and be like, that's bollocks. But people's opinions and people's stuff can change, and I don't mind. I don't.
What people don't see is every summer I got my own life jacket charity, the Lucas Dobson Water Safety Campaign, where I fly my helicopter to schools.
Well, they do see it, don't they? Just take pictures of it.
Buying life jackets. If I was a fake person, I would not be giving life jackets to schools, flying in my own time when I run.
Or you would be doing that to cover up the guilt you feel for all the bad stuff you do and to make you look good in the public media perception.
A multi-million-pound company, and then try to help people save their life. A fake person, I would not be giving life jackets to schools, flying in my own time when I run a multi-million-pound company.
You run a multi-million-pound company, so flying in your own time is your hobby, and you're engaging in charitable donations of life jackets to schools. I think if you run a multi-million-pound company and you like flying around in your helicopter, turning up and being Saint Peter and King Peter and handing out life jackets, it's actually quite fun. So why wouldn't you do that? It's a weird thing to say, I do that, therefore I am Saint Peter. But there's lots of people who do nice things. And also, there's lots of people who don't have £1 million and can't afford to fly their helicopter. You don't have to fly the helicopter to do that. You can just drive there. But you get the enjoyment of flying the helicopter. I get it. And you're St. Peter. So you could say that it's about public perception again, because although you don't bring it up, I do a lot of work for charity, but I don't like to talk about it. You do like to talk about it, and you've got stuff about it on websites and stuff.
Try to help people save their life.
Absolutely.
So let's have some reality here. Let's get together. Let's get together the National Search Centre and go, Peter, let's all sit around the table like we used to. Let's get rid of the ego trips and go, SGI, actually, maybe we could work with these people.
So you used to work with them, they've worked with you, and now they don't want to work with you. I've been in these situations, through employment myself and through employing people and just knowing people, and relationships go south, and that's that then, yeah? But you want to fucking reclaim that, and you're not letting it go. It's a bit weird, and this is sick as fuck, but it casts this weird light on it where, well, you don't need me anymore, you don't want me to work for you anymore. Well, what if I don't find a body, and what if I do find a body, and what if there's a body in the boot of my trunk that I dump in the river, and then I find a body, and now what? And there's all these political reasons for finding a fucking body, and you want it back the way it was in the old days where you were around the table with them. Well, it don't seem like it's going to happen, so it looks like you're going to have to rely on the book deal and the fucking public speaking engagements and going on Sky News. But it seems like the police have soured the Sky News and the media for you by showing the pictures that you showed them, bad but blurry in some way that you said. You didn't describe exactly how bad and blurry, and telling them that they've had it checked by a third party and it didn't turn out to be anything, the blurry images or the dive. So the police have basically told the mainstream media that you're a bit of a not worth your salt, and they've sort of bought it. So now that's in jeopardy as well. It seems like everything's in jeopardy for Peter Faulding here, doesn't it? Like for me, I'm just someone on the internet talking about stuff, trying to find the truth for Nicola Bulley, because after some body language analysis that was a bit of fun. I do the body language analysis, people like it. I do it for all sorts of different characters, and we did it for Paul Ansell, because it went a bit wild, and there was loads more interviews. There was Emma White, and there was all the different characters. He's now a character, and we should really do it for this. I'm sort of doing a react here instead of a body language, like I said, but I'm fortunately for me, I don't have a multi-million-pound company and assets and creditors and debtors and things to worry about when I'm making my videos. Fortunately for me, it can literally just be about what's the truth, rather than huge financial interests and charity work and helicopters. It's fucking weird, this is, isn't it? Like, this has got fucking weird, to be honest. For Luke, I feel a bit sorry for him as well. I quite often feel a bit sorry for Luke because, like, here he is naively in the middle of this, and like Peter Faulding's on his channel, and he's nailed his thing to the mast with Peter Faulding in a way. And I mean, I don't feel sorry for him because he likes Andrew Tate and he's making his own moves, top G moves, anything to get views, top G moves, you know, whatever. I don't know. What would Andrew Tate do in this situation? But it's got fucking weird. Let's just say that. It's now 1 o'clock in the morning. I haven't had my fucking dinner, and this has got so fucking weird.
Because this guy knows what he's talking about. Maybe we don't know what we're talking about with sonar, because I can tell you now, the police do not have the sonar experience that we have. They do not. They do not have the same.
Somebody said, I wish, like, if I was missing, I'd hope Peter Faulding was searching for me, not these incompetent police. That's for sure. So there you go. But no, if I was missing, I don't want Peter Faulding for me, because he's brought in to find bodies with sonar when they're definitely dead and at the bottom. Like, I'd want the fire and rescue to find me before I drowned, or while I was in the process of drowning, while I was still resuscitatable. But like, Peter Faulding's the sort of, you know, the last person you'd want to find, you in a way, isn't he? And the police don't have this special sonar, and it's all about this again, isn't it? Fucking hell.
They said in the report.
Like, wouldn't he feel so bad if the government just bought the police a load of sonar kit? Like, he can just shut up then, can't he? That would really annoy him. Like, we should do a crowdfund so that we can, like, how much is it? It's 50 grand, you said, your sonar kit. Well, we can raise that. You need the people to operate it as well, yeah, but like, the government can raise 50 grand for some sonar kit. Like, why doesn't Andrew Snowden just fucking shell out for a load of sonar kit for Lancashire and tell Peter to fuck off?
They do not, because I confirmed with Terry the other day from Marine Sonic that no police force in the UK has invested. They will not spend.
Ah, Terry from Marine Sonic. I didn't know about Terry from Marine Sonic. There's a new character. You were talking to him the other day. Terry from Marine Sonic probably really wants the government to invest 50 grand in sonar all over the country, because he can sell them 50 grand's worth of sonar kit. Terry from Marine Sonic. Terry from Marine Sonic. Was that in 1996? What? I don't know now. I don't know what the question was.
£53,000 on specialist sonar equipment. They will not. There's no budget. Let's use the people. And you can't just pick a sonar.
Oh, there's no budget.
I spent 3 years doing extensive trials with it. You can't just pick a sonar up and go, oh, there's out the box, lads. Let's go and find some. No, it doesn't happen. It takes experience. Like a surgeon, like a pilot. You know, when you learn to fly.
Oh, get off it. Like, the extensive background knowledge in policing and forensics that you then apply as you become, you know, a more specialist officer, like, that can't be just like taught overnight. No, but like, the dragging the sonar thing in the string, like, they're dragging it around with string in the, not string, cables, but in the river. You drop it down to a certain depth, you drag it around. Yeah, a bit of experience to see what you're looking at on the screen and, you know, interpret it here and there and make sure you're dragging it in the right place at the right time. But come on. Like, it's not fucking brain surgery or rocket science. It's dragging around a sonar thing on the and looking on the screen till you get a good image.
I'd done my 78 hours to become a pilot, but it doesn't.
He bought his sonar. All right, when did he buy the sonar? Yeah, like, I don't know. Yeah, can't remember. It wasn't his first thing though, was it? But like, Jesus, like, he's really fucking invested in this sonar. It makes me wonder whether he's got shares in the sonar company. Do you know what I mean? Like, but the person who can benefit from this most is whoever makes that fucking sonar, because to shut Peter up, we should just do a crowdfund for 50 grand's worth of sonar for each police force around the country. But it's not just that. We need the specialist officers who know what they're doing. Like, why don't we... Okay, Peter, why don't we just give you loads of money and you do it all? Would that make you feel better, Peter? Why don't we just create a new department of the police called the Search and Rescue Special Peter Department, and you can be Peter in charge of the Special Peter Department, and you can just do all the sonar you want? Like, fucking hell.
Mean that I was any good. I could fly it, but it doesn't mean I was experienced at all. I got the kit, I got the badge, but I've got nothing else. Anyway,
it's all about the operator as well, isn't it? Like,
it's all about the operator.
Which is the problem here, Peter, because unlike, whilst you've done some, you know, jumping out of an airplane for the paratroopers or whatever, unlike police officers who, like I say, police training isn't it's varied, and so when you get on the scene and you're doing something that's specialist, you've still got that varied background, and you haven't got like this depth of background in forensics and searching and stuff like that. You've, like you said it yourself, like you're better off in the field piecing it together on the, you know, on the ground. You're not so good in the office with the strategic bit. Like you've done some courses and some things here and there, but you're not in the same league as someone who is trained as a police forensic investigator who specialises in diving, or sonar detection or anything like that. This is the problem: is there's no, like, as a private company, there can be no like testing prerequisite like certificate that can be. Do you know what I mean? You're a private enterprise. People can bring you in and pay you to do the searches by all means, but whether you should be in charge of the searches for the police, different thing.
So hopefully everybody, I mean, all I'll say is I am telling the truth. I've got nothing to hide, and I really appreciate everybody listening to me tonight because it means a lot to me. I'm not a liar.
For you.
You obviously got things to hide, because what we've just seen today is that you hid your involvement in the Huntington Life Sciences protester removal, which I've been calling at you out for a while. So you obviously do have some things to hide, don't you, Peter?
Yeah, thanks, Luke. And I'd like to thank Luke for, coming down. He got to know me as a real person rather than this bloke in a, sitting in a shiny suit when I was doing Nicola Bully, but as a real person with my animals, my family, and I'm just saying I'm honest, and I don't stitch people up, I don't lie. And SGI provides...
Repeatedly stating how honest you are is not a good look if you think that you're particularly honest.
A first-class service to all of our clients with honesty and integrity, and that's what I'm known for. I'm not misleading. I've got nothing to gain by saying that was Nicola Bully in the river. If I never work...
Yes, you do. Like, what a fucking stupid thing to say. I've got nothing to gain by saying that was Nicola Bully in the river. At what point? When? When did you say it was Nicola? You've never said, or you did say it, or what? Of course you've got something to gain.
Police again, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But I've still got clients with honesty and integrity, and that's what I'm known for. I'm not misleading. I've got nothing to gain by saying that was Nicola Bully in the river. If I never work for the police again, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But I've still got the greatest respect for police officers. I want to make that clear. If I don't work for the police again, that's fine. But we will always be there to assist the families. And if someone goes missing, and like Liam...
How are you going to afford to always be there to assist the families if you don't work for the police? Like, maybe you officially don't work for the police, you work for the government. Like, maybe you could say that. Can we question that, maybe, and push back on that? Like, it's a bit fucking weird to say this. Like, how is your multi-million-pound business going to operate if you're not going to be operating with the police?
In Liam Graham in Kent the other week, he was called. They called us to assist the family, and we went down to assist free of charge. Okay, my own.
Yeah, he must have thought I had a point. And also, he's told us today that he's got computer hackers working on, like, behind the scenes friends from the police working on computer hacking. So I don't like that. I mean, obviously, there's nothing they're going to like. They're not going to find anything bad. I play computer games and stream and stuff, but like, obviously, I watch some pornography. So great. At some point, someone might publish pornography that I watched, but like hasn't everyone? I mean, I've got nothing to hide necessarily, but I don't like the idea that Peter has basically told us in this episode that he has. I think he was talking about his Twitter trolls, really. Probably they're trying to find their IP addresses and who they are, and I'm like public, so they don't need to do that. But they can do other weird shit, can't they? Like, Peter does this weird shit, like, so I don't like that weird shit. Like, you could almost say like it's stalking people, like getting a private former police officer to do forensic hacking. Like, you could almost say that's like weird stalking, couldn't you? So we don't do that. Peter does, and I'm someone on the internet that's critiquing him, so I worry about that, I suppose. But overall, like what the fuck, it's just stuff on the internet. So,
Peter, I think that's a good place to conclude.
Yeah.
Cheers. I'll drink some of this water. It's been in front of my heater for a bit, so it's warm, tepid water, so it's not the best. But I'm having a wine after this. Cheers, Pete.
Everybody, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for all of the comments. Thank you for all the likes.
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chats. Thank you to the moderators. Thank you for sticking around for 202 minutes. Wow.
Wow.
I'm gonna go.
Wow.
Get myself a nice glass and chill out. Listen, everybody, like.
Oh, you're going to count the monies.
This channel that has subscribed recently. Like, you're a real.
Like, this has been like, Luke is fucking gonna like anyone that makes YouTube videos is gonna look at their stats, and this is gonna be like a huge big spike, lots of big spike in the money. It's gonna love it. Gonna love it. This is absolutely a massive boon for him. Even if it turns out that even if it comes out that Peter Faulding's involved in the placing of Nicola Bully in the water, like later on, it won't hurt Luke necessarily too much because he's innocent. He didn't know, and like, you know, he can always sort of skirt around it. But to me, like, I see what he is, what he's doing, and who he is. I think it's easy for him to paint himself as naive and say that, oh, I didn't know, and like, I'm just trying to get some views, and Peter Faulding did an interview, but he's got his politics behind him, you know, he's got his sneaky ways, he's got, just like Peter Faulding, he's got his saying something didn't happen and removing it from the internet. So I don't like either of them, and, you know, I don't really wish him all the luck in the world, but I expect he will have a massive boon from this, and will quite enjoy that. So
Great bunch of people. Yeah. I get a lot of great comments, I get a lot of great support, and some of the comments I personally get about being an honest, decent guy. It's very humbling. I appreciate it.
Can I just say, Luke, I showed Luke the images of Nicola months ago, back in probably August.
July,
was it? When?
I think you showed me. No, you told me in July.
Yeah.
And you showed me in October.
That's right. Okay, October. Yeah, whenever it was. But I showed you, and you've kept them, you know, to yourself. And again,
well, he hasn't got a copy of them. And he's invested in getting you on the show, and you've hooked him with those pictures. Okay, if he'd have spoken about them, you might not have come on the show. So he's probably not likely to show them and talk about them, is he? On the proviso that he's going down to your house and flying around in your helicopter with you, and you're going to come on and do an interview. And like, you know, you've got him in your pocket with this.
The police report, I kept everything to myself, and I said in Luke's previous interview, please, you know, I'm working with the police.
Those views will be bigger than you think, because he had over 1,000 on the live, and it was 2 hours long. So I predict this live will have already hit about 5,000 to 10,000 views. Like, it won't show them as quickly on YouTube, and I predict it will get upwards of 50,000 views, like, easily. Okay, like, it's just people getting views on YouTube. Like, I think in some way I'm expected to feel, oh no, oh, angry you got some views, but it doesn't hurt me in any way. The only issue is that I would say my counter argument, my counterpoints, I would hope they get equal numbers of views, because then people aren't just seeing one side, they're seeing both sides. But I don't think they will. You know, my stuff that I say about this, I'm doing it quietly here on Twitter, like, separately, and I'll probably just upload it to YouTube straight up. But I don't think the you know, the balance of the story, this is more sensational, it's been built up, and they've engaged a group of people with their, like, people think that Luke is a nice, honest guy and a lovely man for doing this, and like, they're either in the same sort of political sphere and they think, you know, agreeable thoughts about some other stuff, or they're blind to it and don't pay it much mind. And like, to me, he's not, and I kind of, you know, I think I see him for what he is, but people are going to be people, aren't they? So that's that. I mean, I don't think in the long run, in 10 years time, Luke might be really successful and whatever. I'm not going to be thinking, what's Luke doing in 10 years time? Like, this doesn't hurt me in any way, really. So I don't really feel negative. To me, it's not nice to see, you know, it going well for these people necessarily, but I don't think it is. I don't think number of views equals it's gone well. I think this has gone quite badly, actually, and there's going to be more questions and more, you know, problems in the future because of it. Certainly for Luke and Peter, with the legal aspect of literally saying the Lancashire police were covering it up and that they knew she was in the water. That's a big one. I've talked all the way through it, you know, so I've given my points, so I'm not going to go over them over and over and over them, but yeah.
Inquiry, I'm trying to go along with this.
To watch it one more time, I'm going to have to watch it. I don't really tend to record things, like, you know, and keep them as a big file, but I feel like some people would want to keep a copy of this because it might get deleted at some point or edited, and I want to do body language react, so I might have to you know, watch it either a few times myself or record it and then watch it on the stream. I don't care if I give Luke 3 or 4, 5, 10 views watching it back, and, you know, I don't care if I've taken any off him tonight watching it in this format. To me, it's not a battle of the views on YouTube between me and Luke. It's about who's telling the truth about Nicola Bully. And when people become players in the theatre, I'm not saying that because I think it's psyops or anything, but you know what I mean, like the characters I've talked about, Paul Ansell, Emma White, the other friends, the police people like Sally Riley, and, you know, they're the characters and the players in this. Peter Faulding has inserted himself in as a civilian, like I could have, or anyone could have, but in a slightly more professional capacity, inserting himself in. Now he's a player and a character in this, yeah. And now Luke has sort of become like a sub. The true crimers, the Allens and the whoever else on the true crimers, the Jizzies, they would like to be players in this sort of narratives, but they're not. They're commentators on the narrative, but they have these egos and they think they're big and they're special, so they also want to be players, so they get involved a little bit. And you can get involved maybe by doing an interview and stuff like this, and maybe be impartial, or in Luke's case definitely partisan on the side of Peter Faulding, or I don't think partisan's the right word, but like not impartial, like biased. But you can do all that stuff if you want, but really you want to be players in the narrative in some way, but you're not. You're the commentators on the narrative. Peter is now a player in the narrative. Luke is so like sidearm attached to Peter in some way, like not a player in the Nicola Bully narrative, but a player in this narrative of whether Peter Faulding is being thrown under the bus and the position of the media and stuff like that. Luke has now got himself involved in that, embroiled in that in a way. I'm not saying he's a player, like a good player. I'm like, he's more like a pawn. Do you know what I mean? But it's interesting to see it from my perspective, because I know where I sit. I keep saying I'm a commentator. I'm on the outside above this in a way, like looking down and seeing the mess. And I'm lucky myself that people like to hear me talk about things, but like this is a fucking mess. And this hasn't solved it and made it better. This has made it 10 times worse in many ways. And the truth about Nicola is now, we've got two truths now, haven't we? We've got Peter's truth and we've got the Lancashire Police's truth. And I don't tend to buy everything from either party there. I think both parties are spinning the truth for their own benefit now. So that's not good. Because in the middle of it all, there's money and there's high connected people, and there's politics and there's reputations, but that's not Nicola Bully in any of that in the middle of it. Like, we've gone on to something else now. Like the Nicola Bully thing was in that room. It's like you've gone to the rave and you've gone to the main room and you're dancing at the rave in the main room, and you've gone off to the bar and you've gone in another door and you're in this other, and it's quite like the same sort of music, but like you're in the side room and it's not the main rave. This is a side room off the main rave. The main rave, the Nicola Bully investigation and what happened to her, is in the other room. But now we're off in the Peter Faulding room having this fucking drama. And the veering into taking himself off mainstream media. I mean, he's been taken off mainstream media, hasn't he, really? From what I've inferred from what he said, is they've done that secret press conference. They've showed Peter Faulding's findings and said he's going to come out and say this and it's going to be shit. So don't go with that. Don't publish it in your newspapers because we'll probably sue you. And they've said, right, fine, yeah, Peter Faulding seems like a nut. We had him down as a bit of a nut. I don't know, I'm paraphrasing there, but it seems like he's not engaging with the mainstream. He's engaging through Luke and this platform. And so what that has happened, yeah, like I say, it's crossing the line between, it's totally unprofessional, because it's crossing the line between serious business that has a media presence and does press conferences to Peter Faulding chatting to this guy with a camera in his conservatory with his heater on. Like, it's totally unprofessional, and it drags this story. Like I said, the side room now, it drags the main player, not a main player, a side player, Peter Faulding, who has come in as a side player. Like in the cast of the theatre, you've got the main parts, Romeo and Juliet, and then you've got the supporting actors, haven't you, and players. And like Peter was supporting cast, and I don't know what Luke is, but now we're dragging it into the audience. Like Peter is now an actor that has come into the audience, and Luke is a member of the audience up on stage, so to speak. Like that line has been blurred between the two. So like this is, like I say, it's side room stuff. It's like a spin-off series from, it's not main player stuff, but it's a weird side room to go down, and I don't like any of it, and I don't like any of them. That's my judgment on that. I wouldn't trust any of them as far as I could throw a super chat at them for a question, and like, mashallah, subhanahu wa ta'ala, like, let's just hope good things happen to good people and truth outs, because I don't feel this has served Nicola Bully's truth necessarily, and that's a shame.
To make sure that we get the facts out, and that's what I'll always try to do. I want to work alongside the police, as I have done for many years, since 1999 and pre that anyway. I don't want to go against the police. I've got no intentions. I've got no hate for Lancashire Police. Whatever
And
they
people would say to you, yeah, but the truth is she was there, wasn't she? He made the hit. Isn't that serving the truth? Show me the evidence. Serve the truth.
think about me, but I would love to have a meeting with them to sit around a table and say, let's sort this problem out, because it's not fair picking on the little man. Let's all sit round and have a coffee and have a chat. And let's be nice to people, and the public will gain.
And it's interesting as well, like you were saying about Jizzy, and you didn't, lost respect for her. When I first watched Jizzy, my problem with her was that she was reading the news, and I can read the news. I don't need you to read it for me. I don't think it's necessarily well researched and good quality content. It's sort of a lot of true crime is like this, though. Like, here's something in the news for today. This is our episode for today. Let's read it out, and there you go. Like, true crime news, done. It's a sort of service, a sort of media aggregation service. But I don't really watch it myself for content. I watch I watch the psychological content. I watch the deep dives and the the interesting documentaries. I don't want someone to read the news to me. I didn't care for it, and so that's my opinion on that. But it doesn't. So what? But the thing when she got leaked the thing, right? So I could see why she's got numbers and views reading the true crime news. Fair enough. But when she did the numbers and the CCTV, I felt like one of these players, Paul Ansell or his friend or someone, had infected into social media narrative. And this is the same thing here. Peter Faulding is effectively he's with Paul Ansell, Team Ansell. He was crying in the thing with him about the shed, remember? And he's now gone to a smaller social media person, smaller than Jizzy this time, but much more local and manipulatable. And like, you can obviously see like how Luke is just sucking him off and polishing his head, yeah? And like, it's kind of slimy to watch, isn't it? Like, if you all worked in the supermarket and he was the manager and Luke was doing this, you'd be like, you're sucking up to the manager. Oh, you fucking suck up. Do you know what I mean? Like, but it's benefiting Luke and it's all that. Okay, I get it. But it's this. The problem is it's come from this way. If Luke had been able to secure an interesting interview, that would be one thing. But Peter's saying, I've heard you were interested in doing an interview with me. Maybe I'll come and do an interview with you, Mr. Luke. That's another, isn't it? Like, so it's Paul Ansell and people feeding to Jizzy, apparently, this video. It's Peter feeding to Luke this exclusive, and so it's coming from those supporting cast players, or maybe main players in the terms of Paul Ansell, and filtering into the social media as narrative and conversation. And yeah, it's that blurring of the lines, like I said, between the positions, the professionalism, and the actual players that I find very strange.
So much more respect.
No, I'm planning to finish soon. I want to go and eat my dinner, and we are actually come to the end of this now. There's only 30 seconds left, so.
From the police, with leaders who actually lead from the front and go, maybe we might have got it wrong. Maybe we got this wrong. We probably did, but we're sorry. And maybe.
What you want is never going to happen, is it? Because they've done the inquest. They've done the COP report. And the COP report threw you under the bus. And unless you come public with these pictures and there is a massive, unless it is shown publicly that they are wrong, you can't expect them to want to come out and publicly state that they're wrong, can you? You can't hold a gun to their head and sort of hold them to ransom and say, I will never show these pictures, but I know I've got these pictures and you're wrong and I've got them. And this is they'll just say, shut up. It's time to show your hand. That's what it is. It's time to, sorry, there's a certain person that's going to really enjoy that analogy, isn't it? But it's time to show your hand.
The report should have been published slightly different, hopefully, and we can all go forward. I want to continue what I do, and I just want to make sure that everybody knows we have had our busiest year ever on turnover. SGI are an
on turnover, finances,
extremely busy team. We do a lot more than underwater search and land.
I know you do.
And search, so this hasn't affected us in any way. We've become a lot busier anyway. So,
really, this hasn't affected you financially in any way negatively? Fair enough. I just take him at his word for that. Like, his march goes on in the other avenues of his work. Maybe there's a lot more protesting. Well, there is a lot more protesting going on at the moment about climate change and stuff. So, maybe he doesn't care so much if he doesn't have to go. And I don't care. We do a lot of turnover, but he does care because he wants to save the families from the hurt of not knowing where their dead loved ones are by finding the dead bodies. So, there is that. Remember, we've I mean, this is right at the end now, so it feels like this is a big point that I've learned today as well. Is that it's not really about Peter Faulding search and rescue. I'm lost, and he's going to find my child for me, and I'm glad that you've got the home safe. It's about Peter Faulding. They can't find them. They're dead at the bottom. Come and fish them out. Like, it's about body retrieval, and it doesn't sound so glamorous when you say it like that. And of course, it's an important job for the families and respect and all that, and for the families. But it's body retrieval that he's into.
Onwards and upwards. And if you're there, follow me on my Peter Faulding author page or my Specialist Group International or my Twitter feed.
Where you will just get pictures of my animals and nothing of any, bit of media PR stuff about my book and pictures of my animals and just slush just to make me look good.
And you'll see what we really do. But Luke, thanks for everything.
No problem, mate. Thank you.
Good night, everybody. And but what I was going to say, Luke, I'm going to start my own channel up called Break the Glass against you. No.
Okay, I'm gonna start my own search and rescue team, and I'll shave my head. Yeah.
Good man. Yeah, I know.
Guys, thank you for tuning in. I hope that's answered at least a few things that were on your mind. Guys, thank you for tuning in. I hope that's answered my head. Yeah.
Good man. Yeah, I know.
Guys, thank you for tuning in. I hope that's answered at least a few things that were on your mind. Yeah, again, thanks to the moderators. Thanks for all of the interaction. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to end this with everyone have a nice run up to Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish you all a peaceful Christmas and spend time with your family. And thanks to all. Thank you very much. Good night.
Peace out.
Yeah, bye. This is media management PR by people who are better at fishing people out of rivers when they're dead than they are at managing their media PR profile, in my opinion. This is amateur hour, media hour, and I'm not super special. I've got a spot that I picked, and I'm on the internet talking through my computer. But I've managed to sort of gauge and understand the levels through my limited experience in working in the media and having done an HNC or an HND or whatever it was back then. I'm not saying I'm special, but I can see this. This is media public PR management by the not so rich and famous. It's not very good level quality, is it? Like, when you look at the big picture, like I zoomed it in to give, because they've got too much headroom on both of these. It's profile, so it's not landscape, it's profile, but there's the two of them. I know it's silly stuff, but he's got the blinds behind him, and you've got the Christmas tree, and you've got all the headroom, and you both look a bit weird. Both of you being lit from underneath like this, especially Peter. He looks strongly brightly lit in the face, and it almost gives him like a horror movie, sort of look, lit from underneath. Luke looks like he's like in a sauna. I think Luke, it's not heat and sunburn. I think it's flushed with like blushing blood, flushed with blood the whole time.
Anti-freeze snow remover.
At the amount of people that are in the live, the money coming in, and like the anxiety it's giving him to be doing it in the first place, because he's not, I'm fortunate enough that I've dealt with the public a long time over my life, and I'm capable of just rising to the occasion and dealing with the public. Yeah, but I don't know what Luke's done necessarily in his life that he feel like this is quite a big moment for him, and it seems he's quite overawed by it in some ways. Do you know what I mean? He sort of sat there quietly a lot. So the reason I'm saying this, and I'm not just trying to be mean, is that I think it's amateur hour media time, and I think that Peter is being pushed toward this. I think he would have done better. Should I say this or not? Because I don't want him to get ideas, but there are professional media PR companies that can deal with your shit, and you don't have to use people like Luke. I think that was a mistake by Peter. And even if the professional media team are suggesting Luke, I think you should have seen that it was still a mistake. And then, Luke's by the by, come and go. Luke's irrelevant apart from Peter being on his channel, yeah? So anything else about Luke, irrelevant. But Peter and the Luke stuff, is about Peter on the, So I think Peter's made a mistake by not creating a more professional media product. I could have done that. I know I'm blowing my own trumpet a little bit, but I've actually legitimately gone out and filmed stuff for people who've paid me to do little adverts for their businesses and stuff like that. You see it all the time. There's millions of people doing it. people can do it on their phones these days. I'm not saying I'm special, but like this is not that. Like this looks bad. Like the look of it is bad. It's very amateur hour. So I think that like he walked. Yeah, of course he's used Luke. He's walked all over him. He was once bitten, twice shying away by the GB News giving him some pushback and stuff like that, maybe. But he really wanted to be on. Like he was where he wanted to be as an advisor on Great Britain news and. On the getting towards the mainstream, selling a book. Like you don't write a book and do a media press thing for your book if you just fancy the quiet life, do you? No, he was getting to where he wanted to be. So this seems like an extraordinarily weird step down, like total weird step down. And now it's been explained by him because now I can understand that the press were briefed 2 weeks ago that he was going to come out and say this, and this is what he's going to. And he said it here, didn't he? They had a secret. Non-disclosure press briefing where they showed the blurry pictures and said I was wrong. Well, now I can understand why he's doing this, but I still think you could have handled this a million times better with better public relations agencies using better media quality people. Like even if even the interview itself is that more so, I suppose. The interview's that because somebody was obviously there. Like Luke's not filming that interview, is he? With all his technology and understanding of cameras. And like, look at if he was, he wouldn't set up his shot here like this. So I don't think Luke was filming that, or maybe he was because it was blown in the background. I think they brought in a videographer, you can call someone up and you can bring them in. And like Luke said, he edited it as well, didn't he? But I don't know about Luke's ability to edit that, or whether he sat in the room with someone who edited it with him. You know what I mean? Because like this shows an ineptitude in terms of media production. To me as well, I want to draw the one parallel, but it's fucked this, because I don't want this on Super Chuffer, because we're talking about another content creator with a channel here, and I don't want to be this on Super Chuffer. This is part of the Nicola Buddy stuff though, so it belongs on Super Chuffer. I'm going to drop it on Battery Exhausted, and I'm probably going to tag it and link to it via Super Chuffer, but I'll probably just upload it to Battery Exhausted instead. How about that? Because like, it's just where I feel more safe about it, more comfortable with it. But Peter looks evil, and Luke looks like junior armchair detective. Out of his depth. And this is all about public image media manipulation through the social media, nonetheless, isn't it? It says 5,000 views, streamed 6 hours ago. Yeah, I'll expect this will hit like a bunch of people, but the people it will hit is the people that still care about the Nicola Buddy case on social media that do true crime. Like, it's not going to hit the main wide mainstream media that, like, it seems Peter's lost his voice in that way, and that's going to really hurt him if he's going to take this to the Home Office. Like, I don't think he said he didn't want a public thing, didn't he? That was like a private legal thing he wanted to do. But I feel like Peter is losing his grip on his business, or this aspect of his business, and he's fighting for his public perception in the social media, and he's lost his sort of mouthpiece on the mainstream media, and he's telling us it's not going to hurt him financially, but he can go, turn to the protest removal then and just disappear into nothingness. But I don't think he wants that. I think it's hurting his ego. I said a battle of egos. And of course, you can't have a battle of egos if you don't have an ego. That's one of the weird things about those ego battles. It's when people start throwing their ego around. If you engage your ego, then it starts to go wrong because it's a battle of egos. But if you sort of disengage your ego, then they've got nothing to fight against, because it's ego versus nothing. And I've got nothing to... I don't care. I don't mind. I literally don't. So enjoy your ego trip, and I'm just going to get on. Like, the battle of the egos, though, implies that you've got one too, and you're battling it out. So I think Peter has got his own ego and his opinion of himself, and probably doesn't like someone like me who's woke, saying bad things about him on the internet, calling him out for his bollocks. He could 100% have his own channel. He didn't need Luke at all. Yeah, there's no need to utilise Luke in this way, except of course it buffers him, because number one, he's not politically or he's not legally liable because it's Luke's channel. So there's that. And number two, he's picked someone who he thinks, number one, represents his own politics a little bit with the, he's got that political, the anti-woke thing. And number two, it's like, a naive everyman, like a normal person. So it's me and you, and we're normal people. And Luke can be blinded by my mansion and tell you I'm a lovely guy. Like, if I'm on here telling you I'm a lovely guy, Peter Faulding Inc. wants to do a video. Hello, I'm Peter Faulding. Have you seen my llamas? I'm a lovely guy. He's been doing that and it's not really been working. Now he's got Luke telling you he's a lovely guy, and everyone thinks Luke's right and he's a lovely guy, and, you know, we're all going to lovely. But, like, they're a bit naive to be thinking and doing that. Like, Luke's naive, not necessarily lovely. I think this all started with Peter Faulding. They thought he was certain aspects of the people who follow the case, they thought he was getting thrown under the bus, and Luke's like come to his defence and giving him a platform to defend himself. And like, I don't think they understand, like I said, the way this works the other way around. Or maybe they do and they don't care. Yeah. It's just stuff that's happening in the Nicola Bulley case, really, isn't it? Like, it's not really related, like I said, it's side room stuff. It's not really related to the main crux of the Nicola Bulley case, unless he's put her in the river or fished her out and took her away and then brought her back or something like that. The problem with it is that it's all stuff that's been covered already. Like, I'm late to get through the COP report, but I'm sure, like you said, in the COP report, I'm following it up. The problems he threw in today as well, the curveball was, I sat through all their questions, and then right at the end I said, and boom, here's a picture of her in the river, so do what you want with that, fuck your inquest. And they're like, hang on, we're doing the COP report, and right at the end you want to give us this picture. So then 2 weeks before the report comes out, they've done a press conference to say, Peter's gone a bit off the reservation. He never mentioned this picture to us before, but now we've got this fucking picture that we're dealing with. Or maybe he did mention the picture and we tried to cover it up, but now we've got it and we're trying to show the press that it's nothing. And Peter didn't agree with that press conference in some way, but won't show his own picture. You'd be surprised if he gets taken down. I don't think they're going to take it down deliberately. Like, I think Luke will want this video to stay up because it's like 1 million views for him. You know, this is his big thing. But I think there'll be probably edit out that bit where he said the police knew that and then we're covering it up, because you can just edit later on YouTube. I think he'll do that to watch his own ass. But other than that, I think they'll leave it up. Like, obviously the comments, look, we need more people like Peter, total respect, the most truthful and honest man. Like, some people are just either ignorant or are doing it to annoy me, but Peter is not an honest man, in my opinion. He seems far from it, and he's proved it by telling us he's lied. So get your head screwed on, in my opinion. But it doesn't matter, does it? I wonder if it would have been Curtis Media if he was still around. Similar sort of politics, yeah, but different sort of attitudes, content creation. Luke's so like, not to be mean about it, right? But Luke is so much more of a shit YouTuber than even Curtis. Like, Curtis was going around with the cameras. Let's just go back, you know, before the Peter Faulding days. Like, he's not awful, but like, it's him talking to people. He's making an effort, but like, I mean, it's not awful, is it?
Oh, 45.
I suppose this isn't bad.
So I can't comment on what it was like playing in his presence.
This annoys me though. He's mic'd up, but you're clearly not hearing it through the mic. You're clearly hearing it through the overhead mic. For some way, they're not using these mics, even though he's mic'd up.
Play the guy, to be fair, which is something that.
Or he is, but he's in the one ear.
Obviously, it's not correct. It's not my fault, but it's something that.
Would you have loved to have been around to play him?
Played him,
yeah.
Even though he probably would have smashed me, I would have loved to have that opportunity.
No, this isn't that bad actually. This one with the darts, this interview again, and again, this is where I think Luke's got someone else that he pays or works with that comes and films it, and Luke just sort of walks around and does talking. Am I assuming that Luke's got cameras and microphones and does the editing? Maybe he does. Maybe I'm not crediting him for that, because obviously I certainly didn't do. You know, maybe I do. You know, these shots are all right though. This is fine. This darts one, I was wrong by saying what I just said. The darts one, I hadn't watched it. That one's all right. But then some of these other ones, like, you know, we've obviously watched some of these with the towels and stuff. I mean, some of these are fucking awful.
I decided to open this flap.
Like, this is awful.
Hello and welcome back to the channel. I have received a parcel from a
and I haven't watched it before. I just know it's gonna be.
A very kind lady called Jennifer. She is from Arkansas, which is cool. It's nice to have subscribers on the other side of the pond. I don't know what's in it yet. United States Post.
And this is like a naivety from Luke. Again, people have suggested they send me things, and we're talking about getting a PO box, but like Luke plays this like parasocial game a lot more with the audience. Like he's not creating the divide between him and like he's giving them his address. And like there might be nice people in the chat, but like, you know, you can get mod there by giving him a bit of money, being there and being a lady for a bit. Boom, you're in. Like, you know, and this, like, honestly, it's a bit weird to see. Oh, I'm a small YouTuber and I've got a few friends. I mean, okay, it's a bit normal as well. It's kind of normal as well, but I find it, to be honest, a bit naivety, because like you shouldn't really be necessarily creating that. We could talk about that for extensive, like parasocial relationships on YouTube and giving people your address, like, and stuff.
Service. A few weeks ago, might have been a couple of months ago now.
Or maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe that's just fine and normal, and you can just do a load of that.
I made a video where I tried American candies and snacks, and I think I tried root beer. I didn't really like root beer. For that, I've got a child, got a daughter, and I think she sent my daughter some stuff.
And skipping through it.
They're tasty. They remind me of a barbecue. Quite cosy, this. Birthday.
Like, why are we? Like, I'm not watching any more of this, but do you know what I mean? Why are we choosing this guy? He sniffed around. He did a few Nicola Bully episodes.
How to open your car door while...
I mean, this isn't really, you know, we've done this before, we've looked at his channel before, but like for Peter Faulding, you know, he did a few Nicola Bully episodes like this.
June the 26th at County Hall in Preston. A spokeswoman for HM Coroner said,
HM Coroner.
The investigation will take time to complete, to ensure that as complete a picture as possible of the...
So, like, you know, he's made a few Nicola Bully episodes or whatever, but like, there's no, other than the political angle of he's come out against woke people, there's no reason for Peter to choose to do this. Like, some of the episodes look slightly better filmed. I'll give him that. I didn't know that darts one looked slightly better filmed, because most of it is just this talking to the phone shit. You know, like, I don't see why Peter Faulding would choose Luke. Obviously, he's heard through the grapevine Luke wants to make like Peter Faulding didn't take the initial call or whatever. He heard that Luke was. I mean, Luke made a video saying it, didn't he? So I'm saying that what probably happened is that, like, Peter Faulding's got this track record of contacting people but not contacting them, and like because he said it with the Paul, you know, who eventually we found out it was Emma who contacted him after he'd been on the telly talking about them. But we had a message for Peter Faulding, we stand with you, a message for him from Luke, and then after that Peter Faulding's obviously got word that Luke said this somehow from a 3,000 viewed video, and contacted Luke and said, do you want to do an interview? And Luke's then said, fuck yeah, I will. And, you know, the great Peter the Great has spoken, it says. Peter the Goat, Peter the Great. Like, literally he's done a thumbnail called Peter the Great has spoken. Like, can you get any more up his bum?
Morning, everybody. Me again, in the same old hat. Bit hungover today, but self-inflicted. I just wanted to let people know regards to the Peter Faulding coming on the show situation, getting him to come and talk to us, doing some kind of interview kind of thing. If anybody was on the live the other night, you will know that Peter Faulding, halfway through, just turned up. Grass is being cut at the moment, it smells beautiful. Anyway, Peter Faulding turned up in the chat, and a lot of people were saying, it's not Peter Faulding, it's a troll, blah, 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 blah. I checked out his socials, and I actually wrote a message on his official Facebook page, like his actual public figure kind of Facebook page.
Anyway, so it was in a live, so he's got lives, he's deleted some of them, but it was in one of these Nicola Bully ones. I mean, I'm not going to look through these now, but it was very quick, wasn't it? Look, doing these lives about Nicola Bully, 2 of these, and then boom, I'm at Peter Faulding's house. So that's how it's happened then, apparently. Peter Faulding, can we get Peter Faulding on the channel? What would you ask? Maybe it's that one, because it says his name in it. But apparently Peter Faulding has turned up to a live stream by a YouTuber who at the time was pulling very minimal numbers, like, you know, a murmur of numbers, like most of us do at the start. Not dissing him for that, but it's fucking weird, isn't it? And it was the one, like, he's doing this with the towels.
How to open your car.
Like, he's got the towels on him, behind him. It's this stuff with the towels that Like, it's this sort of live stream. So again, for Peter Faulding to be like, yeah, I'll come on your show, like, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
What is going on?
Mind you, we weren't all asking Peter Faulding to come on our shows. Like, I haven't tried to get him to come on the show. Andy does all the other fucking media that I've ever, like, every other piece of media I've seen, like the GB News, The Sun, the Daily Mail, like all that media huddle. Like, he's quite apt, he's quite up from the media. So maybe he would do it if you just asked him. So maybe you just asked him. I don't know. All right, balancing it in the bowl. Got the towels up.
Hello there. Yes. I've had real problems going live here. It's not really my thing.
So why would Peter want to come and join your show? Like, it's weird, but apparently Peter Faulding was watching this or a live like this and commented, and you know that's where we've gone on from. It's on his channel, isn't it? So, it's what? No, I can't be asked to go through this forensically, like I said, like, and body language of the Peter Faulding interview that we've just done. I suppose that comes in, you know, the original interview and this one more than the original interview, because this has got more to show us because it's not heavily edited. I could do a body language analysis on that, but I don't feel motivated to, because I've just done my sort of personal analysis on it, and like, I don't want to get petty and personal with other channels through the Super Chuffer work. Definitely don't. If you want to have a laugh at some lolcows and we want to talk, you know, stupid Alan and angry Alan, and, you know, have a laugh at other lolcows on the internet, we do that on Battery Exhausted. Yeah, absolutely, it's a load of fun. But here on Super Chuffer channel, that's not what people come here for, and I'm certainly not going to get drawn into, because politically, if Peter's been able to look at this and see this, has he not been able to look at my channel and see me? And don't I have a completely opposing political view? And like, you know, I'm the woke people that he has said he doesn't like. So I don't want to get dragged into this woke versus liberal political. Like, you've clearly heard from my analysis of it today that politics comes into it. I wouldn't have this view about privatisation of public services if I didn't understand any sort of politics. So it feels like I'm their enemy by nature of who I am, and they've been aware of me before I was aware of them. I mean, I've been aware of Peter Faulding, but I've never done any big episodes on him, and I didn't know his past and his history and all this stuff before now, did I, until this all come up. Do you know what I mean? My episodes about, let me just check that as well. My episodes about Nick, no, I've never done Peter Faulding on my episodes. I've never thrown him under the bus on my channel. Super Chuffer. Nor on Battery Exhausted, mind you. Obviously, I have like done the Mumsnet files now, haven't I? But the live streams have not featured Peter Faulding. The body language analysis, they have featured Emma, and they have featured Paul Ansell, and he's on Team Paul Ansell, and Emma called him and he stayed at her house. So maybe he's watched this stuff that I've done about Emma and Paul. You know, maybe that. Because I'm thinking, if he's seen what Luke's done and he's watching live streams about the Nicola Buddy case, okay, it said his name in it, but if he's watching that, this one's got a picture of him, the call-in. He's on the thumbnail because it's it's Paul and Peter on the riverbank. So he's in the thumbnail on that one. You know, maybe he's been aware of social media, because I don't know what he watches and doesn't watch. I don't assume he doesn't watch this. I don't assume he does watch this, but now I'm to think maybe he watched some of this, because if he's watching Luke, like, and he's obviously not thought, I'll go on Scott's channel, has he? He's thought, fuck Scott, look, fuck what he's saying and what he's doing, fuck him, surely. Like, I'm not saying Peter's got a vendetta against me or anything. I'm just saying, like, if we're checking out channels that are talking about Nicola Bully and deciding who we're going to talk to on YouTube, there's only a small handful of people that are actually committed to doing that, really. And Luke wasn't definitely that committed to it, but he was doing it. Like, he's one of it. There's a small handful of people who have done consistent Nicola Bully content, amongst other stuff. But like, you'd include the people like Vicky Marie, Eddie, Jizzy can count. You know, name them. There's a list of them. There's other true crimers that did a bit and not lots. And then there's some people who don't do any, you know, on YouTube, isn't there? So there's a small group of people that you're looking into in the social media sphere if you're Peter Faulding, whether you're watching it or just deciding to talk with them or whatever. And Luke, I suppose, comes up as a periphery. Like, you've got the bigger channels in the middle, of which I was not the biggest poppy by any means. I'm not saying that. But you've got the bigger channels in the middle. Around the periphery, you've got smaller channels. And Peter Faulding's ended up on one of those smaller periphery channels and helped it to become bigger, of course. But, like, it seems weird that... I mean, I know he's not going to come on my channel, despite my growth through the Nicola Bulley investigation and every time I stream I knock that off. You know, I understand that he's not going to come on my channel because, like, it wouldn't be softball like Luke, it would be hardball. Like, he can still come on it. Do you know what, I might even email Peter and say, you've done this with Luke, I've obviously got different questions, give me a few days to put together a list of questions, they're going to be hardball, let me send them over, and do you want to do an interview with me? Like, if you do, great, because you're innocent and you've got nothing to hide. Here's the hardball questions, and just see whether he does it. I mean, it's going to be interesting for me because I would push back against the answers and then leave it at that. I'm not going to like do a Jeremy Paxman and be like, no, but yes, no, but yes, no, but yes. Like, I'd say, what is this about hunting and life sciences? He would answer, and I'd have thoughts, and I'd say my thoughts. Well, what about this though, and what about that? He would answer again, and then I'd have to leave it there. We can't keep arguing about it all night, but it would have at least, you know, I think, you know, I could offer him a hardball question session, and maybe that would have been better for his public perception because until now I didn't have all those hardball questions to throw at him, but now I have because of the way he's done these interviews. I suppose if he'd have asked to do it on my show, I'd have investigated him a bit more, but at this point I wouldn't have known. Like, I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have been able to, you know, be mean about Peter because I didn't know. Like, he's come out with a lot of this stuff himself. A lot of it's on his own personal media, and it's only since coming forward and doing the interview with Luke that he's hoved onto my radar. Literally, isn't it? Like, when you look at the content there, he's not on it. Like, I never had him down as a big player. He was a side character, supporting character of not much note to me. But now we're going to have like Peter Faulding episodes on Super Chuffer. I'm going to go back and watch other interviews of him, body language react on that one. You know, there's going to have to be a bit more, like, Mark Williams Thomas made it on from The Vanished, but Peter didn't, did he? Not until now. It's weird, isn't it? Like, so theoretically, although he probably didn't like my angle on stuff, I hadn't directly thrown him under the bus myself, and now I'm sort of being forced to. But yeah, there's still the door open there for Peter to possibly come on and do a hardball question session with me, but I don't think he's going to want to, is he? But maybe we do that as a stream, you know, not now at 2 a.m, but, you know, hardball questions for Peter. And I'll only listen to your questions in chat if you super chat me. And this episode, because it's, I think the minute I'm going to cast judgment here on my own content, I guess. The minute it veers into other YouTubers, I'm wrong in a way, because I used to talk about other YouTubers on here. Look, wait, if I scroll down, I'll have talked about another YouTuber, Darkside Phil, there. And I was doing the Tartaria and Truth of Homeschool stuff here. So I used to do a bit of it, but I shifted it over to Battery Exhausted for the lolcow stuff, didn't I? But I've done a lot of different stuff here, so maybe I can talk about it there. What do you think in chat now? Super Chuffer channel or Battery Exhausted channel, what I've just done all night tonight? Which channel does it go on? It's 6 hours of it. It's nearly 7 hours of it. Which channel does it go on? Super Chuffer or Battery Exhausted? If you're dead asleep now, don't worry, but... Super Chuffer. I mean, it is directly related to all this, isn't it? It doesn't... The Battery Exhausted narrative doesn't feature these people so much, so... Yeah. But this will stay on it. What I'm saying now is that I don't want to get dragged into a he said, she said, your channel, my channel, who's got the biggest channel. I'm not in the true crime world. I don't care. There's a million channels out there that are bigger than me. There's like a million. Like, being eggy about what Luke does on his channel is like me being eggy about what PewDiePie does on his channel, or being eggy about what, like, fucking Darkside Phil does on his, which people are quite eggy about, but you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really bother me if Luke gets 1 million views, 10 million views, or if Peter buys him a Ferrari. Like, Luke driving a Ferrari doesn't change my life. So I really am not the perception amongst the, you know, and the way the true crime, the perception amongst the audience and the way the true crime audience, I hope I'm not dissing you, the audience here, by saying this, but like the true crime audience I've seen, the Kramer stuff, the factionalization, the drama behind the crime, you know, on YouTube, it's just ugh to me. And so I'm not in it for that. So I'm not going to be making but then this week Luke said this about me and he done this about me and said me and he atted me and said this, and I'm not going to be doing that. Like, not making videos about it, none of it. But obviously it filters through because we've just watched that through Luke's channel. And if anyone's going to hit me with copyright strikes on that, it'll be Luke. Personally, which I'm assuming he won't, because it will be protected under fair use and I'll win that. But putting it up is a little bit of an open door for him to. I have not covered his channel on this Super Chuffer channel before, not for fear of copyright strike, but you know, I didn't want to, but I was really eggy in the first hour. Yeah, that's true. Peter Faulding was saying some weird shit for Super Chuffer, yeah. I mean, but it's me, isn't it? I am me, and if they watch it all the way through, which they won't, they'll be cross because I got eggy, but this is the thing, right? I have to think, I'm not trying to, I have to think about it, but I'm not trying to massage my public image by creating, delete that bit where I was eggy and reshoot it. Like, no, I'll just be me, and like, if they like me, they like me, if they don't, they don't. But because otherwise I might as well go down the Peter Faulding road. And like I said, if I'm going down that road, I'd have a shave, I'd put on my suit. Like, they do that shit. They'd be wearing their suits and dressing up. Wouldn't they? Wearing their suits and dressing up. I'd have done a better job of it than they did. The media, I mean. It's too long to watch all the way through. They'll watch it in more than one sitting. They'll have to watch it in more than one sitting. And I'm leaving all of this in. So fuck this, man. They can watch it in more than one sitting if they want. It's important that it's out there, isn't it? It's my true feelings, my real react, and I'm not happy with the situation, and I extensively said why, so I'm not going to go over and over it, and then I'm going to move on from it. But finishing my COP review, watching Peter's reaction, which is the interview essentially, and his statement that he made, you know, looking out through that's going to be done here on this channel. And then there's lots of other, like, I think for the Nicola Bully stuff toward the future, like I said, we've looked at press and like why Peter was, I've shown that in the video today, so I don't have to make a separate video saying, oh no, like you said this and now this, but other people can and make it clear if they want in better edits. But I think what am I going back to here? A picture of something. So many fucking windows. You know, I think my Nicola Bully investigation, journalism, whatever I'm doing, you know, body language react, which is mainly it'll finish. I'll do the reviews and the investigation as requested. I'll look at the interview that they did. You know, I'll reflect on it. I'll probably make a video about it, a little bit shorter than any of these, just like a reflections, a few clips. And unless interesting new stuff comes out and further investigations, I've got some stuff to say, like in conjunction with people like Mickey. Like, basically, I mean, I want to say what Mickey has said, and I'll have to ask them about it and how to present it, because a lot of the content would be just directly from their blog. But you know, there's not endless. I'm not here to sort of endless Nicola Bully, am I? So I find all this that's going on right now a very weird turn of events, a very strange and very fishy turn of events, and I don't like it. Basically, and it goes into some dark places, and I think even that is like I said, side branch of the dark places and the reality of the Nicola Bully situation. So if we can get back to the real dark places and reality of Nicola Bully and what happened to her, I'd be happier with that, rather than Peter Faulding's reputation rehab sessions that we've been doing. Yeah. Exactly, go have my dinner, thanks. I mean, I do want to end the stream there. I also want to check in on what the other chuffer's doing, but I'm not going to, because I can just check in another time. Like, I think this is a complete stream that I just upload in its entirety to YouTube like that, so it might be easy just to do that, yeah. And for that case as well, I don't want to just like leave us again. I feel like we're getting dragged out into murky water, like as in Peter's language, dragged out into murky waters. I feel like we're not getting much clearer. I kind of want to put an end cap on it and then like watch something that makes us feel better for a little bit. But the end cap, I would say, is that what we've learned today, or what I've learned in terms of what's happened to Nicola, is that if I'm to trust Peter Faulding, when he arrived, effectively day 8, although he wasn't allowed to go straight in at the bench, the minute he got to the bench, he was over there by that island. So, I mean, I've viewed the drone footage of that island, but apparently she's over there by that island, right? And that corroborates the idea that she went in the water in some way, and that's like, how she died. But the police didn't see her, or like were inept. Not just the police, the fire and rescue. And then when they were proven to be inept by Peter, he showed them to their faces. They fucking binned it off, kept it quiet, waited for it to float. And Peter got a bit of a tongue lashing in the report and has come back at them. And like now again, like we're onto the Peter story again, so I need to stop with that. It's about the truth of Nicola Bulley, isn't it? So did she get put in the river before? Peter doesn't know. He wasn't there the week before, so he can't tell us. How did she, like, this is because, right, yeah, putting the cap on this, Peter is body recovery. And because he's not a forensic scientist, and because he's not an autopsy, what do they call him, the coroner, because he's not like the people on Silent Witness, he's the guy that goes in and puts a bag around it and then hoists it out the river. Like, because he's body recovery, he doesn't really have anything to tell us about the truth of what happened. He said it himself as well. He doesn't have anything to tell us about the truth of what happened to Nicola, about her injuries or this and that. No, it doesn't really. The only thing that I could say is that he said blood comes out of people's noses later on after they die, so maybe the blood that ended up under her chin that was dried could have come out later and then dried on if she was up in the reeds for long enough. Seems a bit incredible, but he tried to sort of pass off the blood that was on her. Wasn't happy to sort of go into the details about her injuries. He did raise again the idea that she was being chased, which JJ Kane will know. Big shouts out JJ Kane. Like, he sounded like he was describing having chased her himself at one point, and it made us joke and say about how, secretly someone could have been chasing Nicola. Or not joke and say about it, but like, I even think this is a bit more serious option that I hadn't thought about before, is that if Nicola felt threatened, not by Penny and someone pushed her in the river, but if she felt threatened and she was running away, she might have decided, rather than, being like, they might have like sort of got her to a point. This is me going off. Maybe I shouldn't go off on this now. Nicola Bulley being chased, but they might have pushed her to a point, right? Saying about the dog as well. Come on, the old Google Maps. What's going on? Okay, I'll reload it. The dog. This is the bench round here, yeah? This is the bench round here. The dog was running around here. And people say, well, if she went in the water, the dog would have jumped in the water and maybe followed her down. Because what happened to Nicola, whether she went in here or not, is she came down this bit of river apparently and ended up over here by this here, yeah? So why didn't the dog just jump in and go down and follow her, yeah? But someone said something really interesting, which is that if you were went in the river, it's possible that, like, let's say you jumped in the river over here and your dog was on land and then you floated down the river and was swimming. Like, would the dog jump in or would the dog follow the path down next to you? So let's say you're floating down the river here and the dog's going down the path next to you, because it might just follow down the path. Like, you're in the river and it's on the path. And then you get to here and you go down the bend and you go along here. The dog can't follow you anymore because even if it goes through the gate, like maybe it can't get through the gate, or there's trees, like maybe the dog can get through the gate and should have followed, but do you know what I mean? Maybe the dog stops here at the place where it normally leaves the river and there's the bench and stuff, and you're going down the river and it doesn't follow you down the river this way, which could mean that you could have entered the river. Like we were saying, Peter said he thinks she entered between the bench and this island here. He's basically saying this part here is where she went in. But if you went in earlier on and higher up, like even round, there's this part here where she used to go, and Willow, which was apparently Bone Dry Willow was and had not been in the river, but they used to go there. We've seen photographs of it, and play in this shallow part. It's a bit like a beach. Look, there's a path down to it, and it's shallow in the water, and they play in the river. Like we've seen that in photographs of Nicola. So she could go here. Like let's say she's here doing that and throwing the ball, and when she comes to walk out here, there's like someone blocking her way, and it goes a bit weird. Like she might just think fuck it and jump in the river and like swim. Like, you know, she might do that or something like that, right? And then the dog might follow her down this way, and they might, you know, you might not want to jump in the river after her, even if you are doing weird person, and like you might lose sight of her. She might go under. Like that was the sort of words Peter was sort of saying about, like, as if like, you know, you've only got a short window of time before there are other witnesses and things going on. Maybe you just ditch the phone. You know, maybe Nicola's not dead at this point, but you haven't hurt her or anything. But you ditched, or maybe you hit her once, or you know, I don't know what weird shit went on because she had the anyway. Look, but you ditch the phone and the you know the lead and whatever. And you just fucking run off, and she's in the river. And at that point, you know, things might take their course, or that she's afraid to get out the river, or within a couple of hours, people are looking for her, but there's a couple of hours there. Someone would have seen her, yeah. But I mean, would have seen her. You've got the witnesses that say you've got two eyewitnesses that were in the field one before and one slightly after, or before, after, but before. Like Claire Chesham says that she came in after Nicola, but then Nicola walked in a circle, so ended up behind her in this area. So Claire Chesham leaves, and Nicola's in this part of the field. You know, Claire Chesham being the last person to see her alive, apparently, according to the eyewitnesses reports that we've got from the inquest, leaves, and Nicola's in the field alive. So, like, I don't know, like, I'm just saying, like, I'm being a bit fantastical because I'm talking about Peter. The reason I'm talking about it is because Peter was saying that today he even said again someone might be chasing her. Like, in the past he said all sorts of things, so I can't be too, you know, I've got to be careful about what Peter says, haven't I? But today he said people might have been chasing, and that clocked in my mind as well as part of my overview of what we've been saying. And it just registers in my mind as well that like, I think a lot of us see it as like this passive act from Nicola, that she's here, whether she's in an argument or not, she's here on the bank, something's happened, she's ended up falling, being pushed, like being, you know, entered into the river. Or some people might say that like something else has happened to her and she's been put in the river, but we haven't considered too carefully the concept that she jumped in the river herself, not because she wanted to die and like anything like that, but because she might have been trying to escape. And it's strange, but like you see it in the movies. You know, you go under, you hold your breath, you move around. Where are they? You're trying to fight. Like, she might have felt under threat and decided to jump in the river to escape, in some way. And maybe, you know, other things have happened. I'm only saying that because Peter said it today, is my point. And I've thought it before a little bit, and we've talked about it a little bit, because the only other time we talked about it was when we were looking at Peter and saying about how it sounded like he'd. We did it on a Twitch stream, not a, you know, this isn't on YouTube and people can't find it and see it, so I'm just saying it got said. But JJ Kane was there, she knows she said it, and like we were like, it came up as a bit of a joke, like, you know, it sounds like he's chased her down, like, you know. But yeah, Peter's language again, saying that sort of stuff. But he's cast a lot of ideas around, so, you know, yeah. So that's what I'm taking from today, is that it's all about Peter and his. Like, this is a weird one as well, right? What about this? It's about the truth for Nicola, of course, isn't it? But he got thrown under the bus on the inquest, and the truth for Nicola and the family, he's going on about the truth for Nicola and the family, yeah? Then the phone would have been on the bench. But what if, like, someone got it off her, or like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe the phone wouldn't be on the bench if she jumped in the water herself and she had it in her hand. You're right, you know. Even her getting pushed in the water, though, you know, getting the phone on the bench requires you to get it off her, because otherwise she's going in with it. Unless she puts it down on the bench herself, and I don't think anyone in this world puts the phone down on the bench and just leaves it lying around on the... Like, you have your phones, like, in your hand all the time, in your pocket, but just popping them down on the bench, and then all of a sudden it happens at that moment while the phone's down on the bench, or you need to put the phone down because you're doing something with the dog or whatever. So just there on the bench is best, instead of in my pocket where it's safe. Like, it's your phone and it's your stuff, and like, you know, you can still hear it when it's... I just... Maybe it's just me. I don't pop my phone down on benches. Just not generally. Just, you know, because it's your phone and you lose it. Like, not that there's loads of people around nicking it, but do you know what I mean? It just... But someone grabs it out of your hand, and then you're like, what's fucking going on here? And you like jump in the river and escape. I don't know. I don't know. I like just saying it, like, the things are coming up, and this is going on the end of this episode now, so I don't want to get too like wild with the speculation, because although I'm a YouTuber who just talks about stuff and therefore can wildly speculate, that concept's been thrown around that Peter Faulding did that, and that was bad for Peter Faulding, but then he's a real professional. I'm just having ideas and just saying things. But yeah, so our investigation will continue so far as investigation. You know, our content will continue, and it will have that Nicola Bully theme while I go through this stuff. And I think, like I say, the best for me, what I'm best at when I'm on form, is watching a video for Super Chuffer, is watching a video of someone saying something, pausing it and saying, well, I think this, this and this, based on this, and this signals they're giving me. So, you know, we might do a little bit of that with Peter Faulding's interviews, now that he's like trying to elevate himself from supporting cast into main player. Yeah. And his interesting stuff that he said tonight was that... Oh, that was what I was going to say, right? Okay. The final thought, I suppose, I'll leave you with, is if it's all about the truth, and it's all about the truth for Nicola and her family, even though Peter's been thrown under the bus on the report, he said it didn't matter. He doesn't have to search for people in rivers. His business will go on. It doesn't matter, didn't he? He said that. It's not, his finances are not in danger here because of this. He wants to make sure the truth for the family, and also the Home Office and Richie Sunak for some reason, but we'll get to that in a second, but the family. So he could secure his objective here by simply going to the family and showing them the sonar and telling them the truth. And then they know, and they've had the truth. And he doesn't have to go on social media, and he doesn't have to go on the news, and he doesn't have to do any of that. And the inquest and the police, he will have the truth. The inquest has thrown him under the bus, and the COP report has thrown him under the bus. Doesn't matter. He has the truth. The family have the truth. The children don't see it. It's in a lockbox in case they ever want to know it. Job done. He doesn't need to be on social media talking about it if it's just about the truth of the family. He's got a direct line to the family. None of the rest of us have that. If I want to give Paul a message, I have to talk about it on social media, and he probably won't even see it. But if Peter wants to give Paul a message, you can phone him up. Like, you can go around the house and show him the fucking sonar. So the truth of the family, my arse. Like, Peter's not just doing that, otherwise he wouldn't be on social media doing it. That's the thought I'll leave you with. Like, you know, why is he engaging the social media narrative spin if it's just about the truth for the family? Yeah. I don't buy it. I'm not buying it.
So we've got that. And
Let's do the relaxing pictures for a minute. Should we do this one? Bit of a scrapbook. Bit of carpet. This isn't anything to do with... I don't want anyone to get a funny idea. This is not Nicola Bully. This is me just out for a walk with my dog in the past. So this is a place we used to go. Like, it's like we go on a walk and we go up a hill and we go through the woods and we end up at this like plateau at the top of the woods, and there's like a bit of a clearing. Me and my navy boy. His name was Navin, so I called him Navin, but I called him Navin. That was my choice of name for him. When I got him from the rescue, he was called Russell, but I changed his name. And I called him Navy Boy as well. Navy Boy. My matey. There was a cuckoo. Did you hear the cuckoo? Cuckoo. There's a cuckos. Now, if he was off the lead, I'd never get him back round here because they got the cuckos. But bless him, he's on the lead, so you can't go anywhere, matey boy. Cuckoo. This is him when he's young, in his prime. Cuckoo. Big up Snippies. How you doing? Just coming to the end of a long stream now, so just doing a bit of brain relaxation. I'm whispering at the dog. It's there. It's up there. There's something up there. There might be a deer up there or something. I haven't got a zoom lens on, so. But like we sit in quiet, and then sometimes the deer comes. Looking out for the cuckoos. It's nice, isn't it? Chilling out in the woods. And these are obviously fields. That's a doggy. That's his extent of his range on the lead, bless him. I mean, he has been off the lead in his life. He had. When I first got him, I took him places like this and just let him off, and he did go running, and he did come back, because I had another little beagle that was with him, and she come back, and I think he just followed her lead. You know, not, you know, just followed her example. But there were a couple of times where he just didn't come back. So, like, better to keep him on the long lead and accept that, you know, have to be a responsible dog owner than let him off the lead all the time. Bless him, but... You're dragging me along. You're dragging me along. More questions than answers tonight, I think, but here's what it is. There's 7 hours, 12 minutes to upload wholesale to YouTube, so... oh, God. Like, I wonder if I'll be able to put my YouTube details into Twitch and get it to... Like, when I upload direct from Twitch, it goes to Ganjikidd. You know, it's my gaming channel, so it goes to the gaming channel. But I might be able to upload it straight from Twitch without having to download it and upload it, but... yeah, look out for this to appear on Super Chuffer in the next couple of days then. I feel very intrepid about dropping this on the main channel because I feel like I've said it a million times, this whole petty, like, who's the best YouTuber, who's the biggest one stuff, like, it's ridiculous. I'm not even in the ballpark of the, you know, I don't want to be true crime factionalism, so it's not my fault that Peter chose that channel to do his YouTube thing on. No, it is what it is, and I've said it how it is, so everyone can just fucking deal with it. But please don't deal with it by murdering me. Let's all have a nice chill and have a nice Christmas instead, eh? And in the new year, we cannot murder me either again in the new year. Let's just not murder me ever. I will be back on having fun on Battery Exhausted and playing games on Twitch in the near future. So, I'm looking forward to that. You be good, my little puckos. And if you can't be good, you're naughtis.